The rain was relentless. It lashed out at the night streets of the city with fierce force. Catalina sat atop her bike in a dark alleyway, the hood of her leather jacket pelted by large raindrops. Up ahead, a group of drenched survivors sloshed through the flooded alley. Scared and trembling, they were desperate to escape her. She knew they wouldn't be able to do so. She could catch up with them in seconds. However, she stayed put for now, sitting motionlessly on her bike. She was waiting for them to reach the alley's exit, and that's when she would continue to chase them. It had been several days since Catalina's fateful encounter with Skullface on the roof of a 10-story building. She fought bravely, but ultimately, she was defeated and taken to one of Los Demonios' bases downtown. She later learned that Los Demonios had several secondary bases scattered throughout the city. The main base, however, was located beyond the city's boundaries, but nobody, except for the gang leaders, knew for sure where it was located. Each base was named after the person in charge of it, and the one she was assigned to was called Base Rider. The man in charge of Base Rider was exceptionally cruel. For that matter, each of those who decided to join the gang had a streak of brutal violence in them. When Catalina was brought to Base Rider, she was ushered into HQ, where Skullface and Ryder presented her with an offer to join the gang. At first, she thought she must have misheard. However, she quickly realized Skullface was serious, which took her by surprise. After all the harm she had inflicted on the gang and all the members she had killed, they still wanted her to become one of them? She had expected to be brutally tortured for the trouble she had caused. Instead, as it turned out, Skullface's offer remained on the table. Noticing her reaction, Skullface explained that she was fearless and possessed impressive combat skills. She was one of a kind, which was why he wanted her in his ranks. Catalina had rejected the offer to join Los Demonios before, and now, after Skullface had tracked down and killed all her teammates, she had even less reason to join up with his gang. She said so to him. Judging by his blank expression, Skullface was not surprised by her response. Turning away, he spoke quietly to Ryder, who nodded grimly in reply. After that brief exchange, Skullface left, and Catalina didn't see him for the next several days. She was assigned to work on the maintenance of various machines that produced goods for the base. It soon became clear that escaping was impossible, as the automatic turrets would fire upon anyone attempting to flee. She made some friends among the fellow survivors who had, like her, been captured and forced to labor for the gang. Her friendship with a guy named Todd grew particularly strong. When the guards were not paying attention, they spent a lot of time together, brainstorming plans to escape and free the other survivors from the clutches of Los Demonios. Despite being captured and forced to work for the gang, she had not given up her defiant spirit. She intended to eventually rebel against the gang, unite the various groups of survivors, and spark a full-scale war against Los Demonios. However, the first step was escaping from Base Rider with Todd. And then something terrible happened. One morning, she realized Todd was missing. Before she had time to process it, two guards approached her, and the look on their faces instantly told her something was horribly wrong. She readied herself to fight back, but the guards knew her defiant spirit all too well. Without warning, they zapped her with tasers and hauled her down to the basement of HQ, where they strapped her to a metal chair bolted to the floor. One of the guards gagged her by forcing a dirty piece of fabric into her mouth. As her consciousness gradually returned, she focused on a second bolted-down metal chair directly in front of her, where another person was tied up. He was completely naked, his wrists bound to the chair's arms and his ankles secured to its legs. It was Todd. Nearby, a rectangular table displayed an array of medical and engineering tools, needles, scissors, scalpels, utility knives, pliers, hammers, nails, saws, chisels, and an assortment of other implements. Among them was a circular saw and a power drill with multiple bits. The room was dimly lit by a single bulb dangling from the ceiling, but she immediately spotted two figures on the far side of the room. As they emerged from the shadows, she recognized them. Ryder and Skullface. It appeared that Skullface had returned to the base during the night, while she had been in a deep sleep, too tired to hear the vehicle's arrival. Neither Ryder nor Skullface said anything to her. They barely even looked at her. Instead, they walked to the table, carefully picked some tools, and began to use them on Todd. Catalina let out a scream, but the gag around her mouth silenced her cries. She fought against her restraints in vain, but the bindings held her securely in the chair. All she could do was watch in helpless despair as her friend was being tortured and listen to his bone-chilling screams. After he finally succumbed to his wounds and died, Skullface turned his attention to Catalina. She initially thought he had uncovered their plans to escape and rise against them. Yet, it quickly became apparent that she had misjudged the situation. He told her that he still wanted her to join Los Demonios and that he would give her 24 hours to consider it. He then nodded to Ryder, who reached into his pocket with a hand smeared in Todd's blood and produced a folded piece of paper. As he unfolded it, he began to read a list of names aloud. Catalina's heart sank as she recognized them. They were her fellow survivors who had been captured and forced to work at Base Ryder. Once Ryder finished reading the names from the list, Skullface took over. He informed her that she had been watched throughout her time at the base. The names on the piece of fabric belonged to individuals she had grown close to, arranged in order of closeness from high to low. Ryder pulled out a pen and crossed out the first name on the list, Todd. The next name was Melissa, another person with whom Catalina had formed a bond. Skullface informed her that the following morning, she would be taken to the basement for the same offer. If she refused to join Los Demonios again, she would be forced to watch Melissa die slowly and brutally just like Todd had. After that, she would be given another 24 hours to think, and the cycle would continue. If she continued to turn down his offer, people on the list would keep dying. If she still refused to join when all the people on the list were dead, she would be watched once again, and the next person she got close to would become the next target. While she could attempt to isolate herself from others, Skullface assured her it wouldn't make much of a difference. Anyone who so much as smiled at her would potentially become the next victim. Catalina couldn't believe Skullface was willing to go to such extremes simply to coerce her into joining the gang. The human factor was a valuable resource, but now it was clear to her that breaking her spirit had become a matter of principle for him. It wasn't just about convincing her to join Los Demonios. Instead, it was about the satisfaction of forcing her compliance. Accepting her grim reality, she acknowledged that she had no real choice but to join. At least this way, she would regain some semblance of freedom instead of being trapped within the confines of the base. Being part of the gang could give her leverage and an opportunity to move freely, to strategize, and ultimately, to rebel when the time was right. However, Skullface appeared to sense what she was thinking. Leaning in closer, he told her in a chilling tone that if she escaped or did anything foolish, everyone on that list would die. The threat loomed in the air. While she wouldn't be there to see the aftermath, he assured her it would happen. He was still leaning in toward her, and for the first time, she was able to see his eyes up close. The emptiness within them filled her with dread. They resembled lifeless pieces of glass, devoid of any emotional depth and no joy, no hatred, not even a hint of sadism. It dawned on her, he was utterly soulless, and she had no doubt that he would carry out his threat if she attempted to escape or confront the gang. So she had no choice but to join the gang. Sure enough, she was constantly monitored. Guards in HQ's security room could always track her movements around the city as the dot representing her was always visible on the monitor displaying the city map. In the initial days of her joining, she wasn't even allowed to go anywhere alone. Over time, though, she gradually earned the gang's trust. She was eventually permitted to travel the city alone, and at some point, she was even rewarded with a top-notch motorbike. That amazing reward was for her help in capturing several groups of survivors without losing a single one. As it turned out, she was exceptionally good at this. The key to her success lay in a spell she had discovered before joining Los Demonios. This spell allowed her to control groups of ex-humans. It was a tricky spell, not easy to use, but once you got the hang of it, it became incredibly useful. The spells were the rarest items in this world, but she had even managed to figure out how to farm this particular spell. She had farmed the spell and dedicated herself to practicing the spell until she perfected it. After joining the gang, she even learned to use it on groups of survivors. Using the spell on humans proved far more challenging than on mindless mutants. To wield it effectively, The target group had to be emotionally unstable, ideally in a state of panic. Catalina kept this spell a secret, ensuring that no one was aware of it. As a result, the gang members remained oblivious to the reason behind her consistent success in capturing survivor groups or luring them into traps set by other gang members. With her help, the Rider base successfully acquired dozens of survivors. She crafted a plan to intimidate regular survivors, inducing panic to make it easier to use the spell on them. Her technique was so well honed that capturing a group of survivors became a pretty easy task for her. Ryder was genuinely impressed by her. As for Catalina, she loathed capturing survivors and forcing them into labor for the gang, but she knew she had no choice. At least, her tactic of intimidating groups of survivors and then using her spell ensured they hardly ever fought back, preventing any casualties. Her success had also won Ryder's trust and elevated her status within the gang. This would surely work to her advantage when the time came to rebel. The group of survivors Catalina was currently pursuing finally reached the end of the alley. They paused, glancing left and right, peering through the sheets of rain, uncertain about which way to go. Catalina knew they needed to turn left, as that was where Ryder and his team had set an ambush. She focused her spell on the minds of the survivors, compelling them to take the left route. This spell only worked on groups of targets when they were emotionally unstable and confused about their options. With all the conditions fulfilled, the spell took effect seamlessly, and the group of survivors turned left as they emerged from the alley onto the main street. Catalina waited a moment, then followed suit. A few minutes later, the operation was complete. Two pickup trucks surged from a nearby alley, positioning themselves to block the survivors' escape. The captured group was swiftly tied up and shoved into the bed of one of the trucks. Ryder, manning the machine gun mounted in the bed of the other truck, raised his voice to be heard above the heavy rain. "Good job, Catalina. You brought them right to us." She simply nodded in response. Catalina had long ago earned enough trust from the gang to operate independently, so Ryder was not there to oversee her. Instead, he relished the thrill of capturing ordinary survivors, thoroughly enjoying this cat-and-mouse game. Then the two pickup trucks drove away, heading back to base. Ryder. For a moment, Catalina watched them go. Even though she was now a legitimate member of the gang, she wasn't actually one of them. She hated Los Demonios and wanted to end their reign. However, she didn't yet know how to rebel against the gang without endangering her friends. She needed to come up with a plan to rebel without risking her friends suffering the same tragic fate that had befallen Todd. Suddenly, something made her look up. Through the curtain of rain, she spotted a figure standing on the edge of the roof of a nearby 10-story building. By that point, she had heard rumors about a pitch-black ex-human known as the Morphus, who was supposedly capable of performing long jumps, leaping from rooftop to rooftop as it navigated through the city. She had never believed these tales, thinking them too far-fetched. Yet now, as she gazed at the figure standing still on the rooftop's edge, unaffected by the pouring rain and howling winds, she realized those rumors were true after all. This figure was clearly not a survivor or a regular ex-human. It was the Morphus. For a brief moment, it watched her from above. Then, before she could decide what she should do, the Morphus turned and vanished from sight. As for Catalina, she kept staring at the vacant space where the pitch-black mutant had just stood. A smile formed on her lips as an idea of taking revenge on the gang slowly began to take shape in her mind. After emerging from the mysterious rift gate, Jake found himself in what looked like a medieval hall. He stood at one end, and on the opposite wall, he could see a statue of some sort. However, before moving all the way over there, Jake glanced around. Round columns ran the length of the hall, each adorned with a torch burning with ethereal blue flames. Jake quickly noticed that there were no windows, doors, or any exits at all. But when he glanced over his shoulder, he saw that the rift gate he had just stepped through was still there. Unlike any other rift gates he had encountered in this world, this one was somewhat different. Instead of merely shimmering in bright colors, it resembled a window through which he could see the four-way juncture from where he had just been teleported. It seemed the rift gate was the only way out of this place. Seeing nothing else of note, Jake began to move along the hall toward the opposite wall. As he stole his way forward, He continued to survey his surroundings. The blue flames swayed slightly as he passed, causing the shadows on the walls to shift ever so slightly. Nothing of interest caught his attention along the walls on either side, and with no enemies to take care of, he directed his full attention to the far end of the hall. At the far end of the hall stood a detailed statue depicting two kneeling human figures, one male and one female. Their hands were elevated above their heads and brought together, creating a cupped shape with their palms. Positioned before the statue was a cylindrical pedestal, approximately 3 feet tall and 1 foot in diameter. From the pedestal's top, a radiant shaft of golden light ascended, reaching all the way to the ceiling. 2 similar pedestals flanked the statue on either side. Unlike the front one, they were shorter and thicker. From each of them, a shaft of light rose, but of a different color, a white instead of gold. Jake wondered what the meaning of the scene before him was. He glanced around one more time, searching for clues, but once again he found there was nothing else of interest in this place here. The Void Temple, as it was called, the statue and the 3 pedestals, each with shafts of light rising from them, were clearly the centerpiece of the temple. Jake walked around the front pedestal to get a closer look at the statue. The cupped hands of the kneeling figures seemed to beckon for something to be placed within them. Yet, the way the figures extended their hands toward him gave the impression that they were offering something instead. Their palms remained empty for now, but Jake couldn't shake the feeling that something might materialize in them for him to take later on. He tried appraising the statue with a thought, and immediately a system message emerged in his mind. In this sacred place, you can claim an artifact and trade your earned essence points for a reward of your choice, honoring your worthy deeds. No more additional information appeared, but Jake now knew he was right in thinking that something was supposed to materialize in the cup formed by the statue's hands later on. He then shifted his attention to one of the 2 shafts rising from the pedestal on either side of the statue and gave a mental command to appraise it. Unlock the slot for 250,000 EP, insufficient EP. Obviously, he couldn't unlock whatever it was at the moment because he didn't have enough of some new resource. He checked the shaft of light on the other side of the statue and received the same message. Unlock the slot for 250,000 EP. Insufficient EP. He tried to summon additional information, but no helpful tips popped up. He figured he would learn what those mysterious slots were only after gathering enough EP, whatever this new resource was. He then turned and walked around the central pedestal situated in front of the statue. As he had noticed before, the shaft of light rising from it was golden, unlike the other 2, which were white. He issued a mental command to appraise it, and immediately, another piece of information appeared in his mind, along with 3 buttons displayed beneath it. Player, Jake Turner. Current tier, 0. EP, 0. Tiers, curses, help. Jake chose to bypass the first 2 buttons and focused on the third. When he mentally pressed it, a piece of information explaining what it all meant emerged in his mind. At the Void Temple, you can exchange your earned essence points to unlock new tiers, each offering a different set of rewards. To accumulate EP, simply engage in battles against various enemy types while carrying 1 or more curses. You can stack as many curses as you desire. The greater the number, the more EP you will get. To earn EP, you don't necessarily have to defeat enemies that deal the same type of damage as your curse. For instance, if you have the Curse of Lightness weakness and are up against an enemy that only deals fire elemental damage, you can still gain some EP for defeating it, though the amount you earn will be less compared to defeating an enemy whose damage type aligns with your curse. The EP you earn is determined by various factors, including the number of curses you possess at the same time, the alignment of enemy damage types with your curses, enemy levels, whether the foes are ordinary or elite, the current tier of the world, the number of enemies you confront at once, and several other factors. To check how many EPs you currently have and how much you've earned since your last check-in, you must visit the Void Temple. You can open a rift gate to the Void Temple at any time, but you're limited to once every 24 hours. After reading the info, Jake returned his attention to the main menu. Player, Jake Turner. Current tier, 0. EP, 0. Tiers, curses, help. He then pressed the first button, and a new piece of information emerged in his mind. Tier 1A Gublab A unlock, 100,000 DP. Tier 2A Zulvok A unlock, 250,000 DP. Tier 3A Elbiat A unlock, 450,000 DP. Tier 4A Mria A unlock, 700,000 EP. Tier 5A Safivan A unlock, 1 million EP. Tier 6A Yekjile unlock, 1,350,000 EP. Tier 7A Ravkjaz A unlock, 1,750,000 EP. Each of the tiers had a name, but Jake had no idea what those mysterious words meant. He tried focusing on the tiers and issuing mental commands, but no additional information materialized, leaving him uncertain about what exactly he could earn after unlocking a tier. Obviously, since he didn't have any EP, he couldn't unlock any tiers at the moment and see for himself. The costs for unlocking tiers seemed steep, but without knowing how much EP he would earn and how quickly, it was hard to determine whether the costs were truly too high. Having found nothing else of interest in the tier menu, he navigated back to the main menu and selected the final option he needed to explore, titled Curses. Fragile Body, your resistance against being physically damaged is decreased. Apply Curse. Y.N. Oozing Wounds, your resistance against mana bleeding is decreased. Apply Curse. Y.N. Evil Poison, your resistances against corrosive and poison are decreased. Apply Curse. Y.N. Lightness Weakness, your resistance against lightning is decreased. Apply Curse. Y.N. Frozen, your resistance against cryo is decreased. Apply Curse. Y.N. Radiation Sickness, your resistance against radiation is decreased. Apply Curse. Y.N. Fear of Fire, your resistance against fire is decreased. Apply Curse. Y.N. Simple-Minded, your resistance against the mind control magic is decreased. Apply Curse. Y.N. Easily Stunned, your resistance against stun is decreased. Apply Curse. Y.N. Fear of Chaos, your resistance against chaos is decreased. Apply Curse. Y.N. Ethereal Weakness, your resistance against ethereal is decreased. Apply Curse. Y.N. Remove Curses, you currently don't have any curses. Before doing anything, Jake decided to give the matter some thought. He closed his eyes and checked his resistances. Elemental resistances: Incendiary, 10%, Cryo, 10%, Shock, 10%, Explosive, 10%, Corrosive, 30%, Radiation, 10%, Other resistances: Pierce, 67%, Poison, 30%, Mana Bleeding, 24%, Mind Control, 0%, Stun, 0%, Chaos, 0%, Ethereal, 0%. Jake noticed that most of his resistances remained the same as the last time he checked the menu. However, two of them, Pierce and Mana Bleeding, had increased somewhat. This was due to their reliance on the body and magic attributes, respectively. When he allocated skill points to these attributes, those two resistances improved. Certain skills, like enhanced durability, also boosted his pierce resistance. Currently, his strongest resistance was to physical damage. Pierce. After giving the matter some thought, Jake decided against placing many curses on himself. While he was excited to discover what new powers or advantages he could obtain with EP, applying too many curses would obviously put him at a significant disadvantage, especially in this dungeon. His recent clash with the beefed-up flame skeleton had taught him just how much damage elemental attacks could cause, given that most of his resistances were at 0. Allowing those resistances to dip into negative numbers didn't seem wise. However, he was well aware that not all enemies dealt elemental damage. Most of the damage he received was physical. Ultimately, Jake chose to place only the fragile body curse on himself. Afterward, he checked the resistances menu once more, focusing solely on his pierce resistance. Pierce, minus 33%, minus 100% from fragile body. So, his pierce resistance dropped into the negative. This wasn't good, but he reasoned it might not be as bad as he initially thought. He chose to take the risk. If he ended up suffering too much damage from physical attacks, he could always return to the Void Temple to lift the curse. though he would need to wait 24 hours to do so. Nevertheless, he opted to keep the curse active. After all, his remarkable agility and speed, combined with skills like feral instincts and adaptive armor, offered him considerable protection against most attacks. With that settled, Jake turned and headed back to the roof gate hovering above the floor on the other side of the hall. When he stepped through, he was instantly teleported back to the dungeon, standing once more at the four-way intersection. A quick glance behind him revealed that the portal had disappeared. Now, it was time to resume exploring the depths of the dungeon. After picking a random direction, Jake ventured down yet another corridor that looked identical to the previous ones. Wall-mounted torches magically ignited as he passed, illuminating a few yards ahead of him. However, the end of the corridor remained shrouded in darkness. The towering ceiling was wrapped in thick shadows, prompting Jake to remain vigilant for any bat-like creatures that could be lurking above. As it turned out, there were no enemies in the corridor, and Jake arrived at its end without incident. He paused at the entrance, taking in the vast hall that the corridor opened into. Columns lined the length of the room, each adorned with flaming torches. At the far end of the expansive hall, another exit led into a different corridor. Along both long walls, sepulchres lined the entire length of the room, positioned at regular intervals. Jake then shifted his gaze to a group of undead creatures wandering around the vast hall. Before he could examine the sepulchres further, he knew he needed to handle the immediate threat first. The enemies in the hall were the same types he had faced before in the dungeon, festering zombies and awakened skeletons, armed with various melee and ranged weapons, as well as magical staves. The undead wandered aimlessly around the room, their feet dragging on the stone floor. Some of them caught sight of him standing at the entrance. They halted and turned in his direction. However, they didn't approach. Instead, they seemed to bide their time, as if waiting for him to enter the room before launching an attack. Jake chose to stay where he was for the time being. There weren't too many undead in the hall, so he figured he could deal with them in just a couple of minutes. However, he was acutely aware that black obelisks had the power to revive them. He had already destroyed one, but he had no doubt that more of them lurked in the shadows of the dungeon. For the next several seconds, Jake stayed rooted in place, reaching out with his senses. He detected no humming sounds and felt no vibrations beneath his feet. The air lacked that familiar static charge. This indicated one of two possibilities: either there was no other black obelisk nearby, or the one present was currently dormant. If the latter were true, it might activate after he dispatched the undead, bringing them back to life. Jake really wished that if there were indeed more black obelisks in the dungeon, or something he was fairly convinced so far they would be sufficiently spaced apart. If they were positioned too closely, it would mean that any group of undead he managed to eliminate would be revived almost instantly, turning the whole situation into a frustrating ordeal. When he entered the hall, the undead immediately began to move toward him, raising their weapons. Jake charged at them, crashing into one of the skeletons with tremendous force. The powerful blow he delivered with his right smash fist caused the skeleton's ribcage to blow apart in an explosion of bones. While he fought the other undead, he kept a close eye on the first skeleton he had just killed. It lay unmoving where it had fallen, showing no signs of being revived. This suggested that there might not be a black obelisk nearby after all, which was certainly a relief. He continued to fight the rest of the undead, successfully evading each enemy attack. Since he wasn't hit even once during the fight, he couldn't gauge how much damage he might take now that he was afflicted by the fragile body curse. For a brief moment, Jake contemplated the idea of letting one of the skeleton soldiers score a hit with a bladed weapon, but he quickly dismissed it. He knew that eventually, one of his future opponents would be able to land a hit anyway. The thought of deliberately allowing a foe to strike him felt fundamentally wrong and went against all his instincts. Even though his damaged hand hadn't regenerated back yet, he had little trouble dealing with the undead one-handed. It didn't take him long to defeat all of them. Multiple enemies killed, plus 6,350 XP. All the undead lay where they had fallen, and there were no telltale signs of powerful magic at play. Satisfied that there weren't any black obelisks nearby to resurrect the undead he had just killed, Jake turned his attention to the sepulchres he had noticed earlier. A dozen of them lined each wall of the long hall, each rectangular and capped with a thick, flat lid. Jake closed his eyes and activated mana vision. He turned his head this way and that, noticing several blue glowing lights around him. Some of the sepulchres contained mana consumables, which was excellent news for him. Having drained some of this magical energy since entering the dungeon, he welcomed the opportunity to replenish his mana reserves. He opened his eyes and approached one of the sepulchres. The granite lid that covered it was incredibly heavy, but it posed no challenge to Jake's inhuman strength. He pushed the slab aside using one hand only, causing the lid to drop into the gap between the sepulchre and the wall with a resonant thud. Jake leaned in to peer inside and spotted a skeleton dressed in tattered clothes. The interior of the sepulchre was bathed in the blue glow of a large mana consumable. For a brief moment, however, he found himself staring at the skeleton, half expecting it to spring to life and attack. But it never happened, and he redirected his attention to the large mana item. It was a crystal containing 5000 MP, which was a fantastic find. He crushed the crystal in his hand, extracting the mana from it. Then, he inspected the rest of the sepulchres that contained mana consumables. Although he didn't find any more crystals, he did locate a couple of chunks, each containing 1000 MP, as well as several shards holding 500 MP each. After that, Jake glanced at the rest of the closed sepulchres. The only valuable items for him were mana consumables, but out of curiosity, he decided to check them anyway. Most of the sepulchres held no treasure, only inanimate skeletons, some debris, frayed, weathered scraps of fabric, or sometimes nothing at all. In one of the sepulchres, he spotted a splintered piece of metal emblem about the size of his palm. Since it was only a fragment of the whole, with the rest of the emblem missing, it was difficult to determine its original shape. Nevertheless, Jake couldn't shake the impression that it resembled a triangular shield. He attempted to summon its description, but nothing happened. He dropped the shard back inside and continued exploring the hall. When he checked another sepulchre, a few bat-like monsters suddenly erupted from within and immediately attacked him. Reacting swiftly, he dodged their strikes without sustaining any injuries. He fought back and quickly dealt with them, with the threat neutralized. He resumed his exploration of the remaining sepulchres. When he pushed the slab off another sepulchre, magical symbols suddenly flared up on its sides. Sensing the imminent danger, he quickly leapt back. However, he was a split second too late. A magical explosion erupted from within the sepulchre, and searing flames grazed him, inflicting some fire damage to his skin. Luckily, the harm wasn't too severe, as he had jumped away in time, successfully increasing the distance between himself and the sepulchre. When he approached the sepulchre and peered inside, he found it empty. Despite having been protected by a magical trap, there was absolutely nothing of value inside. He pressed on. Now aware that some sepulchres could be safeguarded by wards, he began to reach out with his senses to detect magical traps before opening any of them. These wards became visible only when activated, and in their dormant state, they were very hard to detect. He had to push his senses to their limits to catch the almost undetectable hum that emanated from a sepulchre protected by wards. As it turned out, not all the magically protected sepulchres were secured by fire traps. When triggered, one of them caused a frost explosion instead of a fiery burst, sending icy clouds filled with thousands of sparkling particles swirling in every direction. Jake managed to jump back just in time, narrowly avoiding the frost cloud's effects. It spread several yards outward before dissipating and vanishing completely. A different warded sepulchre detonated with an acidic explosion, unleashing a green cloud that billowed outward. Jake was able to avoid being hit by it as well. Thanks to detecting the traps beforehand, he was now always prepared to perform a mana-fused jump to escape a trap's effective range. The noxious cloud lingered in the air for a while before gradually dissipating. The sepulchre held nothing of value, though. Funny enough, most of the sepulchres protected by magical traps contained hardly anything of interest within them. In one of the other sepulchres, he finally found something interesting. It was a weapon, a one-handed, two-bladed axe with a wooden handle. It didn't look like much, though. Jake tried to summon its description and was mildly surprised when the details actually popped up in his mind. Name: Iron Battleleaks. Rarity: common. Primary effects: none. Temporary effects: none. Enchantments: none. Slots: none. This weapon actually possessed stats like those found in a typical fantasy role-playing game. Jake shouldn't have been surprised, though, considering this was a medieval-style dungeon. For a moment, he even contemplated taking the Battleleaks with him to test it out in battle. On the other hand, his claws, smash fists, and other weapons in his arsenal were already incredibly powerful. The Iron Battleleaks was merely a common weapon without any unique traits, making Jake skeptical that it would outperform the effectiveness of his own arsenal. The Iron Battleleaks was clearly meant for use by human survivors in close-range combat. Most of his weapons were already tailored for melee fighting, so he saw no reason to carry a weapon at least one of common rarity. Perhaps later on, he would find a weapon of higher rarity, epic, or if he was lucky, even legendary. Should he find such a weapon, he would certainly be inclined to take it with him. He examined the rest of the sepulchres, using his senses to detect any potential magical traps. Having mastered the technique of avoiding them, he pushed a slab aside and quickly jumped back, each time successfully evading the effects of whatever ward a sepulchre was protected with. At one point, he contemplated trying an alternative approach, using his tentacles to push the slab off a sepulchre from a safe distance. However, opting for that protective measure seemed unnecessary, particularly since each time he grew his tentacles, it consumed a certain amount of his mana. After inspecting the remaining sepulchres and discovering nothing useful, he proceeded to the far end of the long hall and entered the next tunnel, continuing his exploration of the dungeon. For a little while, Jake continued to explore the first floor of the dungeon, killing all the skeletons in his path and gaining XP. His hand, which had been reduced to a stump by the flame skeleton's torrent of fire, had regenerated some time ago, allowing him to fight at full strength once more. Every now and then, he stumbled upon sepulchres containing mana consumables. So far, he hadn't discovered anything new, though. Since finding the Iron Battleleaks in one of the previous sepulchres, he had yet to come across any new weapons. At some point, he ran into another black obelisk. Contrary to his earlier fears, these structures turned out to be quite rare, which definitely was a relief. At first, Jake wanted to bypass the magical structure, knowing it was quite difficult to destroy. However, remembering that those black obelisks had a wide effective range and were capable of reviving the undead in nearby chambers, he decided to take the time to destroy it. He employed the same successful tactic as before, dealing with the undead that the black obelisk kept reviving while making sure he wasn't hit by the lightning bolts it was unleashing. He waited for the magical structure to run out of energy while continuing to kill the undead it summoned. Once it was too exhausted to launch any more lightning bolts, Jake closed the distance to the obelisk and began punching it with his powerful smash fists. He continued to deliver haymakers to the structure until it finally couldn't withstand the onslaught and erupted in an explosion. The first time he had destroyed a black obelisk, he had earned access to the Void Temple. This time, however, nothing of the sort happened. Aside from receiving 10,000 XP for destroying the second black obelisk, nothing else noteworthy occurred. No new secrets were revealed. After destroying the second black obelisk, Jake checked how many experience points he currently had. XP, 40,515, 100 and 1,250. He needed to gain more than double his current XP to level up. Obliterating black obelisks might be quite troublesome, but on the other hand, it rewarded him with significant amounts of XP. It made sense for him to destroy each one he came across, particularly since there weren't too many of them around. There was little point in not trying to get as much XP as the dungeon had to offer. Jake continued wandering through the tunnels and halls of the dungeon for some time. Eventually, he stumbled upon a fairly large room. He paused at the entrance, taking in the expansive space. Aside from round columns, there was nothing else in the room. Wall-mounted flaming torches illuminated the whole area. In contrast to the other rooms he had explored, This one had just a single entrancier, the one he stood at now. The only enemy in the room occupied its center, a skeleton mage. The creature hovered motionlessly a couple of inches above the floor. Dressed in a long, tattered robe, the skeleton had what appeared to be a rune stone, roughly the size of a human palm, dangling from its neck at chest height, secured by a piece of rope. The mysterious symbol etched into the stone glowed red. The skeleton's left hand hung empty and at its side, while its right hand clutched a magical staff crowned with a luminous crystal ball. The skeleton noticed Jake but made no move toward him, likely waiting for him to enter the room before launching an attack. With a thought, Jake summoned the undead's description: Abyssal Lich, Flame Lord, A level 90. Elite. This creature was undoubtedly more powerful than any he had encountered before. Perhaps, the Abyssal Lich was even some sort of mini-boss. The moment Jake charged at the skeleton, it thrust the ball-topped staff in his direction. As Jake swiftly closed the distance to his target, he saw orange energy flow from the runestone dangling from the Lich's neck toward the staff's crystal ball, causing it to glow orange, seemingly charging it with magical energy. The light quickly grew more intense, and in the next instant, a blazing fireball shot toward him. Jake quickly dodged to the side as the magical projectile zipped past him, trailing fire. It struck the wall behind him, exploding and sending flames everywhere. The Lich had missed, but it wasn't done yet. Its staff hurled another fireball in his direction, prompting Jake to jump aside again. The Flame Lord kept unleashing fireball after fireball while Jake circled around the undead. One of the magical projectiles landed close to him. As he leapt aside to avoid the explosion, he felt the wave of heat radiating from the point of impact. He just had to hold on a little longer, as he knew the Lich couldn't keep casting fireballs indefinitely. With each attack, the crystal ball's glow faded, slowly draining the energy the runestone had charged it with. When the moment finally arrived, Jake charged straight toward the Lich. The undead creature seemed no more robust than any regular skeleton, leading Jake to believe he could take it down without much trouble. But getting within striking range proved to be a different story. The Lich raised its left hand toward him and unleashed a spell that affected Jake immediately. As the slowing effect enveloped him, Jake felt his movements become sluggish. The skeleton aimed its staff at him again, and he realized that, in this slowed state, he wouldn't be able to dodge the approaching projectile. Desperate, he opened his mouth and launched an acidic glob. He had no idea if it would do the trick, but he was out of options in his current predicament. The acidic glob shot from his mouth, moving slowly at first, but once it cleared his jaws, it became unaffected by the slowing debuff and quickly picked up speed. At that moment, the Lich fired a fireball from its staff, and the two magical projectiles collided at a midpoint between them. The impact caused the fireball to explode, but since Jake was at a safe distance, he took no damage. Suddenly, the debuff lifted, and Jake's speed surged back to normal. The Lich couldn't launch any more fireballs, as the last one had drained the staff's energy. Before the skeleton could draw additional magical energy from the runestone, Jake closed the distance. He raised his smash fist and swung a powerful haymaker at the Lich. Suddenly, the skeleton shot to the side, covering a dozen yards in the blink of an eye. It was clearly another magical spell in action. "You've got to be kidding me," Jake thought, realizing that getting close to his opponent wouldn't be easy. The Abyssal Lich's body appeared fragile, but actually getting within striking range was going to be challenging. It went on like this for several minutes. The Flame Lord would draw energy from the runestone to charge its staff, while Jake focused on dodging the barrage of fireballs. When the staff was out of energy, he'd rush to close the gap, only for the Lich to vanish, retreating a dozen yards away with a quick spell. Eventually, the Flame Lord's mana ran out, and it lost the ability to dash. The Lich was now unable to dodge Jake's attack, and the heavy strike he delivered sent the skeleton soaring across the room, smashing into the wall. Enemy killed. Plus 2500 XP. Just like that, the Abyssal Lich was dealt with. While the undead creature's magical powers were impressive, it turned out to be physically frail. The runestone suddenly stopped glowing. The moment it did, a ghostly figure seemed to emerge from the stone. For a moment, it hovered motionlessly above the body of the fallen Lich, and Jake took the opportunity to summon a description of the newly appeared ghostly creature. Shade A Fallen Lich Lord A level 90, Elite. It seemed the fight was not quite over yet. Suddenly, the Shade unleashed a golden energy wave that slithered through the air like a snake, moving at lightning speed. It struck him so suddenly that he had no chance to dodge. The energy wave flowed through him, leaving no trace of injury. However, a system notification suddenly appeared in his mind. You have been wounded for 7% by ethereal damage. It was odd. While his body bore no visible injuries, his HP had indeed dropped by 7%. The Shade surged toward him, slashing with its clawed hand. Jake deftly dodged the blow and retaliated with a punch, but his smash fist simply went through the body of the wraith-like entity. You must wield a weapon that delivers ethereal damage to harm this creature. Jake parted his jaws and shot an acidic glob at the Shade. Just as he had expected, the projectile passed right through its translucent form. Jake simply wanted to test it to be sure. The Shade darted away and unleashed a ranged attack once again. As before, a golden energy wave slithered through the air like a serpent, moving with such speed that he couldn't even initiate any evasive maneuver. You have been wounded for 9% by ethereal damage. There was no point in continuing to fight the enemy with auto-aim while none of his own weapons could even hurt it. He pivoted and sprinted toward the doorway he had entered. The Shade gave chase. Jake raced into the corridor and kept running. The wall-mounted torches flared to life as he dashed by. He knew from experience that they didn't react to the undead creatures roaming the dungeon. However, when he glanced back, he was able to clearly see the Shade chasing him thanks to the soft golden glow radiating from its form. The light illuminated the area around the ghostly figure, casting reflections on the walls and floor, making the Shade easy to spot in the oppressive darkness of the tunnel. When he was about halfway down the tunnel, the Shade suddenly lost interest in him. It turned in midair and flew back into the room. Jake watched it disappear from sight and made a mental note to return for a second round with the Shade once he acquired a weapon capable of harming this type of enemy. Jake wandered through the tunnels, chambers, and halls of the dungeon for a little while. After his encounter with the abyssal lich and the ghost-like creature that had emerged from the defeated skeleton, Jake had encountered no further opponents of equal strength. He was confident that there were other powerful creatures, similar to the abyssal lich he had defeated earlier, lurking within the deeper sections of the dungeon, but so far, he hadn't crossed paths with any more of them. He inspected each sepulchre he came across but had not discovered any new weapons yet. Some held mana consumables, from which he promptly siphoned mana, but other than that, they offered nothing of value. Eventually, he stumbled upon a chamber smaller than any he had previously explored. It had no openings aside from the one he had entered through. The room was dimly lit by wall-mounted torches and was empty, except for a towering structure that dominated the center. It was an imposing ark crafted from some silvery metal, several meters tall and at least 3 meters wide. It had a broad base that flared outward like the roots of a huge ancient tree. The top of the structure arched gracefully, resembling an open doorway to another realm. Jake stepped through the ark, but nothing happened. It was definitely some sort of portal, but it obviously was currently dormant. He gave a mental command to appraise the structure, and a piece of information immediately flashed in his mind. Gateway to floor 2, inactive. So, he was right. The system didn't bother to provide any information on how to activate the gateway, though. He then recalled studying the rules of dungeon crawling prior to entering the Maze of Torment. One of them outlined that his primary objective was to navigate through the first 4 floors, ultimately emerging on the 5th, which was essentially an arena for facing the dungeon boss. So he didn't need to meticulously explore every corner of each floor, as his main task was simply to locate the means to descend to the next level. However, it hadn't been mentioned that he would need to solve a puzzle to gain access to a lower floor. While he had located a gateway capable of transporting him to floor 2, he still needed to figure out how to activate the portal. He slowly circled the structure, inspecting it from every angle. The surface of the ark was embellished with intricate carvings that covered every inch. These deep yet fluid designs created spirals and swirls, forming a complex pattern that gave an illusion of movement in the dim light from the wall-mounted torches, as if the ark were caught in an eternal dance. While the gateway was currently dormant, Jake could feel it pulse faintly, its energy thrumming in the air around it. Even though the ark was inactive, it was clearly imbued with powerful magical energy. The chamber buzzed with an electric atmosphere, filled with a sense of anticipation. At one of the two bases of the ark, a subtle indentation at eye level caught his attention. It was a small, smooth, round notch, perfectly molded to accommodate a unique object. Unlike the intricate carvings of the ark, this area was bare, almost inviting a specific item to fulfill its intended purpose. Despite its ancient appearance, the ark seemed to hum with vitality, a dormant power just beneath the surface, ready to be awakened at the touch of the right key. So, an emblem-like key was required to be inserted into the notch, and once placed, the portal would supposedly activate, granting access to Floor 2. For a brief moment, Jake stared at the indentation, deep in thought. It was shaped like a triangular shield and was about the size of his palm. This detail sparked a memory. In one of the chambers where he had first discovered sepulchres, he had come across a sepulchre filled with various debris, where a glint of a metal shard had caught his eye. Though it was merely a fragment and not the complete object, it stood out among the debris, drawing his attention and compelling him to pick it up for a closer look. He remembered thinking that the complete piece must have been some sort of emblem or medallion, shaped like a shield. He had even tried to give a mental command to display the description of the metal shard, but no information had been given to him. Because of that, he concluded it was useless and dropped it back into the sepulchre. However, Jake was now beginning to believe that the shard could be part of the object needed to activate the gateway. It definitely seemed that the complete key must be an exact match for the shape and size of the indentation at the base of the ark. Lacking any better ideas for activating the gateway, he decided to retrieve the metal shard and look for other pieces. Based on the shard's size and the size of the indentation, he speculated there should be 2 or maybe 3 more fragments that would complete the whole. Once he found them all, he would return to the ark, assemble them, and fit them into the indentation. Would that work, though? After all, even when combined, those fragments wouldn't magically repair the key, as they would still be merely a collection of several separate pieces assembled together. On the other hand, during the tower climbing challenge, he had actually seen something like it. Several concrete pieces joined together to create a solid platform that led to the upper floors. Maybe a similar phenomenon could occur now. When assembled, the fragments might actually magically restore the key. In a world where magic existed, anything was possible. So while he couldn't say for certain whether his theory would work, he figured it was definitely worth a shot. With a final glance at the towering ark, he spun around and made his way across the chamber toward the exit. While exploring the first floor of the dungeon, he effortlessly memorized the various places he had visited and their positions relative to each other. His enhanced intelligence skill operated like a computer, generating a mental map of every location he explored, readily available in his mind. Thanks to the incredible memory provided by his skill, he could navigate the maze-like dungeon with ease, eliminating any risk of getting lost. Upon leaving the chamber, he accessed his mental map of the floor, and the path to the chamber where he had found one of the potential key fragments immediately formed in his mind. Much like a GPS navigation system, with a route to his destination calculated, he set off in the right direction, slipping into his usual brisk jog. It took him some time to return to the chamber where he had found the first fragment of the supposed key. The vast room remained unchanged during his absence, and no new enemies had emerged. Jake identified the correct sepulchre and made his way to it. The fragment of the supposed key was still nestled inside. He retrieved it and, after considering the best way to carry it, decided to hold it in his large mouth. He then continued to explore the dungeon, searching for more fragments. He dispatched every undead group he encountered along his way, gaining XP. So far, most of his enemies had been regular skeletons and zombies, and he had yet to encounter another elite monster. At some point, he checked his current experience. XP, 49,365, 101,250. It wouldn't be long before he leveled up again. Just a few more undead groups, and his level would go up. As he continued to explore the dungeon, he eventually entered a small rectangular room. It resembled many others he had passed through, except for the object that sat at its center. Before giving it any more attention, he quickly scanned his surroundings. There were no enemies in the small room. The flaming torches that adorned the walls cast a soft glow over the space. 4 corridors branched out from the room, one on each side. However, before moving on, he wanted to examine the small chest that sat at the center of the chamber. He appraised it with a thought. Primitive chest, common. No further information came to him. He cautiously made his way to the chest but stopped a safe distance away. By that point, he was well aware that various containers could be trapped, so he reached out with his senses in search of any telltale signs of a potential trap. He felt nothing, no hum, no vibrations, no electric charges in the air. If there was magical protection on the chest, it was so subtle that even his heightened senses could not pick it up. But he was still unsatisfied. While there didn't seem to be any wards on the chest, it could still be connected to a mechanical trap. He slowly circled the chest, inspecting it from every angle before returning to his original position. Having completed a full circle, nothing seemed out of place, and he finally allowed himself to approach the chest. Still, he remained on high alert, prepared to dash away if any trap he might have missed was triggered. He lowered himself into a crouch and grasped the lid of the chest. Nothing happened. He eased it open just an inch and froze again, all his senses on high alert. No signs of danger caught his attention. He continued to raise the lid slowly until the chest was fully open. Then he leaned in to look inside. Given that the chest was relatively small and of common rarity, he anticipated that it wouldn't hold much treasure inside, probably nothing of value. So, he wasn't surprised to find a single item at the bottom of the chest, a rather ordinary-looking sword with a short blade. He appraised it with a thought. Name: Holy Dagger. Rarity: common. Description: this is a lightweight and fast dagger featuring a slightly curved blade designed for swift slashing attacks. The alloy used to forge the dagger contains a unique metal, granting it the ability to inflict increased damage on undead creatures. Primary effects: inflicts 10% extra damage against undead foes. Temporary effects: none. Enchantments: none. Slots: none. After giving the matter some thought, he decided to leave the dagger where it was. Sure, it dealt an additional 10% damage to the undead, but he didn't need a weapon with a 10% increase in damage to the undead when he had his own weapons capable of dealing devastating amounts of damage to most kinds of monsters. After getting to his feet, he looked around, picked a random tunnel leading out of the small room, and pressed on. After navigating through various tunnels and halls of the dungeon, he soon entered a small rectangular room similar to the previous one. Like the earlier chamber, it was devoid of enemies to kill but had a chest sitting at its center. This chest was larger and appeared more refined than the primitive one he had discovered earlier. He appraised it with a thought. Quality chest: uncommon. This chest was one rarity level above the previous one. Just like last time, Jake reached out with his senses but discovered no wards guarding it. He walked around the chest, inspecting it from every angle, and quickly spotted a thin thread extending from one corner down to the floor, vanishing into a small hole near the base. Severing the thread would deactivate the trap, but Jake was curious about what would happen if the trap was triggered. So, maintaining a safe distance, he sprouted a bladed tentacle from his back. He extended it to its full length toward the chest and wedged the tip of the blade between the chest and the lid. He thrust the blade deeper and then began to lift the lid. When it was halfway up, the thread stretched taut, and as he lifted the lid a little higher, it easily severed in two. Immediately, several spears shot down from the high ceiling, striking the floor just before the chest, precisely where Jake would have been crouched if he had opened it with his hands. The spears clanked against the cobbled floor, and everything went quiet once again. He looked up, but just like in all the previous rooms and tunnels, the high ceiling was completely obscured by the supernatural darkness that even his inhuman sight couldn't penetrate. Using his tentacle, Jake fully opened the lid, then stood up and approached the chest. He leaned in to look inside. At the bottom rested two items, a battle-axe and what looked like a medallion with a chain. One by one, he appraised them with a thought. Name: ethereal battle-axe. Rarity: uncommon. Description: Crafted from spectral matter, this Battle-Axe can inflict harm on ghosts, wraiths, and other undead beings that lack a physical form. Primary effects: increases damage dealt to ghosts by 25%. Temporary effects: none. Enchantments: none. Slots: none. With that weapon, he could kill the shade that had emerged from the abyssal lush. Jake took the weapon from the chest, giving it a closer look. It appeared immaterial, made of some strange semi-transparent matter that allowed him to see through it. Whatever it was, it didn't look like glass. Instead, it resembled see-through mist, which was constantly shifting inside while maintaining the shape of a double-bladed axe. Having never seen anything like it before, Jake simply kept staring at it for a moment as if mesmerized by the unusual sight. Finally, he put the weapon aside and turned his attention to the second item resting at the bottom of the chest. Name: Ethereal Protective Medallion. Rarity: Uncommon. Description: this magical medallion offers protection from all forms of ethereal attacks by absorbing them. Once its energy is depleted, the medallion must be recharged in order to be effective once again. Primary effects: provides protection to the wearer against ethereal damage. Temporary effects: none. Enchantments: none. Slots: none. So this medallion could protect him against the shade's attacks, which was great. He quickly hung it around his neck. After retrieving the Battle-Axe from where he had set it down a moment before, he rose to his feet. Now that he had a means of harming the shade and was protected against its attacks, it was time for a rematch. He consulted his mental map of the dungeon to get his bearings and set off. Jake continued to explore the dungeon, wielding the phantom-like Battle-Axe in one hand. It wasn't long before he came across another group of undead. He wasn't sure if the ethereal Battle-Axe could harm regular undead or if it was designed solely for use against ghost-like foes. He decided to test the weapon on the undead group to see for himself. He charged at the closest skeleton, swinging the Battle-Axe at the undead. He wasn't particularly surprised when he saw the Battle-Axe pass right through the skeleton's ribcage, inflicting no damage at all, as if it were made of air. Having learned what he needed, Jake dropped the Battle-Axe and immediately ducked as the skeleton thrust the sword it was armed with at him. He countered with a powerful punch of his left smash fist against the skeleton's skull, shattering it easily as if it were a porcelain vase. Before the defeated skeleton could even drop to the cobbled floor, Jake was already dealing with the other undead. It didn't take him long to dispatch the whole group. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 6,350 XP. Jake picked up the ethereal Battle-Axe and then checked his current experience. XP: 68,415, 101,250. He continued navigating through the tunnels and halls of the dungeon until he finally reached the chamber where he had defeated the abyssal lush. The shade was still in the room, motionlessly hovering above the floor at the center of the chamber. Jake wasted no time charging at the shade. It quickly became aware of him and lunged forward. A serpent-like wave of energy lashed out from the shade, striking him instantly and giving him no chance to dodge it. However, since he wore a special medallion around his neck, he sustained no damage this time. The ethereal protective medallion absorbed 8% of ethereal damage. Jake reached the shade and swung the Battle-Axe at it. Instead of passing through, the blade sank deep into the ghostly form, as if it were made of flesh. The shade writhed in agony, releasing a piercing shriek before darting away from him, covering a dozen yards in the blink of an eye. It attacked him with a wave of ethereal energy once more, striking him immediately. The ethereal protective medallion absorbed 7% of ethereal damage. As Jake approached the shade, he swung his Battle-Axe once more, dealing some damage to his ethereal foe. After that, the ghostly undead quickly darted away from him again, countering with a wave of energy. It went on like this for several minutes. After every blow Jake landed on the shade, it would quickly retreat and counter with a wave of energy that his medallion absorbed. Finally, when he struck the shade once more with his Battle-Axe, it let out a piercing shriek before bursting into a brilliant flash and disappearing. Enemy killed. Plus 3,000 XP. Jake waited a moment, half expecting something else to happen, or perhaps another enemy would suddenly appear or some reward would be granted to him for defeating such a tricky foe. However, nothing of the sort occurred, and apart from gaining XP, he received no other reward. He glanced at the motionless body of the abyssal lich, still lying in the same spot. The runestone remained as inert as before, and the magical staff topped with a crystal ball lay nearby, also inactive. Jake glanced at his medallion, gripping it with his free hand. He appraised it with a thought, and a piece of info popped up in his mind. Ethereal Protective Medallion, 46%. The medallion's energy was down by more than 50%. When it reached 0, it would need to be recharged to be effective again. Jake had no clue how to do that. He attempted to draw some mana from his body into the medallion, but nothing happened. He wasn't even sure if he could do something like that. Well, perhaps he would be able to figure out how to recharge the medallion at a later time. He continued to explore the dungeon, searching for other key fragments. It took him quite a while, as they were spread out over a significant distance, tucked away in various sepulchres, much like the very first one. Each time he discovered a new fragment, he would remove the previous ones from his mouth and piece them together. However, they didn't stick, remaining just separate pieces of the key. There were 4 fragments in total, and when Jake found the last one, he crouched down and assembled them all on the floor, forming a shield-shaped key. He stared at it for a moment, wondering if, with all the fragments found and combined, the key might magically restore itself. However, nothing happened. Maybe the key would magically restore itself when he brought the fragments to the portal. Thanks to his mental map of the dungeon, Jake navigated the countless tunnels and chambers with ease. He quickly found his way back to the room with the dormant portal. Once he arrived, he approached the arch and retrieved the key fragments from his mouth. Crouching down, he laid them on the floor and began to assemble them once again. Just like before, the fragments didn't magically fuse into a complete whole. Jake could sense the magical energy radiating from the dormant portal, but it had no effect on the fragments. Perhaps they would meld together if he inserted them into the indentation. Gently, he gripped the shield-shaped fragments, ensuring they remained pressed together. Then he stood up and approached one of the 2 bases of the arch. He studied the indentation positioned at eye level, noting that it was shaped to match the key formed by the fragments. The notch seemed perfectly designed to accommodate the key he held in his hands. With great care, ensuring the fragments didn't separate, he inserted them into the indentation. It turned out to be slightly smaller than the key, requiring Jake to apply a bit of pressure. As he pushed it in, he heard a soft clicking sound. Jake kept his hands pressed against the fragments seated in the indentation. For a moment, he hesitated, worried that the 4 pieces might slip out once he let go. However, when he finally withdrew his hands, he was relieved to find the fragments securely held in place within the indentation. However, nothing changed. Even with the key inserted into the notch, the portal remained dormant. The key didn't magically repair itself as Jake had hoped, and the portal seemed to ignore it entirely, even though the fragments had been placed exactly where they were meant to go. Perhaps there was another key, an intact one, that he just needed to find. But where could it be? Up to this point, he had only stumbled upon fragments. Was there really supposed to be a complete key hidden somewhere in the dungeon? He found it hard to believe. By now, he had explored most of the first floor, yet had not come across any indication of an intact key. Anyway, the key fragments were seated firmly in the indentation. Aside from shattering them into even smaller pieces with his smash fists, there seemed to be no way to extract them from the notch now. Jake took a step back, gazing up at the imposing arch of the dormant portal. He was still definitely missing something. But what? He decided to examine the arch once more, this time with greater care. He walked around the base with the indentation that held the inserted key, but nothing new caught his eye. He then shifted to the other base, moving slowly as he scrutinized it from every angle. As he had noticed the last time, the entire surface of the towering structure was adorned with intricate carvings. Swirling designs covered every inch of the arch. Jake hadn't paid much attention to the patterns before, but now, as he examined them more closely, He discerned what appeared to be 3 symbols placed at eye level among the elaborate motifs. The symbols were woven into the intricate swirling patterns so seamlessly that it was really difficult to detect them unless you looked very closely. He stepped closer to the base of the arch for a better look. The 3 mysterious symbols were carved into the surface, one above the other. Jake had no idea what they meant, but the top symbol looked strangely familiar. It took him a moment to recall where he had seen it. The runestone that hung around the abyssal lish's neck bore the same symbol etched into its surface. Was it merely a coincidence, or did it signify something? Jake was convinced it wasn't just a coincidence. After all, this was a dungeon filled with monsters, traps, and puzzles. The symbols on the arch and the runestone of the lish had to be linked somehow. Before he left, Jake glanced once more at the 3 symbols, etching them into his memory. Then he pivoted and made his way back to the chamber where he had defeated the abyssal lish and the shade. Upon returning to the chamber where he had defeated the abyssal lish, Flame Lord, Jake approached the skeleton's lifeless form. He crouched down, reaching for the runestone that dangled from the lish's neck. He examined the mysterious symbol etched into the runestone's surface, mentally comparing it to the top symbol engraved on the arch, which he had memorized. They indeed appeared identical, but he wasn't sure yet what it might mean. Transforming his left hand into claws, he used them to tear the rope securing the runestone. Reverting his claws back to a human-like hand, he gripped the stone and rose to his feet, his gaze still fixed on the symbol. While he couldn't pinpoint its meaning, he could see that the symbol vaguely resembled a flame. During his battle with the flame abyssal lish, the skeleton had siphoned energy from the runestone into its staff, granting it the ability to launch fireballs. This runestone had clearly harbored the power of fire magicka. At least, it had at one time. Now, however, the symbol lay dormant, no longer glowing, indicating that the runestone was depleted of energy. However, he guessed that it could be recharged somehow. He recalled the other 2 symbols carved into the arch of the portal. The symbol beneath the fiery one gave him an impression of ice, while the bottom symbol resembled a smoky splatter, giving him an impression of acid. If the first symbol represented fire magic and the second indicated frost, then the third likely signified acid, poison, or something akin to that. So, if his guess was correct, it indicated that there should be 2 more runestones similar to the one he held. The question of where to find them was becoming increasingly obvious. He had acquired the fire runestone from a flame abyssal lish. This suggested that 2 other similar creatures were lurking somewhere on this floor, one with a frost rune and the other with an acid or poison one. He just had to track them down. Jake pressed on through the dungeon for some time, dispatching every undead group that crossed his path. Eventually, he stumbled upon another black obelisk. However, he chose to leave it alone for now, as his primary objective was to locate the remaining runestones. He felt he had explored most of the first floor by that point, but there were still areas he hadn't ventured into yet. At some point, after eliminating another bunch of undead, he checked his current experience. XP, 87,520, 100 and 1,250. Finally, he discovered a chamber with a familiar foe inside. The skeleton hovered motionlessly a few inches above the cobbled floor, clad in a long robe and gripping a crystal-topped staff in one hand. A runestone adorned its neck, and a mysterious symbol etched into its surface pulsed with an eerie blue light. It was definitely identical to the second symbol engraved on the portal's arch. Abyssal Lish Frost Lord A level 90. Elite. The skeleton bore a striking resemblance to the previous abyssal lish he had defeated, save for the different runestone hanging from its neck. The frost lish detected his presence at the entrance but made no attempt to advance, waiting for him to step into the chamber before launching an attack. Knowing that his ethereal battle axe would be ineffective against an undead creature with a physical body, Jake let the weapon fall to the floor. He also dropped the fire runestone he held in his other hand. He had made a point not to carry it in his mouth, as he occasionally used acidic spit in battles against the undead, which was a powerful ability that could damage anything in its path. Keeping the runestone safe was a priority, so he carried it in his hand and dropped it to the floor when he was about to confront an undead foe. Jake burst into a sprint toward the lish. The skeleton quickly aimed its staff at him, and a wave of energy surged from the runestone toward the crystal atop the staff, charging it. In the next instant, several projectiles that resembled icicles shot through the air toward him like missiles. Those frost shards, or whatever they were called, were pretty large and robust looking. He sidestepped one of the icy projectiles, which whizzed harmlessly over his head. Another shot was so far off that he barely needed to move, missing him by a wide margin. However, the Lich had simultaneously launched over a dozen ice shards at slightly varying angles, causing them to spread out widely and making it impossible for him to evade every one of them. One of the icy projectiles struck him in the shoulder, embedding itself an inch into his flesh. The adaptive armor quickly grew an additional plate at the point of impact, but whether due to the overwhelming power of the Lich's magic or the effects of the fragile body curse, which rendered him extremely vulnerable to piercing damage, the frost shard managed to break through his armor. Another shard thrust into his thigh, burying itself in his flesh, the tip of the icy projectile sticking from the other side of his leg. Jake was about to pull the shard from his shoulder but then realized it wasn't necessary, as it was already beginning to melt. At the pace it was turning into liquid, it would be fully converted to water in just a few seconds. Sensing that it would be pointless to remove it now, he decided to leave the shards embedded in his body as he continued to dodge the other icy projectiles the Lich was sending his way. Then, suddenly, the barrage ceased. The two projectiles had melted into water, leaving gaping holes in his body, from which mana was seeping out. Enhanced regeneration was tirelessly working to mend his wounds, but he knew he would lose a portion of his mana before they were fully sealed. Jake refused to let himself dwell on that, as defeating the Lich was his priority. With the barrage ceased, he charged at his undead foe. The skeleton leaned in, its jaws creaking open. Realizing it was about to unleash another ability, Jake immediately darted to the side. A wave of frigid air surged from the Lich's mouth, carrying with it thousands of sparkling particles, rapidly forming a vast blue cloud that spread in all directions. Despite having leapt aside, Jake was still partially enveloped by the chilling mist. You have just gotten a negative effect, mild frostbite. All your movements will be slightly slowed down for a short amount of time. Although his movements were indeed hampered, they weren't significantly slowed. Jake moved around the gradually dissipating blue cloud and approached the Lich from the other side. Unlike the Abyssal Lich, Flame Lord, his current foe didn't possess the ability to instantly shift several yards away, leaving it wide open for the two powerful punches Jake unleashed. The first one shattered its ribcage, and the second one caused its skull to blow apart in an explosion of bone shards. What was left of the skeleton dropped to the floor. Enemy killed. Plus 2,500 XP. Jake quickly severed the rope that held the runestone around the skeleton's neck and grabbed the stone, cradling it in one hand. The symbol glowed for a fleeting second before fading into darkness. Almost immediately, a familiar ghostly figure began to emerge from the fallen Lich's body. In his previous encounter, the shade had seemed to emerge from the very fire runestone of the fallen Flame Abyssal Lich. Now, however, it became clear he had been mistaken. The new shade was manifesting from the Frost Lich's body instead of the runestone, which was now held in his hand. Wheeling around, Jake sprinted toward the exit where he had left the fire runestone and the ethereal battle leaks. He dropped the frost rune next to the fire one, then picked up the battle leaks and turned back to face the shade. The battle against the shade proved to be relatively simple, as all the damage it inflicted was absorbed by his ethereal protective medallion. As he landed the final strike, the shade erupted in a dazzling light before disintegrating into nothing. Enemy killed. Plus 3,000 XP. Once the battle ended, Jake inspected his medallion to gauge its remaining energy. To his dismay, he found only 15% left. Unless he could figure out a way to recharge it, facing the shade that would emerge from the final Abyssal Lich would be quite tough, as he would be left defenseless against most of its attacks. He checked his current experience. XP, 93,100 and 1,250. It wouldn't be long before he leveled up now. He returned to the exit of the chamber where the two inactive runestones lay on the floor. While he now had two runestones in his possession, both were devoid of magical energy. Jake doubted anything would happen if he brought them to the portal, He was pretty much sure they needed to somehow be charged with magical energy to have any effect on the portal. Strangely enough, once he killed the frost lich, its runestone had almost immediately lost its charge. Perhaps he should have snatched the stones from the liches before defeating them, or not kill them at all. While the thought of not killing the liches crossed his mind, it didn't feel right. After all, wasn't it the purpose of dungeons to defeat their monsters? Anyway, he decided to try to snatch the runestone from the last lich he would encounter, hoping to keep its energy intact. If that didn't do the trick, he would have to find some way to charge the runestones. With that plan in mind, he set off in search of the final abyssal lich. A bolt whizzed past his shoulder. Another thunked against an additional plate that his adaptive armor skill instantly created at the point of impact. Several skeleton archers continued firing their crossbows, but before turning his attention to them, he first needed to kill the undead soldiers that surrounded him from all directions. With a swipe of his left arm sword, he took the head from the shoulders of one skeleton. With a powerful swing of his right sword, he severed another skeleton's body in half, easily shattering its ribs. A third skeleton swung its long sword at him, but Jake quickly deflected the blow with one of his arm swords and instantly delivered a fatal strike to his undead opponent with the other. Both his swords and smash fists proved equally effective against undead creatures, allowing him to use them interchangeably in battle to advance both abilities. Once he finished dealing with the soldiers, he rushed toward the archers, retracting his swords and transforming his hands into smash fists. He punched one of the archers in the head, causing it to blow apart in an explosion of bone. With his other oversized hand, he grabbed another skeleton by the head and squeezed, easily crushing the skull in his grip. Behind the first two archers stood two more skeletons, who had already readied their crossbows. Almost simultaneously, they fired at him. He ducked, feeling one bolt whiz past his head, while another struck his shoulder and bounced off. Despite the fragile body curse affecting him, his adaptive armor did an admirable job of protecting him from regular attacks. Once he reached the last two archers, he dispatched them as easily as he had the previous two. He quickly spun around, scanning the area for any remaining enemies to kill, but there were none left. Just like that, another group of undead had been defeated. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 7,230 XP. Jake reverted his smash fists back into normal hands and headed to the spot where he had dropped his belongings before engaging the undead. As he walked down the tunnel, he took a moment to check his current experience. XP, 100,250 101,250. He was on the verge of gaining another level. Leaning down, he picked up the ethereal battle-axe with one hand and the rune stones with the other. Straightening up, he glanced at the stones. He had two, meaning he still needed to find the last one. Clenching the battle-axe in one hand and the rune stones in the other, he continued searching. He kept on exploring the first floor of the dungeon until he finally discovered a chamber containing the final abyssal lich. It hovered at the center of the room, looking exactly like the previous two liches he had previously defeated, except for a different runestone hanging around its neck. Abyssal Lich Plague Lord A level 90, Elite. Jake placed his belongings on the floor near the entrance of the chamber and charged at the lich. As expected, the skeleton immediately began to draw magical energy from the runestone to the tip of its staff, powering it up. When the lich pointed its staff at him, Jake was ready. He leapt aside just as the lich unleashed what appeared to be acidic globs from the top of its staff. The magical projectile zipped through the air with astonishing speed. Jake successfully dodged several, but avoiding them all proved impossible. One glob splattered against his side, eating away at his hardened flesh. While the damage wasn't severe, it was still excruciatingly unpleasant. Jake vowed to do everything he could to avoid getting hit again. As soon as the staff ran out of energy drawn from the rune, Jake made a beeline for the lich. The skeleton was already channeling another surge of energy from the rune stone, but before the process was complete, Jake closed the distance to his opponent. Instead of launching an attack, however, he did something else. With one hand, Jake grabbed the rune stone, while with the claws on the other hand, He severed the rope from which it hung. The skeleton appeared taken aback by this sudden turn of events. It attempted to snatch the runestone from Jake's grasp, but he retaliated by slashing at the reaching hand with his claws, serving it at the wrist. He wanted to swipe at the leash once more, but it suddenly dashed away from him, covering over a dozen yards in the blink of an eye. The skeleton aimed its staff at Jake again, but now lacking the runestone, it was unable to unleash its acidic projectiles. Instead, a bolt of lightning shot forward. Jake managed to dodge it while continuing his charge toward the opponent. The leash launched another bolt of lightning, and this time, Jake wasn't able to evade it. However, being a standard magical attack, it caused minimal damage. Other than momentarily causing him to stumble, it hardly affected his speed. When Jake reached the lash, it instantly dashed away again before he could strike. Undeterred, he continued to pursue it, expertly dodging the lightning attacks it unleashed. Now that the lash was without the runestone and dependent solely on its own mana, Jake knew he just needed to wait until its magical energy ran out. For several minutes, the chase continued until the lash finally exhausted the mana it had. Now unable to evade Jake's attacks, the creature became vulnerable, and he seized the opportunity to deliver a crushing blow, causing its skull to burst apart. Enemy killed. Plus 2500 XP. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level went up from 80 to 81. You have gained 5 SP. Realizing a shade was about to emerge from the fallen lash's body, Jake spun around and dashed toward the exit where he had left his belongings. He dropped the stolen runestone, which was still glowing, next to the other two, and picked up his ethereal battle leaks. By the time he turned back to face the shade, it had fully materialized from the lash's remains. The ghost-like enemy struck him with a serpent-like wave of energy, hitting him with remarkable precision and inflicting 8% ethereal damage, which was absorbed by his medallion. By the time Jake closed in on the shade, it unleashed another attack that dealt an additional 7% ethereal damage. With the medallion having only 15% energy left before the fight, Jake realized that any further attacks from the shade would now affect him directly. After swinging his battleaxe at the shade, Jake landed a solid hit, eliciting a shriek of pain from his foe. The shade quickly dashed away, countering with a wave of energy that struck him in the middle of his torso, inflicting 9% ethereal damage. The exchange of attacks continued for several more minutes. By the time Jake landed the final blow on the shade, he had lost 35% of his health, definitely less than he had feared. His enhanced regeneration was already kicking in, starting to heal his internal wounds. He earned 3000 XP for defeating the shade. Having leveled up after defeating the lash, Jake took a moment to review his stats. None of his skills or abilities had yet reached 100%, and all them were already fully upgraded. With no other options available, he decided to allocate his skill points to improve his attributes. Body, 72A75. Mind, 73A75. Magic, 75. Jake proceeded to examine his medallion. It was drained of energy and unable to protect him from ethereal damage any longer. Still, he opted to keep it slung around his neck, thinking that he might find a way to recharge it later. He then glanced at his battleaxe, wondering whether he still needed it now that the 3 lashes were defeated and the runestones acquired. Unsure of what lay ahead, he also decided to keep the battleaxe for the time being, just in case he encountered ghostly foes again. He made his way back to the exit and picked up the 3 runestones from the cobbled floor. The plague runestone pulsed with an eerie light, a clear sign that it was still brimming with magical energy. In contrast, the symbols etched into the other 2 runestones remained dull and lifeless. Although he doubted the depleted stones would be of much use, he decided to take them all to the portal and see what would happen when he brought them there. Jake returned to the portal. Nothing had changed in the chamber during his absence. There were no enemies lurking in the room, and the portal remained just as dormant as before. He stepped closer to the arch and looked at the fragments of the key, which were still inserted in the indentation at one of the 2 bases. Jake set the ethereal battleaxe down on the cobbled floor and walked to the other side of the arch, once again examining the 3 symbols engraved into its surface. They looked strikingly similar to the runestones he clutched in one hand. With each passing moment, he became more and more convinced that the runestones and the symbols on the arch were linked in some way. As he took another step toward the base of the arch, vibrations pulsing from one of the runestones caught his attention. He opened his hand to examine the 3 runestones resting in his palm. The glow from the plague runestone intensified noticeably, and he felt it tremble slightly, a distinct shift from its earlier calm behavior. Jake took the plague runestone with his other hand and held it out toward the bottom symbol, which matched the one etched into the stone. The glow intensified a fraction more, and the stone trembled more vigorously. Now, Jake could even hear a faint humming sound emanating from the runestone. With each step closer to the base of the arch, the glow, hum, and tremble of the plague runestone intensified. When he was only a few yards from the dormant portal, something else happened. The plague runestone in his hand grew warm, the heat seemingly emanating from within, pulsing from its very core. Jake continued to approach the base of the portal, eyeing the 3 engraved symbols, unsure about what might happen when he got close enough. As he took another step toward the arch, the plague stone trembled so vigorously that Jake had to tighten his grip to prevent it from slipping from his hand. He wrapped his fingers firmly around the stone, and from between them, a bright greenish light burst forth between his fingers, growing stronger with every step he took closer to the portal. The stone heated up to the brink of being uncomfortable to hold, the warmth seeping deep into Jake's palm and fingers. As he clutched it tighter, he could feel the energy radiating from it, pulsing rhythmically like a heartbeat. The humming kept increasing, growing so loud that it drowned out the murmurs of the dormant magical portal itself. Then, as he stepped even closer to the arch, closing the distance to just 2 yards, something unexpected occurred. The runestone trembled violently in Jake's grasp, compelling him to grip it even tighter. Suddenly, he noticed a wave of energy spilling from between his fingers, gliding through the air toward the bottom symbol engraved on the arch, drawn to it like iron to a magnet. Jake wasn't sure if the energy was willingly flowing from the runestone or if the symbol was actively siphoning it away. In the end, it didn't really matter, only the result did. For several seconds, Jake watched the energy flow from the plague runestone toward the symbol. As the energy transferred, the rune's glow faded while the symbol began to glow with the same greenish hue, growing brighter and brighter. Then, just as quickly, it was suddenly all over. The plague runestone no longer glowed. It emitted no humming sounds or radiated warmth. It lost its heat just as quickly as it stopped glowing. Now that it no longer trembled, Jake loosened his grip on the stone. He opened his hand to glance at it. The stone was lifeless and inactive, just like the other 2 resting in his other palm. The plague symbol engraved on the arch's surface was the exact opposite now, brightly pulsing with an eerie greenish light. Suddenly, a transition of the magical energy began. Various motifs and wavy lines stretching from the glowing plague symbol started to kind of fill with illumination. The glow flowed along those lines, first moving upward, then, following the gentle curve at the top of the arch. Jake could see that those engraved lines ran along the curve of the arch's top, down the opposite side, and eventually reached the indentation where the 4 fragments of the key were inserted. Then the process suddenly stopped right at the curved top of the arch before the greenish glow could have reached the key. Jake turned his attention back to the plague symbol and noticed that while it was still glowing, its light was much fainter now, barely illuminating its surroundings. This suggested that the magical energy drawn from the plague runestone wasn't sufficient to carry the magical energy along the engraved motifs and lines all the way to the key. Jake noticed that only some of the engraved motifs and lines were illuminated by the energy of the plague symbol. Those that started from the other 2 symbols remained dark. This suggested that the remaining motifs required power from the other 2 symbols to activate. The symbols themselves could draw energy from the runestones, as Jake had just learned. So he only needed to charge them with energy. But how could he accomplish that? Jake pondered the issue for a moment, and soon an idea struck him. He recalled the black obelisks he had seen on various occasions. His thoughts drifted back to the very first one he had encountered. Before he destroyed it, he had witnessed it do something interesting. It had used its energy to repeatedly revive the undead he had defeated. However, At some point, it did something different to it. Not only revived one of the skeletons but also infused it with magical energy, granting it the ability to wield fire magic and transforming the skeleton into a much more powerful version of itself. He had also witnessed the black obelisk imbuing the undead with other types of magical energy, namely frost and plague on his, granting them the ability to wield elemental magic. So his idea was that perhaps he could use a black obelisk to charge his rune stones with magical energy. He wasn't certain if it would work, but it was worth a shot, especially since he didn't have any other options at the moment. He had a feeling his idea might actually work. The good thing was that he hadn't destroyed all the black obelisks yet. He consulted his mental map for the location of the nearest one and set off. It didn't take him long to arrive at one of the black obelisks he had discovered earlier. He was glad he hadn't destroyed every single one he had encountered, because if his idea worked as well as he hoped, he would soon gain access to the second floor of the dungeon. The black obelisk was positioned at the center of a four-way intersection. Jake stopped at a safe distance from the imposing structure. He needed it to unleash magical energy, with which he might be able to charge his rune stones, but the obelisk would only do so in the presence of undead nearby. That was why he had allowed a group of skeletons to follow him for a while. He glanced over his shoulder at the tunnel he had just emerged from. Only the two wall-mounted torches closest to him were lit, leaving the rest of the tunnel in darkness. For that reason, he couldn't see the undead shuffling along the tunnel yet, but he could hear them as they were gradually getting closer. He waited. When the first of the undead finally emerged from the dark section of the tunnel, he prepared for battle. A skeleton archer took aim and fired its crossbow at him. Jake effortlessly dodged the bolt but refrained from rushing at the undead, knowing he needed them to get closer to the black obelisk. At last, a few drew near, and he sprang into action, quickly engaging them. It took little time and effort for him to eliminate the threat. Multiple enemies killed, plus 6,135 XP. The cobbled floor was now littered with the remains of the undead he had just defeated. Jake waited, and soon, his patience was rewarded. Some of the mysterious symbols etched into the black obelisk began to glow, and the defeated skeletons' bodies started to reassemble. The process was pretty quick. Just a few seconds later, all the skeletons were animated and ready to fight once again. Unfortunately, the black obelisk hadn't turned any of them into elite, so he hadn't had a chance to charge his rune stones yet. He had no choice but to defeat the undead again, hoping the obelisk would make use of its ability after that. Since he had already defeated this group of undead, he received no XP for killing them again. The same symbols flared to life on all four sides of the obelisk, and the defeated skeleton sprawled around the structure began to rise once more. Then, additional symbols ignited, and a torrent of energy flowed from the top of the obelisk toward one of the skeletons, wrapping it in a warm orange glow. This was the moment Jake had been waiting for. The black obelisk was bestowing fire magic upon the skeleton, and hopefully, he would be able to charge his flame rune stone with this energy. The skeleton, surrounded by an orange glow, lifted a few inches off the ground and hovered motionlessly in the air as the wave of energy continued to flow toward it. Jake rushed to where he had set down the rune stones and grabbed the one with a flame-like symbol engraved on it. He then hurried back to the beam of the energy, holding the flame rune stone toward it. He wasn't sure if his idea would work at all, so he was pleasantly surprised when a tentacle of energy snaked from the main flow toward the rune stone in his hand, as if drawn to it. The symbol engraved on the front of the stone flared to life, gradually glowing brighter as it filled with magical energy. Meanwhile, the main wave continued to flow toward the skeleton hovering in the air, infusing it with fire magic. Once the flame rune stone was filled with magical energy to the brim, the secondary flow ceased to exist. Jake looked at the now glowing runestone in his hand. 1 down, 2 to go. He hurried back to the corner where he had left the frost and plague runestones on the floor and placed the charged flame runestone beside the other two. He quickly glanced around. The skeleton, being imbued with fire magic, was nearing the completion of its transformation into an elite version of itself. Jake knew from experience that elite skeletons were incredibly tough opponents. He would much rather stop the process of transformation than face the elite flame skeleton. The only issue was that he had no idea how to disrupt the transformation. Attacking the black obelisk was out of the question because the structure still brimmed with energy and could trigger defense mechanisms against an attacker, like unleashing lightning bolts on assailants. So Jake didn't have another option than to wait for the transformation to finish and defeat the undead, including the elite flame skeleton once again. The revived undead attacked him all at once, but Jake focused entirely on the elite flame skeleton. Since it posed the greatest threat, it needed to be dealt with first. Soon enough, all the undead were defeated once again. The black obelisk wasted no time in beginning to resurrect them. This time, rather than a single beam, multiple rays of energy shone from the top of the tall structure, each enveloping a skeleton in a glow of a different color. One beam was orange, indicating it was imbuing its target with fire magic. The other two glowed blue and green, meaning it was Jake's chance to charge his frost and plague runestones. He hurried to where they were lying, grasping one runestone in his left hand and the other in his right. He then dashed toward the nearest beam of energy, glowing blue and bestowing frost magic upon a skeleton. Jake extended the frost runestone toward it, watching as some of the magical energy branched off from the main flow and drifted toward the runestone in his left hand. Once it was filled to the brim with magical energy, the engraved symbol glowed brightly with blue light. Jake wasted no time rushing to the greenish beam to charge the plague runestone with energy. Moments later, all three runestones brimmed with magical energy. It was time to go. Jake picked up the flame runestone from where it lay on the cobbled floor, then scanned his surroundings. The undead continued to rise, with three skeletons evolving into elite versions of themselves. Waiting for them to revive was pointless because he had defeated them once and wouldn't earn any XP for killing them again. He planned to return later to destroy the black obelisk for extra XP, but for now, all he wanted was to get back to the portal to transfer the magical energy from the charged runestones. Taking a moment to orient himself, he set off in the right direction. Jake returned to the chamber containing the dormant portal that led to the next floor. Everything looked the same as he had left it. The arch remained only partly activated, with some of the engraved lines and motifs glowing in greenish light. The wavy lines that were illuminated started from the plague symbol at one base of the arch and glowed green all the way up to its curved top. To complete the activation, Jake knew he needed to transfer the magical energy from the plague runestone to the partially glowing symbol. Then, he would need to repeat the process with the other two runestones, directing their energy to the corresponding symbols etched into the arch. Jake stepped closer to the portal, gripping the frost and flame runestones in one hand while extending the hand holding the plague runestone toward the plague symbol. The closer he approached, the more vibrant the runestone in his hand became, humming and quaking in his palm. He could feel the warmth emanating from its core. Having already learned the process of transferring magical energy, Jake knew what to expect. As he took another step toward the arch, the plague rune in his hand began to tremble so intensely that he had to tighten his grip to keep it from slipping free. At last, with another step toward the arch, the energy transfer commenced. He watched a wave of magical energy flow from the runestone toward the plague symbol on the arch. As the energy was absorbed by the symbol, the runestone in his hand gradually faded. A few seconds later, the process was complete. The runestone was now glowing much fainter than before, while the symbol on the arch shone brightly. Jake took a step back and gazed up at the curved top of the arch. He watched as the engraved lines and motifs filled with a green glow, gradually creeping closer to the key fragments inserted in the indentation at the arch's other base. Moments later, the glow reached the key, but surprisingly, it had no effect at all. Jake knew he needed to charge the other two symbols with magical energy before something would happen, though he wasn't sure what exactly that would be. He hoped the portal would finally activate, but what other effects would take place, he did not know. The frost and flame runestones in his other hand trembled slightly, radiating warmth from within. as if eager to be brought closer to the symbols on the arch. Jake set the partly lit plague runestone on the cobbled floor. Then, he took one of the other runestones with his free hand and, holding one in each hand, extended them toward the engraved symbols. Immediately, the transfer of magical energy commenced, sending two streams of energy flowing from the runestones to their corresponding symbols engraved on the arch. A few seconds later, the process was complete. The two runestones in Jake's hands no longer glowed, while the frost and flame symbols on the arch shone brightly. The engraved lines and motifs that originated from the two symbols filled with vibrant blue and orange glows, respectively, extending upward to the arch's curved top and then downward toward where the four fragments of the key were inserted into the other base of the portal. Jake set the two runestones on the floor beside the plague runestone. The latter still glimmered faintly, retaining a bit of energy from when he had previously partially filled the symbol. Because of that, the symbol didn't require all the energy contained within the plague runestone, leaving some of it in the stone. In contrast, since the frost and flame runestones had been completely drained of their magical energy, they were now faded and devoid of glow. Although the plague runestone still held a little energy, Jake doubted he would need it anymore. He shifted his gaze back to the arch before him. The engraved lines and motifs were now illuminated with a spectrum of orange, blue, and green hues. The glows from the lines, drawing energy from the frost and flame symbols, nearly reached the four fragments of the key. Just a moment later, they successfully made contact, causing the fragments to emit a brilliant light as they began to merge. Soon, the process was finished, and the key stood complete, as if it had never been split into four separate fragments. A bright flash of light briefly blinded Jake, and then a shimmering portal filled the arch, casting so much light that the entire chamber was now brightly lit. The way to the second floor was open. However, before proceeding, Jake wanted to ensure he hadn't missed anything on this floor. He aimed to collect everything the dungeon had to offer, so he left the chamber and spent the next several hours meticulously exploring every corner of the first floor, defeating all the enemies in his path and destroying every black obelisk he came across. Finally, there wasn't a nook or cranny he hadn't explored. Every enemy was defeated, and every sepulchre and chest had been opened, though nothing of interest was uncovered. It was time to head back to the portal. A short while later, he stood once more before the shimmering surface. The medallion still hung around his neck, the runestones gripped in one hand and the ethereal battle-axe in the other. He wasn't sure if he would need any of those items anymore, but he decided to bring them along, just in case. The moment he stepped into the portal, darkness enveloped him. He suddenly lost all sensation in his body. Instead of being immediately transported to the second floor, a review of his accomplishments materialized in front of him. Completion status: time taken, 5 hours 29 minutes. Enemies killed, 100%. Mini-bosses defeated, 3 out of 3. Black obelisks destroyed, 5 out of 5. Secrets discovered, 1 out of 1. Floor completion rate, 100%. Reward for completing the first floor: chainsaw arms, an epic ability. Choose your reward for 100% completion: 100,000 XP, 50,000 MP, 75,000 DP. Jake took a moment to review the information. The main reward for completing the first floor of the dungeon was an epic ability called Chainsaw Arms. He definitely couldn't wait to put it to the test. He recalled reading in the dungeon's rules that each floor was meant to be completed in about an hour or slightly longer. However, he had spent 5.5 hours on the first floor, diligently searching every nook and cranny. Besides feeling good about achieving 100% completion, his thorough exploration also earned him an additional reward of his choice, which was definitely an exciting development. Before choosing a reward, he reviewed the other details. He had destroyed all of the black obelisks and killed all 3 mini-bosses, which were clearly the abyssal liches. They were definitely tougher than regular undead, so it was no surprise they were classified as mini-bosses. He had also found a secret, which granted him the ability to access the Void Temple. He then shifted his attention back to the reward selection. He didn't really need more mana, as he still had plenty of magical energy within him, and he knew that magical consumables could be discovered within the dungeon as well. Moreover, given that he had plenty of MP left, he was skeptical that his body could accommodate an extra 50,000 MP. He contemplated selecting 100,000 XP but was equally eager to find out what kinds of rewards could be acquired in the Void Temple, where a new currency called Essence Points could be spent. He couldn't return to the Void Temple just yet, as he was allowed to enter it only once every 24 hours. Meaning he had to wait a few more hours. The only way to check how much EP he currently had was by visiting the Void Temple. Though he didn't know how much MP he had at the moment, he suspected it wasn't a significant amount. Since he was eager to learn what EP could be spent on and wanted to ensure he had enough by his next visit to the temple, he ultimately decided to pick 75,000 EP. As soon as he made his selection, all the information faded away, and he was instantly teleported to the second floor of the dungeon. She hated the situation she found herself in. She was now a fully fledged member of Los Demonios, and her bosses truly believed she was one of them. At first, Los Demonios were aware that she saw them as her enemies. They attacked her group, killed all her friends, and forced her to work for the gang. However, after helping the gang capture several groups of survivors, her superiors no longer raised doubts about her loyalty, genuinely believing she had come around and had become one of them. But she wasn't. She still loathed the gang with every fiber of her being. Nightmares of Todd being tortured continued to haunt her nights. The most painful part was that Melissa and her other friends at Base Rider believed she had been the one who brutally killed him. After agreeing to join Los Demonios, she was prohibited from communicating with the workers at Base Rider, preventing her from clarifying to Melissa and the others that she was not responsible for Todd's death. The reason her friends thought it was her was that Ryder had instructed his people to spread such rumors. Melissa and the others might not have believed the rumors about Catalina killing her best friend, but seeing her suddenly become a member of the gang made them think otherwise. After all, it was well known that to join Los Demonios, a potential recruit was required to commit terrible acts, often involving the brutal killing of friends or teammates. Thus, when they witnessed Catalina accepted into Los Demonios and rising through the ranks of the gang, Melissa and the others easily believed the rumors that it was she who had brutally killed Todd. Catalina felt the weight of hateful glances from Melissa and the other workers every time she visited Base Rider, and that made her heart ache. It only added to her reasons for hating the gang. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do about it, not yet. Anyway, she loathed everything they had done and dreamed of bringing the gang down from the inside. Yet, as she knew all too well, such a plan was far easier said than done. Since she was assigned to Base Rider, her immediate superior was Ryder, who, in turn, reported to Skullface, the supreme leader of the organization or one of them, since the exact hierarchy within the group was shrouded in mystery. Base Rider served as a secondary outpost, while the main base, where Skullface and potentially other high-ranking leaders operated, lay hidden somewhere beyond the city's boundaries. The organization was huge, and Catalina knew she couldn't go against such a powerful force all on her own. She needed help. Ever since she spotted the Morphus on that rainy night, standing on the edge of a 10-story building and staring down at her, thoughts of the mutant consumed her. By now, she had heard numerous rumors about it. It was said that the Morphus was exceptionally dangerous and far smarter than any other ex-humans. Some even speculated it might be sapient. After catching sight of the Morphus perched on the edge of the building's roof that rainy night, Catalina's thoughts constantly returned to the mutant. From what she heard, the mutant seemed to defend itself only when cornered, hardly ever attacking first. She wasn't sure if this was entirely accurate, though. Yet, if she could find a way to sick the Morphus on the gang, it could set her plans for bringing the organization down in motion at last. That was why she was currently following a pickup truck belonging to Los Demonios. One of its occupants had recently received orders to hunt down and kill the Morphus. Unlike them, Catalina had never been assigned such a mission, as her knack for capturing regular survivors made her too valuable to the organization. Ryder and Skullface couldn't risk losing her by sending her after the dangerous creature, opting instead to assign the mission to those considered expendable. Several gang members had already failed in their attempts to kill the Morphus, meeting their own demise at the hands of the creature. With each failure, more people joined the hunt, hoping to increase their odds against the notorious mutant. Currently, besides the pickup truck, an SUV filled with even more hunters was also on the lookout for the Morphus, maintaining a steady line of communication with the truck. Perched atop her motorcycle, Catalina followed the vehicle for quite a while, always keeping it in sight while maintaining a safe distance to avoid being detected. Eventually, the SUV and the pickup truck seemed to have cornered the Morphus. The creature bolted into a small building, with the pickup crashing in right behind it. Catalina brought her bike to a stop further down the street, watching the scene unfold from far away. From her vantage point, she could hear the crack of gunfire and the agonizing screams of men meeting their end. It was obvious that this group was faring no better than those who had tried to kill the Morphus before them. The SUV then maneuvered itself in front of the building, allowing its occupants to open fire on the Morphus trapped inside. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A fierce barrage of gunfire erupted from within the small structure, targeting the SUV. The Morphus was clearly operating the machine gun mounted in the bed of the pickup truck, validating rumors that it was far smarter than your average ex-human. At this point, Catalina was even willing to take the rumors about the Morphus being sapient at face value. Suddenly, the Morphus erupted from the building, charging straight for the SUV. It seemed some of the vehicle's occupants had managed to survive, for the black mutant sprouted 3 long tentacles from its back, lashing them into the vehicle and killing some of the remaining gang members. Just then, the passenger side door flew open, and another surviving gang member bolted out of the vehicle. He didn't get far, though. The bandit, injured in one leg, found it difficult to run quickly. A panicked scream escaped his lips as he glanced over his shoulder, seeing the mutant with its 3 writhing tentacles positioned at the front of the SUV. In desperation, the bandit fired a large pistol at the creature, striking it in the shoulder. To his horror, the mutant barely reacted, and the impact seemed to inflict little to no damage. The mutant launched one of its tentacles at the fleeing bandit, stabbing it into the man's back and throwing him off balance, sending him crashing to the ground. Then, for some reason, the 3 tentacles suddenly detached from the mutant's back. Perhaps it simply didn't need them anymore. The wounded bandit crawled across the asphalt toward the spot where his pistol had slipped from his grasp when he fell. Instead of finishing the bandit off, the mutant suddenly turned in Catalina's direction as if it had just become aware of her presence nearby. Even though its large bluish eyes were emotionless, Catalina felt as if the mutant recognized her. She attempted to use one of her crowd-controlling spells on the black mutant, but nothing happened. It was expected, though, as the spell only worked on groups of ex-humans or emotionally unstable people, having no effect on singular targets. Still, she had to try, just to be sure. As she cast the spell on the mutant, she felt a strange resistance. It was surprising her. She had never experienced anything much like that with previous targets. Unlike the regular ex-humans, it seemed that the Morphus possessed a unique immunity to crowd-controlling magical spells. The Morphus fixed its gaze on her, and she felt a wave of unease wash over her. No, it was more than that. She was terrified. If the black mutant possessed any intelligence, there might be a chance to communicate, maybe even forge an alliance against Los Demonios. But after witnessing how easily and brutally it had slain 2 groups of bandits, she couldn't shake off her fear. The creature's predatory stance sent icy tendrils creeping up her spine. She prepared to swing her bike around and escape the instant the mutant lunged at her. However, something else happened. The wounded bandit finally grabbed his pistol and fired at the Morphus again. The black mutant immediately shifted its attention back to the bandit. It vaulted over the SUV's hood and reached him in a single leap, transforming one of its arms into a blade and swiftly finishing off the wounded bandit. Catalina had reached her limit. She simply wasn't in the right emotional state to try and communicate with the mutant right now. The creature's predatory stance, its elongated jaws lined with sharp teeth, and the thick blood of its victims coating its body from head to toe made it difficult to believe the Morphus could be anything but a mindless killing machine. It seemed intent solely on hunting its prey. Given this, Catalina chose to prioritize her safety and flee. Though she had originally followed the pickup truck here with hopes of connecting with the Morphus, watching it dispatch two teams with eerie ease had sent her nerves spiraling. Right now, she definitely wasn't ready to try to communicate with the mutant and learn whether it was intelligent. When she propelled her bike forward, the terrifying mutant morphed its other arm into a blade, poised and waiting, obviously believing she intended to attack. But she didn't. Instead, she veered her sleek bike around and raced in the opposite direction, quickly picking up speed. Though she didn't glance back, she could sense the weight of the mutant's gaze on her. Till next time, she thought. Jake crept down a wide, long corridor, his footsteps barely making a sound on the cobbled floor. Torches mounted on the brick walls on either side of him magically flickered to life as he approached them. Since only the torches nearest to him got ignited, the farther end of the corridor was shrouded in deep darkness. He didn't know where the corridor led, but his guess was to another room or chamber, where another bunch of enemies awaited. Jake had been exploring the second floor of the dungeon for a little while now. It was pretty similar to what he had experienced on the first floor, a maze consisting of numerous rooms and chambers connected by long corridors. Unlike the first floor, however, which mostly contained empty chambers, this floor was designed as a medieval-style dungeon, complete with ancient torture devices. The enemies that filled the second floor were notably different. While the first level teemed with various undead creatures, this one was inhabited by ratmana, humanoid beings that combined traits of both humans and rats, each roughly the size of an adult human. Jake had encountered quite a few ratmen on the second floor of the dungeon, so he had examined those creatures quite a bit by that point. Ratmen possessed elongated faces with pronounced snouts, featuring sharp, rodent-like teeth. Their eyes were large and beady, usually exhibiting shades of red, yellow, or black. They had whiskers that protruded from their muzzles, and their oversized, pointed ears resembled those of a rat. Positioned high on their heads, the ears were highly mobile and attuned to sounds around them, indicating their heightened senses. Ratman's skin was covered in a fine layer of fur that varied in color from gray and brown to black and white. Their muscular arms and legs, covered in fur, balanced strength with agility. Ratman featured long fingers and toes, each tipped with sharp claws. Yet, rather than using these natural weapons in combat, they preferred crude melee and ranged weaponry. They also had long, hairless tails that were both flexible and prehensile. Through his encounters with Ratman, Jake learned that their tails aided in balance, particularly when navigating narrow spaces or climbing. Ratmen were exceptionally agile and quick, their lithe bodies allowing them to squeeze through tight spaces, climb quickly, and evade his attacks. He learned that they were quite intelligent as well. Instead of mindlessly charging at him like the undead on the first floor, Ratmen strategized their movements, attempting to surround him and exploit their numerical advantage. During combat, they often communicated through a mix of vocalizations, squeaks, and body language. When they sensed they were going to lose, they would retreat, agilely scaling walls and slipping through narrow openings that he couldn't access. As a result, battles with Ratman could become quite frustrating. At last, the corridor he was traversing opened up, revealing a vast chamber with corners draped in thick cobwebs. He paused at the threshold, taking in the expansive area ahead. The air was heavy with moisture, and the musty stench of decay assaulted his senses. Several tunnels branched from the chamber, each leading into darkness. Jake lingered at the entrance, carefully studying the ominous chamber before him. The flickering wall-mounted torches cast light on a collection of grotesque medieval torture devices. In one corner stood a heavy wooden rack, its ropes frayed and coated in dust. Splintered wood and rusted iron fittings littered the floor. A small alcove in one wall housed a menacing Iron Maiden, its door slightly ajar and revealing the cruel, rusted spikes within. Against another wall stood a grim, worn stone table, stained and eroded by the passage of time. Chains dangled from the walls like limp pendants, casting long shadows that flickered unsettlingly in the wavering light. Nearby loomed a large wooden chair, its leather straps dangling loosely from the arms, frayed at the edges. Just beyond it, the remnants of a barrel lay, filled with rusty implements and gnarled hooks, jagged blades, and serrated saws are each a tool of unimaginable cruelty. Jake continued to survey the vast area before him. Aside from the array of ancient, rusty torture devices, the chamber held nothing else. No enemies, treasures, traps, or hidden secrets. Jake slowly reached the center of the room and carefully looked around once again to ensure he didn't miss anything of use. If there were any hidden secrets, he couldn't detect any. Once satisfied that the chamber offered nothing of interest, he turned his attention to the tunnels branching off from it. Each entrance was shrouded in supernatural darkness, which even his enhanced sight couldn't penetrate. With little choice, Jake chose a direction at random and pressed on. For a minute or so, Jake walked through another corridor, identical to the last and all the others he had traversed. Finally, the corridor opened into a large room, lit by flickering torches affixed to the rough stone walls, casting eerie shadows that danced like specters. This room looked just like the previous one, except this one was devoid of any torture devices. In the center of the chamber, a gathering of ratmen turned sharply at the sound of his arrival, their beady eyes gleaming with a mix of curiosity and aggression. They instantly dropped into defensive postures, baring their sharp teeth and hissing menacingly. The leader, larger than the rest, with matted fur and a jagged scar running down its snout, raised a crude sword made of scrap metal, brandishing it as if it were a prized weapon. The others followed suit, wielding an assortment of weapons. Their growls filled the chamber, a guttural chorus that resonated with hostility. Jake's gaze returned to the leader, noticeably larger and more menacing than the other Ratman. Ratman A. Vermin King A, level 95. Elite. It was the very first time he had encountered such Ratman on the second floor of the dungeon. He wasn't sure if it was considered a mini-boss or just an ordinary elite enemy. He then glanced at a couple of the other Ratmen, who were smaller and less intimidating looking than the leader. Ratman A, Minion A, level 80. All of the other Ratmen in the chamber were minions, the same kind he had been encountering on the second floor of the dungeon so far. He quickly glanced over the minions in the room, noting that they were all armed with various melee weapons, a makeshift mace fashioned from a heavy stone tied to a wooden handle, a jagged axe glinting in the dim light, and even a crude spear. Their claws twitched in anticipation, and their sharp teeth glinted as they crouched in aggressive stances. A primal energy filled the room as they waved their weapons, hissing and growling, trying to scare him off. Jake refused to retreat, though. Instead, he stepped into the room. Seeing his defiance, the Vermin King bared its fangs and stomped forward, waving its sword menacingly as if caught in a dance of intimidation. The others mirrored the movements of the leader, their frenzied growls creating a cacophony that echoed through the chamber. Morphing his hands into weapons, Jake charged toward the approaching Ratman. Unleashing blades from his wrists, Jake launched himself into the midst of the Ratman. His first swing split one of the Ratman's hands, which held a crude mace, at the wrist. His second swing caved in another creature's skull, making a mess of its oily fur, covering it in the thing's own stale blood as it died. Jerking his sword free with a fierce tug, Jake moved to the next Ratman. The sword thunked between the thing's eyes with a spray of dark blood. He worked the blade loose and instantly plunged it into another Ratman's eye. The sword's blade dug deep, up into the creature's skull. The other Ratmen swung their weapons at him, but he easily dodged their attacks. While the creatures were fast and agile, they were no match for his own speed. Frustrated by their inability to hit him, they launched a coordinated assault, thinking he would struggle to avoid their combined strikes. That was when he unleashed long spikes from all over his body, piercing the unfortunate Ratman who got too close. Though injured, the wounds they received were not life-threatening. Both the wounded and the unscathed Ratman leapt away from him. For a moment, they simply glared at him with their red, malevolent eyes, too intimidated to advance now that he resembled a nightmarish version of a porcupine. With a thought, Jake unleashed the spikes from his body. They shot through the air in every direction, injuring some Ratmen while fatally striking others. The creatures hissed and squealed in terror, scattering in all directions. Taking advantage of their panicked state, Jake propelled himself after the fleeing creatures. Sprouting three-bladed tentacles from his back, he struck like a snake at one of the Ratmen, hitting the creature's head and splattering the nearest wall with its blood. He jerked the blade free and lashed out at another creature. It staggered from the impact as Jake swung his third tentacle, cutting open and caving in another Ratman's forehead. The ranks of the Ratman minions had been significantly diminished by then. The surviving creatures scattered in panic, scaling the brick walls with surprising speed and agility. They dug their curved claws into small crevices and flicked their tails for balance, darting into various openings that were far too narrow for Jake to fit into. Suddenly, the Vermin King swung its gigantic sword at him. He quickly darted aside, and the blade slammed with a solid thud into the floor where he had just been standing. The Ratman leader swung its two-handed sword again, but Jake effortlessly dodged it, feeling the blade slice the air above him with a sharp whoosh. While the Vermin King was undoubtedly stronger than its minions, it was too slow to land a hit on Jake. The Vermin King opened its jaws, and in an instant, a cloud of green gas surged forth from its throat. Jake darted aside before the poisonous cloud could envelop him. Giving it a wide berth, he approached the Ratman leader from behind. Just as the creature turned to face him, Jake launched an attack, swinging one of his swords with all the strength he could muster. It thunked into the side of the creature's throat, opening it in an explosion of blood. Just as the dying Vermin King collapsed to the ground, Jake scanned the area for more creatures to kill. While most of the Ratmen lay dead or had fled, a few remained. One of his blades entered one creature's body. It cut through its flesh, the tip of his sword emerging from the front of its back. His other sword arm slashed out to take away the top of a second Ratman's skull in a single swipe. He pulled his first sword free and immediately attacked other Ratman. His blade cleaved the hands of another creature at the wrists. He thrust his blade into another Ratman's back, which tried to flee. The tip of his sword burst forth from the center of its chest. He dodged an attack and rammed his blade up through the underside of the attacker's chin into its brain. The Ratman's dead weight slumped onto him as he caught the falling corpse and shoved it aside. Jake sliced through skulls and sent heads flying to bounce, rolling across the floor of the room. He continued to fight the remaining Ratman until there were none left. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 12,250 XP. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level went up from 81 to 82. You have gained 5 SP. Jake made the choice to invest all 5 of his skill points into the magic attribute, aiming to boost the maximum amount of mana his body could contain and to improve its proficiency in manipulating mana. Body 75, Mind 75, Magic 75 A80. With that done, he scanned the room for any treasures. In one of the room's farthest corners, he discovered a chest that he had missed during his initial examination from the entrance, as it had not been visible from that vantage point. With a thought, he summoned the container's description. Quality chest, uncommon. It was a nice find. The loot in uncommon chests was typically of higher quality than that in common ones. From experience, Jake also knew that quality chests were often booby-trapped. Before approaching the chest, he carefully inspected it, almost immediately noticing a thin thread extending from one corner down to the floor, disappearing into a small hole at the base. Rather than disabling the trap, Jake opted to trigger it instead. Keeping a safe distance, he unleashed a bladed tentacle from his back, extending it fully toward the chest. He wedged the blade's tip between the chest and its lid and began to lift. The thread tightened before snapping cleanly in two. Immediately, a small circular section of the wall behind the chest slid open, and a stream of liquid fire erupted from it, scorching the ground before the chest for several seconds. Once the flames subsided, Jake stepped closer and peered inside. At the bottom of the chest lay 3 items, a shore sword, a mana crystal, and an object resembling a star-shaped medallion. He first extracted the magical energy from the mana crystal and then checked the weapon. Name: Fine shore sword. Rarity: uncommon. Description: forged from a unique alloy. This expertly crafted sword is designed to deal additional damage to various beasts and beastmen. Primary effects: increases damage dealt to beasts and beastmen by 25%. Temporary effects: none. Enchantments: none. Slots: none. Shortly after arriving on the second floor of the dungeon, Jake stored the ethereal battle axe, the protective medallion, and the 3 rune stones from the first floor in one of the regular chests he had found, convinced he would no longer need them. As for the fine shore sword he had just found, he also doubted he needed it. His natural weapons dealt a lot of damage to Ratman, so he decided to leave the sword in the chest. He then retrieved the last item from the chest, the star-shaped medallion. When he attempted to appraise it with a thought, nothing happened. The item resembled a key, likely designed to unlock something. It probably served as part of a puzzle, so Jake concluded it was wise to keep it. After placing the potential key in his mouth, he took one final glance inside the chest. Nothing else lay inside, but Jake's keen eyes noticed something strange. A small, convex oval shape, almost undetectable, caught his attention. It resembled a button, leading Jake to wonder if it might be a trap. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. The bulge was nearly imperceptible, clearly intended to go unnoticed by anyone who opened the chest. A wave of excitement washed over him. He had definitely just stumbled upon a secret. Just to be on the safe side, he stepped a safe distance from the chest. Sprouting a long, flexible tendril from his back, he guided it into the chest. He maneuvered the tendril across one of the inner walls of the chest, searching for the oval bulge. Once he found it, he applied pressure. Just as he expected, it turned out to be a button, easily yielding to his touch. The moment it did, Jake prepared to leap away from the chest at the first hint of danger. Nothing dangerous happened, though. A small section on one of the inner walls of the chest slid aside, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside, there was a rectangular object with a round protrusion on one side. Since no trap had been activated, Jake detached his tendril and stepped closer to the chest. He leaned in, extended one hand toward the hidden compartment, and took the object from within. Straightening up, he examined the item resting in his palm. The object resembled a single jigsaw puzzle piece, shaped like a small rectangle with 2 straight edges and 2 curved ones. The top and left edges were straight, while the right edge had a prominent protrusion, a rounded knob that jutted out, designed to fit into a corresponding indentation on another piece. The bottom edge featured a deep indentation, creating a space for a knob from a neighboring piece to slot into. Since he currently had only one piece of the puzzle, it was difficult to determine how many more there might be. Considering the size of the piece here almost as large as his palm, he suspected there were probably 3 more, or maybe a bit more than that. Jake took the puzzle piece with his other hand and examined both sides of it. Neither side bore any image. From the look of it, Jake concluded that once he found all the pieces, they would fit together to create some sort of key, granting him access to a specific location or unlocking something important. He placed the puzzle piece in his mouth, where the star-shaped medallion rested, then chose a random direction and continued on. He traversed the dungeon for some time, dealing with small groups of Ratman minions that he occasionally came across. After completing the first floor of the dungeon, Jake had received the Chainsaw Arms ability. However, since it was an epic ability, it was located in the 3rd section of the genetic development interface, which Jake couldn't access because he hadn't evolved into stage 3 yet. For now, he relied on his previous weapons in battles against Ratman. As for evolving into the next form, he decided to hold off on that for the time being. Although he already had a good idea of which of the 3 subclasses he wanted to choose, he preferred to focus on one thing at a time. So he intended to finish the dungeon first, and after that, he would evolve into the next stage, focusing on getting to know his new form and familiarizing himself with the new powers that would come with it. He continued to explore the 2nd floor of the dungeon for some time. Every now and then, he stumbled upon primitive chests containing various weapons and lesser mana consumables. While he extracted the magical energy from the mana items, he chose to leave the weapons behind. The loot found in these primitive chests only included common weapons, which paled in comparison to his own natural armament. At some point, he entered a vast room filled with a type of Ratman he had never encountered before. They wandered aimlessly around the spacious yet largely empty chamber. A few noticed him at the entrance but made no immediate move. Jake paused for a moment to retrieve the description of these creatures. Ratman, grunt, level 85. All of the Ratman in the room were grunts. Just like the previous Ratman he had encountered, They wore no clothing, as a thick layer of fur covered most of their bodies. However, some of the grunts wore pieces of armor, such as cuirasses and helmets. They were armed with various melee weapons, including nasty-looking maces, double-edged axes, and jagged swords. Compared to the minions, the grunts were distinctly larger and exhibited a more robust muscle structure. Jake prepared his weapons and charged into the room. The grunts snarled menacingly as they lunged at him, weapons raised. As expected, the grunts were significantly more powerful than the Ratman minions. They swung their hefty weapons with tremendous force, slicing through the air with an audible whoosh and striking the cobbled floor with resounding clanks and thuds. Jake was quick enough to dodge their attacks while successfully countering with his own weapons. Unlike the minions, the grunts didn't attempt to retreat even when it became clear that they were all about to be slaughtered. Instead, they continued to fight back fiercely, even as their ranks quickly diminished. After a few intense minutes, the battle concluded, leaving the cobbled floor strewn with the bodies of the slain Ratman grunts. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 15,350 XP. Having defeated the enemies, he surveyed the room for any treasures. In one corner, he spotted the chest. With a thought, he summoned its description. Quality chest, uncommon. It had been some time since he discovered a quality chest, and a wave of excitement washed over him. Even though he was aware that he didn't really need the weapons found in chests, he was still intrigued by what he might find inside. Well aware that quality chests were often booby-trapped, he carefully inspected it. To his surprise, this one wasn't. He scrutinized it from every angle but found no indications of traps, whether mechanical or magical. He approached the chest and crouched in front of it. As he lifted the lid, he leaned in to glance inside. At the bottom rested two items, a Battleaxe and a mana crystal. He first siphoned the magical energy from the mana crystal before examining the weapon. Name: Bone Battleaxe. Rarity: uncommon. Description: crafted from the bone of a powerful creature, this expertly made Battleaxe is highly effective against a range of beasts and beastmen, particularly rats and ratmen. It also features one ruby slot. Primary effects: increases damage inflicted on beasts and beastmen by 25%, plus grants an extra 25% damage against rats and ratmen. Temporary effects: none. Enchantments: none. Slots: 1, ruby. The Battleaxe was one-bladed and entirely made of bone. Just above the handle, there was a rhombus-shaped indentation where a gemstone should fit. Even though Jake didn't feel the need for special weapons against Ratman, he decided to pick up the bone Battleaxe. Since it offered a significant increase in damage against Ratman, he decided it was worth a test run. He was also curious about what effects a gemstone would grant the weapon when inserted into the slot. For the next several minutes, he continued to explore the dungeon without encountering any more enemies. He moved through corridor after corridor, the Battleaxe held firmly in one hand. Upon reaching a four-way junction, he noticed something intriguing. At the center of the intersection stood an obelisk, soaring around 12 feet high. It featured 4 sides and was crafted from a gleaming silvery material. The top of the obelisk was flat and adorned with a crown-like object. With a thought, Jake summoned the obelisk's description: Dark Spirit Conduit. No additional information popped up. Jake walked around the Dark Spirit Conduit, inspecting it from all angles. Unlike the black obelisks on the first floor, this structure was devoid of any enigmatic symbols etched into its surfaces. However, on one side, at eye level, 2 indentations caught his attention, stacked one over the other. The top indentation mirrored the shape of a human hand with fingers spread wide, while the one below resembled the star-shaped medallion he had discovered earlier. However, when Jake took the medallion out of his mouth, he realized they weren't exactly the same. While similar in shape and identical in size, the indentation had a sun-like pattern with longer rays. Despite knowing it wouldn't fit, he still attempted to insert the star-shaped medallion into the sun-shaped indentation. As expected, it wouldn't go in. Jake returned the medallion to his mouth and pressed the palm of his free hand into the hand-shaped indentation. He kept it there for a few seconds, but nothing occurred. Pulling his hand back, he glanced at the 2 indentations one last time. He was fairly confident that additional Dark Spirit conduits were present on this floor, and one of them had to possess a star-shaped indentation for his medallion to fit. He also suspected a sun-shaped medallion was stashed away somewhere, and he just had to find it. For the moment, he had no means to activate the dark spirit conduit before him, but he was determined to return once he discovered the sun-shaped medallion. Since he had needed to solve a puzzle on the first floor to gain access to the second floor, it was clear that a similar challenge awaited him here. Although he hadn't located the portal yet and had no clear idea of the exact purpose of these obelisk-like structures, he was fairly certain they were part of the puzzle, the solution of which would allow him to progress to the next, third, floor. With that in mind, he chose a random direction and continued to explore the dungeon. Jake ducked just in time as a Ratman grunt swung the mace it wielded in his direction. Unfazed, the beastman pressed on with its assault, delivering another powerful swing. Jake swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow. He immediately darted aside as a second Ratman grunt slashed at him with a two-handed sword. The huge blade sliced through the air over his head with a whoosh. As the grunt lifted its sword for another attack, a third Ratman lunged forward with astonishing speed, thrusting its spear toward Jake. He barely managed to leap aside, evading the deadly point. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the mace-wielding grunt charging at him once more and quickly danced aside to evade the blow. This fight was quickly becoming frustrating. Over the past half hour, Jake had faced multiple groups of Ratman grunts. While these foes were undeniably stronger and more dangerous than minions, he had managed to dispatch them with relative ease. This fight, however, was different. The reason was another type of Ratman that was part of that group. Ratman, Bonecaster, level 85. This new type of enemy maintained a constant position behind the grunts. The Bonecaster was tall and scrawny, lacking the physical strength of the grunts. As a spellcaster, it chose to stay at the rear, relying on the physically stronger grunts to handle the frontline combat. Every now and then, the Bonecaster would unleash a bolt of lightning from the top of its staff, but thanks to feral instincts as well as his remarkable speed and reflexes, Jake was able to skillfully dodge the attacks. What made the Bonecaster an annoying opponent was another spell it kept casting. Every few seconds, it would point its staff at one of the grunts and unleash a wave of energy that temporarily empowered the target, making it significantly more agile, faster, and physically stronger. The Bonecaster used this spell far more frequently than it launched lightning bolts, which meant there were multiple beefed-up grunts at any given time. The enhanced grunts, powered by the Bonecaster's spell, demonstrated surprising speed and agility compared to their regular counterparts. This made the battle significantly more difficult than any previous encounters he had faced. He knew that to win he had to take out the Bonecaster, but getting to it proved challenging. The spellslinger always stayed tucked behind the beefed-up grunts that pressed forward relentlessly, pushing him onto the defensive. Confronting these fast and agile foes was no small feat, forcing him into a rhythm of dodging and deflecting their attacks. Most of the time, he found himself unable to launch a counterattack, as he was ensnared in a continuous struggle just to protect himself. The relentless onslaught of the enhanced grunts tested his skills and endurance, leaving him to ponder how he could turn the tables in this increasingly desperate situation. Jake continued to evade the grunts' attacks for some time. Unable to reach the Bonecaster, he found himself with two options: wait for the buffs to wear off, returning the grunts to their normal speed and strength, or hope the Bonecaster would eventually run out of mana. Unfortunately, the Bonecaster cast the buffs on the grunts way too often, allowing them to constantly be in a beefed-up state, and the spellcaster also appeared to have an enormous amount of mana. Jake was quickly running out of patience. Ultimately, he resolved to go on the offensive, even if it meant sustaining some damage. With a thought, he unleashed countless spikes from his body and charged into the heart of the grunts, swinging his battle-axe with ferocity. The blade gleamed as it cut through muscle and bone with surprising ease. He took the head off the shoulders of one Ratman. A fierce sweep cleaved another one in two. With a downward swing, the blade of his axe bit into the shoulder of another Ratman, going almost to the middle of its body. The battle-axe he wielded proved extremely effective against the Ratman. With a powerful yank, He wrenched the axe free from the grunt's body and pressed on his relentless assault. With each strike he unleashed, the ratmen shrieked in rage and agony. They surrounded him, their eyes glowing like embers, but he pressed on, fueled by unwavering resolve. The ground was strewn with the remnants of the fallen ratman, the acrid stench of blood assaulting his senses. Every now and then, they managed to land a hit on him, but he barely paid attention to that. When he was in the middle of ratman, he launched the spikes from his body, sending them zipping through the air every which way. He pressed on without pausing, hacking and slicing through the dense ranks of the ratmen until he finally emerged into the open. Up ahead, he saw the bone caster. Instead of charging it, he did something else. He hurled the bone bat'lix toward the enemy, sending it flinging end over end through the air. The bone caster tried to get away, but it was too slow, and the blade of the axe sank into its head, splitting it cleanly in two. Jake pivoted to face the remaining grunts. With the bone caster defeated, the enhancements it had bestowed upon them evaporated instantly. Once back to their normal speed and strength, the ratman posed little challenge for Jake. It didn't take him long to dispatch what was left of the ratman. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 25,125 XP. For a brief moment, Jake remained routed to the spot. The floor was strewn with the remnants of the slain ratman and slick with spilled blood. Several wounds he had endured during the fight oozed mana, but enhanced regeneration was already hard at work patching him up. He took a second to assess his current experience. XP, 43,155 103,750. In one of the corners of the chamber sat a primitive chest. Since it was of common rarity, it wasn't trapped. Upon approaching the chest, Jake lifted the lid and peered inside. He found a few lesser mana items alongside some vial nestled at the bottom. After extracting the mana, he picked up the vial for a closer inspection. It contained a clear, viscous liquid. He summoned its description. Name, Death Whisper Ointment. Rarity, Common. Description, when applied to the blade of your weapon, the ointment grants it the ability to deal damage to ghosts and other creatures that do not have a physical body. Primary effects, increases damage inflicted on ghosts and similar creatures by 10%. Duration, 6 hours. So it was a temporary buff vial. Since he was given such an ointment, it probably suggested there might be ghost-like enemies lurking on this floor as well. Jake moved toward the bone caster's body, which lay sprawled on its back with the bat'lix still embedded in its skull. He placed a foot on the chest of the slain ratman and, with a sharp tug, wrenched the axe free from its skull. Returning to the chest, Jake placed the axe on the floor. He picked up the vial once more and pulled the cork free. He then took the axe with the other hand and poured the liquid-like ointment over the blade. He thought he would have to spread it all over the blade manually and was taken aback when the magical ointment began to move across the surface of the axe's blade on its own, covering every inch of it. When it reached the edge of the blade, instead of dripping off, the strange viscous liquid flowed smoothly to the opposite side, covering that as well. The whole process took just a few seconds, and when it was over, both sides of the axe's blade were coated in the transparent ointment, which slightly glinted in the light of the wall-mounted torches. Jake then summoned the description of the axe once more. Since he had already studied it before, he concentrated solely on the newly added information. Temporary effects. The damage inflicted on ghosts and similar creatures is increased by 10% for 6 hours. Remaining time, 5 hours 57 seconds. With that done, Jake left the chamber and ventured into the deeper sections of the dungeon. He continued to explore for some time without encountering any enemies. At one point, he came across a room that contained a familiar shape, the looming arch of a portal. Just like the one he had found on the first floor, it was inactive. He stepped into the chamber to take a closer look at the dormant portal. Jake slowly walked around the towering arch. It looked identical to the portal he had encountered on the first floor, but there was one notable difference: the engravings. The portal before him lacked any, and the surface of the arch was smooth and flat. There weren't any indentations where a key could be inserted, either. Though the arch appeared plain at first glance, the front side facing the entrance bore 5 engraved symbols. Aside from these, Neither side of the arch featured any other markings. Jake stepped back to get a better view of all 5 symbols etched into its surface. He remembered that the 3 symbols on the first floor portal were located on one of the 2 bases of the arch, arranged vertically, one above the other. In contrast, the position of the 5 symbols on this portal was very different. Rather than being grouped in one area, they were spaced apart across the entire arch. One of the symbols was located at eye level on the left base of the arch. Another was at the right base, situated at the same height. The third was positioned at the curved top of the portal, directly in the center of the arch. The other 2 symbols flanked either side of the top one, located at the rounded corners of the arch. Jake took a moment to examine the 5 symbols. He remembered that the 3 symbols etched into the surface of the first floor portal had given him the impressions of a flame, a piece of ice, and a spatter of acid. These 5 symbols, however, looked nothing like those 3. They didn't have any familiar shapes, appearing as indecipherable markings that conveyed no specific impressions at all. They were simply mysterious symbols or letters from some ancient arcane language. Jake remembered that the same 3 symbols carved into the first floor portal were also inscribed on the rune stones worn by the 3 abyssal leashes around their necks. This likely meant that the 5 symbols on this portal could be connected to items on this floor as well. Jake racked his brain, trying to remember if he had seen any similar symbols on the second floor. However, nothing came to mind. He was absolutely sure he had never seen these 5 symbols anywhere on the floor before. Still, that didn't mean they weren't present somewhere. Although he had explored quite a bit of the second floor by that point, there were still many places he had yet to investigate. It was possible that runestones bearing the same symbols were hidden somewhere, waiting to be found. Since there was nothing he could do in the chamber with the portal at the moment, Jake left the room and continued to explore the dungeon, dispatching every group of Ratman minions and grunts he ran into. At one point, he attempted to access the boost menu to purchase an increased XP booster. Given that he had a substantial amount of mana at his disposal, he figured he could afford to spend 10,000 MP. To his surprise, the booster menu failed to pop up in his mind. Instead, a system message emerged. The boost menu is no longer available. It was both surprising and disappointing. At first, he thought he wasn't allowed to purchase boosters while in the dungeon. However, when he requested additional information, a completely different and unexpected reason came to light. The boost menu is unavailable in areas that have been upgraded to level 2. He remembered that the city he was in had recently been upgraded to the next level, making all the enemies more powerful. The difficulty had increased, which also resulted in the boost menu being deactivated. It was truly disappointing. Had he known this would happen, he would have utilized the boost menu, particularly the increased XP booster, far more often than he had. Jake continued to explore the dungeon. So far, he had failed to find anything that bore the same 5 symbols engraved on the surface of the portal's arch. This struck him as odd. Jake felt as if he was overlooking something important. If those 5 symbols were carved or inscribed elsewhere, he should have discovered at least one by now. However, he hadn't found any, and it nagged at him. At some point, he entered a vast chamber filled with a group of grunts and a couple of bonecasters. As soon as he saw the latter, Jake tensed up. He had developed a strong dislike for that particular type of Ratman. Determined to avoid a drawn-out and exhausting battle like the last one with a bonecaster, he decided to take down the 2 spellslingers as quickly as possible. Before the grunts could close in on him, he launched his bone battle axe at one of the bonecasters. The axe spun end over end as it sailed through the air toward its target. The blade embedded itself deep into the Ratman's skull. One bonecaster down, and one more to take out. The group of grunts had already advanced toward him while the second spellslinger stayed at the rear. The Ratman quickly formed a circle around him. Instead of battling his way through, as he had done before in a similar situation, he opted for a different approach. He jumped, activating Gravity Leap. The magically powered leap sent him soaring high above the heads of the Ratman grunts. He landed behind the grunts, just a short distance from the bonecaster, and immediately charged at the creature. The spellslinger attempted to flee, but Jake spat out a glob of acid, catching the ratman in the ankle. The acid spit quickly burned through the bonecaster's flesh, causing the ratman to lose its balance and crash to the ground. With a single leap, Jake closed the distance to his fallen foe and brought his smash fist down hard on its skull, causing it to blow apart. Now that the grunts couldn't be upgraded to more powerful versions of themselves, it didn't take Jake much time or effort to deal with them. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 25,125 XP. Jake looked around and spotted a primitive chest nestled in one of the corners. Like most of the primitive chests he had discovered, it was not trapped. He approached it and lifted the lid. At the bottom rested a single item. Name, Ruby. Rarity, Common. Description: inserting this gem into a slot on your weapon gives it the ability to set aflame any enemies vulnerable to fire. When placed in your armor's slot, it increases your fire resistance. Primary effects: 10% chance to ignite the target when inserted into a weapon. Increases fire resistance by 10% when placed in armor. Status: 100%. Jake retrieved his bone battle-axe and examined the small indentation above the handle. It matched the shape of the ruby perfectly. He pressed the gem into the indentation, and it clicked into place. The ruby now sat snugly in the slot, causing the entire surface of the battle-axe to glow with a faint red light, while subtle glimmers sparkled across its surface. Jake then reviewed the stats of the battle-axe one more time. Name: Bone Battle-Axe. Rarity: Uncommon. Description: crafted from the bone of a powerful creature, this expertly made battle-axe is highly effective against a range of beasts and beastmen, particularly rats and ratmen. It also features one ruby slot. Primary effects: increases damage inflicted on beasts and beastmen by 25%, plus grants an extra 25% damage against rats and ratmen. Temporary effects: the damage inflicted on ghosts and similar creatures is increased by 10% for 6 hours. Remaining time: 5 hours, 14 seconds. Enchantments: none. Slots: ruby, grants a 10% chance to ignite the target. Status: 100%. It was interesting. Jake was eager to try out the upgraded weapon against ratmen, who were vulnerable to fire. After choosing a random direction, he continued exploring the dungeon. Jake ducked as one of the grunts lunged at him. Another one jabbed its spear in his direction, but he sidestepped, easily avoiding the lethal tip. Behind him, he picked up the familiar sounds of scuttling feet and an angry hiss. When he spun around, he was met by a rat as large as a German shepherd racing toward him. Giant rat, level 85. Behind the first creature was another similar one. Their red, evil eyes stared at him as both hissed threateningly. Jake swung his battle-axe at one of the advancing beasts. It attempted to evade the strike, but Jake was way too fast. The edge of his battle-axe embedded deeply into its skull. Unwilling to meet the same unfortunate fate, the other rat tried to escape. It didn't get far, though. Sprouting 3 long tentacles from his back, Jake launched them after the retreating creature, plunging the bladed tips deep into its body. Just as he killed the second rat, feral instincts alerted him to an incoming projectile. He ducked, feeling something whiz through the air above him. He wheeled around in the direction the projectile had come from and spotted the flinger. Ratman, tamer, level 85. This type of ratman was tall and scrawny, physically weak. It never fought on the front lines, preferring to stay at the rear like bonecasters, hiding behind the backs of the more powerful grunts. The tamer was armed with a Y-shaped stick that had an elastic strap attached to the prongs. Just as Jake turned to face the tamer, it readied another rock from a bag slung across its bony shoulders. The ratman aimed carefully, pulling back the taut strap of the slingshot. Upon releasing the strap, the projectile shot forward, and Jake swiftly dodged again. The missile zipped past him with remarkable speed and force. Although he knew he wouldn't have sustained much, if any, harm if hit, an ordinary human could easily have ended up with shattered ribs from such a powerful blow. My turn, Jake thought grimly as he prepared a glob of acid in his mouth. Ratman tamers could be rather annoying opponents. Not only did they attack from a distance, always hiding behind the more powerful grunts, but they also possessed the ability to summon 2 gigantic rats that seemingly appeared out of nowhere. While a single rat wasn't particularly strong and posed little threat on its own, When they appeared in numbers, they became quite a nuisance. In this particular group of ratmen, though, there was only one tamer, and since it had just used its ability to summon 2 rats, it wouldn't be able to do so again for about 30 seconds. Nevertheless, Jake wanted to take the tamer out as soon as possible. He launched the glob of acid at the tamer, landing a direct hit on its head. The acid easily ate through it, leaving behind little more than the creature's skull, with hardly any flesh clinging to it. After that, Jake turned his attention back to the remaining grunts. He swung his battle axe at one of them, taking its head off its shoulders with a single sweep. He swung at another grunt, severing its arm at the elbow. Before the enemy could recover from shock, he finished it off with another lethal strike. He dodged a blow, and attacked another grunt, sinking his battle axe in its head, splitting its skull in half. With a quick swing, he attacked another grunt. The ratman managed to leap backward, so the slash Jake had left across its chest wasn't too deep. However, unfortunately for the ratman, the ruby inserted into his battle axe kicked in when the blade sliced through the grunt's body, setting it on fire. Since ratmen were vulnerable to fire, the grunt turned into a living torch in an instant. The ruby embedded in his battle axe had only a 10% chance of igniting the target, so it didn't happen very often. However, when it did, it always played to his advantage. The flaming grunt ran in circles, squealing in agony and filling the air with a stench of burnt fur and flesh, creating confusion among the remaining ratmen. Taking advantage of their temporary confusion, Jake quickly finished off the remaining enemies. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 27,535 XP. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level went up from 82 to 83. You have gained 5 SP. Another fight was over. Jake summoned his stats, and after thinking for a second, decided to put all 5 skill points into magic, just like he had the last time. Body, 75. Mind, 75. Magic, 88-85. In one of the corners of the room sat a container quality chest. Jake crossed the room, stopping a safe distance from the chest. He could already hear the faint hum emanating from it, as well as feel subtle vibrations through the soles of his feet. It was obvious that the chest was protected by a magical trap. He sprouted a bladed tentacle from his back and extended it fully toward the chest. Wedging the tip of the blade between the lid and the chest, he lifted. Immediately, there was a palpable surge of energy, and in the next instant, a small explosion erupted right in front of the chest where he would have been crouched had he opened it with his hands. With the trap triggered, it was safe to approach the chest. Looking inside, he discovered a mana crystal holding 5,000 MP, along with 2 other items, an oval-shaped gem and an amulet. He first extracted the magical energy from the mana crystal before turning his attention to one of the other 2 treasures. Name, Opal. Rarity, Uncommon. Description: inserting this gem into a slot on your weapon grants it the ability to inflict damage on ghosts and other non-physical creatures. When placed in your armor's slot, it increases your ethereal resistance. Primary effects: increases damage dealt to ghost-like creatures by 25% when inserted into a weapon. Increases ethereal resistance by 25% when placed in armor or jewelry. Status: 100%. Jake already had a ruby inserted into his bone battle axe, and there didn't seem to be a way to extract it without special tools. Even if he could remove the ruby, he probably wouldn't have done so because the ointment smeared across the axe's blade already allowed the weapon to deal damage to ghosts. Not that he had encountered any ghosts on this floor yet. He was aware that in the next several hours, the effect of the ointment was going to wear off. He then turned his attention to the piece of jewelry. Name: Ethereal Self-Charging Protective Amulet. Rarity: Uncommon. Description: this magical amulet offers protection from all forms of ethereal attacks by absorbing them. After its energy is completely drained, the amulet switches to recharging mode, collecting and absorbing mana from the surrounding air. When the amulet is fully charged, it becomes effective once again. Primary effects: provides protection to the wearer against ethereal damage. Temporary effects: none. Enchantments: none. Slots: 1. Opal. At the front of the amulet, there was an indentation that matched the size and shape of the gem lying in the chest. Jake grasped the amulet in one hand and the opal in the other, then inserted the gem into the slot. Once it clicked into place, Jake reviewed the amulet's stats once more, focusing on the newly added information. Slots, opal, increases the wearer's ethereal resistance by 25%. Jake wondered whether the opal's effects would still influence him when the amulet ran out of energy. It should, he reasoned. He draped the amulet around his neck and then, after choosing a random direction, set off. He wandered through the dungeon for a while, defeating every group of ratmen he encountered. After some time, he arrived at a four-way junction, where a familiar structure rose from the center. Dark Spirit Conduit. It appeared identical to the obelisk he had encountered earlier, standing approximately 12 feet tall with four sides. It was crafted from a shining silvery metal, and its top resembled a crown of sorts. One side of the obelisk featured two familiar indentations, positioned one above the other. The upper indentation took the shape of a human hand with fingers splayed apart, while the lower one resembled the star-shaped medallion he had found earlier. So he had finally found the obelisk where he could use the medallion. Only he didn't have it on him at the moment. At some point in the past half an hour, he had returned to the portal and left the medallion and the jigsaw-like fragment of a key near it, as constantly carrying them in his mouth prevented him from using acid spit. It didn't take him long to make the trip to the portal to retrieve the star-shaped medallion. His exceptionally good memory and remarkable movement speed allowed him to navigate the tunnels and corridors of the dungeon easily and quickly. Upon returning to the recently discovered Dark Spirit Conduit, he inserted the star-shaped medallion into the matching indentation. It clicked into place with ease, and the obelisk instantly began to hum, filling the air with an electrical charge that tingled against his skin. He also noticed bluish energy wafting upward from the crown-shaped top of the structure. For a moment, Jake watched the obelisk, but nothing else happened. The Dark Spirit Conduit was now up and running, ready to carry out its intended function. He shifted his gaze to the hand-like indentation, then reached out with his left hand and placed it inside. The moment he did so, he felt the surface of the obelisk tremble, and the hum emanating from it intensified. In the next second, a wave of blue energy surged from the crown-like top of the structure to a spot not far from where he stood. A ghostly figure materialized there, and soon after, the hum and vibrations from the structure returned to their normal level. Jake withdrew his hand from the hand-shaped indentation and turned to face the ghost. He anticipated it to immediately attack him, so he was taken aback when it didn't. The ghost motionlessly hovered a couple of feet above the floor, staring at him in silence. Jake attempted to summon its description, but to his surprise, nothing happened. This was strange. In the dungeon, every single creature he encountered tried to kill him. It was unusual to come across one that seemingly wasn't intent on doing so. For a brief moment, Jake continued staring at the ghost, pondering his next move. The ghost was blue and semi-transparent. It resembled a human being, except it was missing the lower half of its body. In the end, Jake decided to take the ghost out to see what would happen. He tightened his grip on the bat'lex's handle and stepped closer to the ghost. It didn't flinch as he swung the weapon. The blade, smeared with ointment, sliced through the ghost's form, encountering unexpected resistance as if it were made of flesh. That was when the ghost sprang into action. Clearly not fond of being harmed again, it whooshed away from Jake and unleashed a pulsing wave of energy that instantly struck him in the middle of his chest. However, the amulet he wore around his neck absorbed the damage, fully protecting him. He dashed after the ghost and attacked again only for it to drift away once more after taking the damage. This cat-and-mouse game continued for half a minute until he landed the fatal blow on the ghost, causing its translucent form to burst apart with a brilliant light. Just before the ghost disappeared as if it had never existed, it seemed to scream something. It sounded like a single word from some ancient arcane language. For a second or two, Jake stared at the empty spot where the ghost had just been. What was the point of all of this? He returned to the obelisk. Wisps of bluish energy kept rising from the crown-like top, while the structure emitted a faint hum and filled the surrounding air with an electric charge. Jake placed his hand into the hand-shaped indentation once again. As soon as he did so, A wave of energy flowed from the top of the obelisk, creating another ghost that looked exactly like the one he had just defeated. Scratch that, it was definitely the same ghost. Out of curiosity, he pressed his hand into the indentation once again. No more ghosts appeared, though obviously, only one could be summoned from the obelisk at any given time. Jake stepped away from the obelisk and looked at the ghost. It hovered motionlessly in the air, watching him intently. It was obvious it wouldn't attack unless he attacked first. Since he hadn't gained any XP from defeating the previous ghost, there was no reason to attack this one. It was obvious that this wasn't just an ordinary enemy to defeat. Its presence held a deeper meaning. He remembered the word the first ghost had shouted just before it shattered into a brilliant flash of light and thought back to the 5 symbols carved into the portal's arch. There might be a link between those symbols and the word the ghost had uttered in its final moments. There had to be. It was definitely worth investigating his theory. The only question was how to guide the ghost to the portal. Jake stepped back a few paces, but the ghost continued to hover in place, silently observing him. He took a few more steps, yet nothing changed. It seemed he would need to engage the ghost to get it to follow him. However, he didn't relish the idea of running through the tunnels toward the portal while being constantly attacked by the ghost. After all, there was only so much charge in his ethereal protective amulet. But if the ghost didn't follow him on its own, he would have no choice but to provoke it. He decided to take a few more steps back before giving up trying to get the ghost to follow him. He took one final step, putting about 15 yards of distance between himself and the ghost. He was ready to charge, but it suddenly surged toward him, gliding silently through the air. Jake froze, watching as it approached him. When the ghost was within 5 yards, it stopped and hovered motionlessly, its gaze fixed on him. So the ghost would actually follow him when he moved far enough away from it. Jake looked around to get his bearings and then set off toward the portal. For the next several minutes, he made his way through the tunnels, with the ghost constantly following him wherever he went. He was becoming increasingly convinced that his theory was correct. Finally, he arrived at the chamber housing the portal. When the ghost floated inside as well, he stepped closer to the arch to make sure the ghost moved as close to the portal as possible. It flew toward him and halted about 5 yards from the towering structure. Jake turned his attention from the ghost to the arch. He stepped back a few paces to get a better view of all 5 symbols etched into its front surface. Although he had brought the ghost to the portal, its mere proximity didn't seem to have any effect on the symbols. Still, he was convinced that the word the ghost would howl after he defeated it would trigger one of the symbols. It was time to put his theory to the test. Before stepping toward the ghost, he checked the energy level of his protective amulet, a little over 50%. That was more than enough for a single fight. Gripping his weapon tightly, he lunged at the ghost. The battle ended pretty quickly. Just before vanishing in a flash of bright light, the ghost screamed the same strange word as before. Jake quickly glanced at the portal to see if there was any effect on the engraved symbols. To his surprise and disappointment, nothing changed. None of the symbols lit up, remaining as dull and faded as before. What the heck? Was his theory wrong? Or was he missing something? Jake wasn't quite sure. It felt strange. He had absolutely been sure his theory was right. But if the word the ghost screamed before disappearing in a bright flash of light didn't have a connection to any of the symbols inscribed on the portal, then what was the true purpose of summoning that ghost from the dark spirit conduit? Jake mulled it over for a minute but couldn't think of anything at the moment. In the end, he decided to continue exploring the dungeon for now. While he couldn't fully grasp the meaning behind it all, he was sure he would eventually be able to piece this puzzle together. Perhaps he wasn't as far off as he thought. He likely just needed to find more clues. Jake swung his battle-axe at one of the grunts surrounding him, cleaving its skull cleanly. Another one thrust its spear at him with incredible speed. He managed to dodge the blow, only to be hit by a mace wielded by yet another Atman. Those grunts were empowered by a magic spell cast by a bonecaster, making them much faster and stronger. Fortunately, adaptive armor momentarily generated an additional plate to cover the point of impact, effectively protecting him from taking any damage. He attacked one of the Ratmen, his swing splitting its cranium in half. His second swing caved in another thing's skull as his battleaxe's blade made a mess of its soily fur, covering the creature in its own blood. Jerking the blade free with a fierce tug, he instantly moved on to the next target, severing the thing's hand holding the mace. Jake ducked as one of the other grunts attempted to hit him and immediately countered, his battleaxe thunking between the thing's eyes with a spray of dark blood. All the grunts surrounding him were taken care of. Now, nothing stood between him and the Bonecaster. He closed the distance with a single, powerful leap and plunged the blade of his battleaxe through the bone of the Ratman's skull, deep into its brain. Finally, all the enemies in the room were dead. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 25,550 XP. After defeating the Ratman, Jake took a moment to look around. The room he was in was large but completely empty. There wasn't even a primitive chest tucked away in a corner. He meticulously scanned the walls, illuminated by the flickering light of the wall-mounted torches, searching for any hidden secrets. Nothing stood out, so he eventually exited the room and pressed on in his exploration of the dungeon. At some point, he came across a vast chamber filled with medieval-like cells suspended from the high ceiling by heavy chains, hovering about 3 feet above the ground. Some of the cells contained human skeletons. The cells were hardly big enough to accommodate a human being, though. Many of the skeletons trapped inside the cells were in sitting positions, with their skeletal legs protruding from between the bars and dangling down. The chamber was quite large, but before scanning the area more carefully, he first needed to deal with a group of Ratmen meandering between the hanging cells. He quickly assessed the beastmen and was pleased to find that most of them were grunts. A few archers lurked among them, but there were no bonecasters, tammers, or other advanced types of Ratmen. Since only generic enemies occupied the chamber, dispatching them shouldn't take him long. He lunged at the nearest enemy, cleaving its skull in half with his battleaxe. The nearby Ratmen noticed him and raised their weapons, forming a tight circle around him. One of the archers loosed a bolt from its crossbow, but he deftly leapt aside to avoid it. As the grunts surged forward from all angles, he unleashed a flurry of spikes from his body. Using this ability wasn't really necessary at the moment. It consumed a significant amount of mana, and he could simply have used gravity jump to leap out of the encircling enemies. Yet, he couldn't help but enjoy bringing spikes into play now and then. It was a fun ability to use, which disrupted his enemies, creating confusion he could take advantage of. Besides, even when employing mana-demanding abilities wasn't necessary, it was still beneficial to utilize them occasionally to aid in their progression. The grunts halted their advance as they spotted the numerous spikes jutting from his body. Caught off guard and momentarily dazed, they had little time to react before he unleashed the spikes like missiles. They shot through the air in all directions, slicing through the air and striking several of the Ratmen before they could regroup. Several were killed on impact, while others sustained severe wounds. Not wasting a second, Jake charged at the Ratmen, swiftly dealing with the remaining enemies. Just as he expected, the battle proved to be quite simple and ended in the blink of an eye. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 14,250 XP. Since there weren't any tough enemies in that group, he didn't gain much XP. He then took a moment to check his current experience points. XP, 40,925 105,000. After that, he proceeded to explore the chamber. In one of the corners of the room, he spotted a primitive chest. Since it was a common container, it wasn't trapped. When he lifted the lid, he discovered a few lesser mana consumables and a familiar-looking item inside. He first extracted the magical energy from the consumables, recovering some of the energy he had lost during the 2 previous battles. He then turned his attention to the last item nestled at the bottom of the chest. It was a sun-shaped medallion. Jake pulled it from the chest and examined it briefly. It looked quite similar to the star-shaped medallion he had recently used to activate the dark spirit conduit. He knew there were at least 2 such obelisks on this floor, as he had already discovered 2, but he suspected there were likely more hidden away. He stashed the medallion in his mouth, picked up his battleaxe from where he had put it on the floor a moment before, and stood up. Before leaving the chamber, he decided to take a moment to look around more closely. The room was spacious, and there were plenty of cells hanging from the ceiling, suggesting there could be some secrets hidden away. He walked around the cells for a while, examining both them and the skeletons trapped inside some of them. They weren't undead, so they remained still. He figured that since the first floor was undead-themed, he wouldn't have to deal with the undead again. Each floor of the dungeon had its own distinct theme, setting it apart from the others. The first floor teemed with the undead, while the second was filled with beastmen. The types of enemies awaiting him on the remaining floors had yet to be uncovered. As he neared another cell, he examined the skeleton trapped inside. The cramped space forced the skeleton into a sitting position, its legs pulled up to its chin. One arm had slipped through the bars and dangled down. When Jake glanced at it, he noticed the skeleton was holding a rectangular object. With his left hand, he pried open the lifeless fingers and took the object from their grasp. It turned out to be another jigsaw-like puzzle piece. Its top and right edges were straight, while the left edge featured a round indentation. Jake recalled that the puzzle piece he had stashed near the portal featured a rounded knob extending from its right side, which indicated that it would fit seamlessly into this piece. Afterward, he resumed his exploration of the chamber. He meticulously examined each cell, but finding nothing else of use, he eventually left the room. He then returned to the chamber containing their portal and connected the two puzzle pieces together. As expected, they fit together perfectly. He then briefly examined them and noted that if the entire key was square, then there should be two more pieces that would connect to the bottom of the current double fragment. The real question lingered: what was the purpose of that object? Jake speculated that the four fragments would create a key of some sort, but he had no idea what it might unlock. So far, he hadn't encountered anything where a square-shaped key could be used. He removed the star-shaped medallion from his mouth and set it down on the floor beside the two connected puzzle pieces. He was aware of the location of the dark spirit conduit into which the medallion could fit, but he chose not to take it there just yet. After all, he still hadn't figured out the purpose of summoning spirits from those obelisks. After that, Jake stood up and exited the chamber. He consulted his mental map and headed toward one of the unexplored sections of the floor. Jake continued to explore the dungeon, collecting 3 more medallions, one by one. Unlike the puzzle pieces, they were quite easy to find since they were not hidden but always located in chests. They all looked similar, about the size of his palm and shaped like stars. However, each was distinct from the others. One had longer ray-like protrusions, another had more of them, and the third had wavy rays instead of straight ones. Now, he had 4 star-shaped medallions. He had placed the very first star-shaped medallion into its matching indentation on a dark spirit conduit quite some time ago. He was also aware of the location of a second dark spirit conduit, but he hadn't inserted the corresponding medallion in there just yet. He stashed all 4 medallions near the portal, intending to use them on the corresponding obelisks after finding the other 3. He was aware that while he had acquired 5 medallions so far, there might be even more hidden in various chests throughout the second floor of the dungeon. While he still didn't understand the purpose of summoning the ghosts from those obelisks, he was fairly certain that something important would happen once he powered up all the obelisks and summoned a ghost from each. At some point, while exploring the dungeon and looking for dark spirit conduits where he could use the 3 star-shaped medallions he had recently found, Jake came across another elite enemy. Ratman, Skullcrusher, level 95, elite. The chamber where the Skullcrusher resided was spacious yet mostly empty, save for a few tall, round columns that reached toward the ceiling. Aside from the elite Ratman, a group of regular grunts aimlessly wandered the area, their movements chaotic and uncoordinated. Jake took a moment to examine the Skullcrusher more closely. It was larger than even the grunts, the strongest of the Ratmen, and wielded an impossibly large club that it held with both hands. Its massive size likely came at the cost of speed and agility, which would surely work to Jake's advantage. As an elite enemy, the Skullcrusher also possessed 3 special abilities. When used, the first ability, Battle Cry, sent pulses of power through the nearby grunts, enhancing their strength and speed. This reminded Jake of the buff spells used by Burnecasters, and he realized that if he did not eliminate the grunts quickly, he would soon be facing a wave of empowered enemies. So before giving the Skullcrusher his full attention, it was wise to deal with all the grunts first. The second ability was Crushing Blow, a powerful strike the Skullcrusher could unleash every few seconds. While the name alone sounded intimidating, Jake found this ability less concerning. He knew that his feral instincts would kick in at the right moment, warning him of any unseen danger, and with his enhanced speed and reflexes, he knew he could easily evade this attack. The third ability, Roar, presented a more significant threat. This thunderous shout had the potential to inflict a dazed effect on those within its range, severely hampering their speed and coordination. Jake knew that being caught in this roar could turn the tide of the battle against him, so he resolved to stay out of its path at all costs. With a clear plan forming in his mind, Jake stepped into the room. He needed to focus on killing the grunts first while carefully avoiding the elite Ratman's Crushing Blow and Roar abilities. As some of the grunts noticed him stepping into the chamber, his instincts sharpened, and he charged at the nearest cluster of Ratman, not giving his enemies a chance to attack first. He plunged the blade of his battle-axe between the eyes of the first grunt, splattering blood everywhere. With a quick tug, he wrenched his weapon free and ducked just as a second grunt swept its sword at him and immediately countered, taking the head from the shoulder of the attacker. He wheeled toward a third enemy and with a mighty swing of his battle-axe, split its ribcage open. 3 grunts were dead in as many seconds. He continued to fight the other grunts, killing them off one by one, and soon enough, there were no more left. He had just eliminated all the grunts before the Skullcrusher even had a chance to utilize its battle cry. Feral instincts alerted him to a danger, and Jake spun toward the Skullcrusher. He saw the huge Ratman open its jaws and realized it was about to unleash Roar. Not knowing how far he needed to be from the elite Ratman to avoid getting hit by its shout, instead of leaping aside, Jake opted for a different tactic. With a thought, he activated Gravity Leap, propelling himself high into the air just as the Skullcrusher let loose its roar at the spot he had just vacated. Reaching the apex of his jump, he activated an upgrade that allowed him to hover motionlessly in midair, defying the laws of gravity. As he glanced down, he noticed a distortion wave ripple outward from the Skullcrusher. Once it had moved far enough away, Jake dropped smoothly back to the ground. The Skullcrusher swung its enormous club at him, but since it was cumbersome and slow, Jake had no trouble evading the attack. The club hit the floor where he had just been with a resounding thud, sending tremors through the walls. Crushing Blow was powerful, yet far too slow for Jake to worry about. Before the Skullcrusher could even lift its club again, Jake was already on the offensive, alternating between deadly claw strikes and powerful smash fist punches. While the elite Ratman was extremely strong, its slow and clumsy movements made it easy for Jake to dodge its strikes. The battle wrapped up quickly, ending with the lifeless body of the Skullcrusher thudding heavily to the ground. Multiple enemies killed, plus 25,250 XP. With the battle concluded, Jake examined the chamber for any secrets or treasures. Nothing stood out to indicate a hidden secret, but tucked away in one corner was a quality chest. Sure enough, it was trapped. After triggering the magical trap, causing a small explosion to erupt before the chest, Jake lifted the lid and peered inside. As it turned out, the treasures within the chest were quite disappointing. There were a few lesser mana consumables, a helmet, and a metal Q-Iris. He first extracted the mana from the consumables, replenishing some of the energy he had lost during the previous battle. As for the pieces of armor, they were of no use to him. The helmet was designed to be worn by humans, so he couldn't even put it on, as his head had a shape somewhat different from a human's, featuring a slightly elongated, snout-like face. The Q-Iris had 2 slots for magical gemstones, but he didn't have any spare ones on him. Even if he had them, he wouldn't have inserted them, as wearing the Q-Iris would have prevented him from using some of his abilities, like bladed tentacles, serpentine form, or spikes. Besides, his natural armor was far more powerful than the Q-Iris, so there was little reason for him to wear it. Jake stepped back from the chest and reviewed his experience points. XP, 66,175 105,000. After that, He continued to explore the dungeon. Eventually, he located 3 more dark spirit conduits where he could use his recently found star-shaped medallions. He returned to the portal and retrieved all 4 medallions. One by one, he traveled to each of the 4 obelisks and inserted a corresponding medallion into each. He then summoned a ghost from each obelisk and immediately defeated it. Before disappearing in a bright flash of light, each of the ghosts screamed a single word from an ancient language. Afterward, Jake took a moment to think. He had explored quite a bit of the second floor of the dungeon but had found only 5 medallions and 5 obelisks. So it was safe to assume there weren't any more of them. This made him ponder. There were 5 arcane symbols inscribed on the front surface of the portal's arch, and 5 words screamed by the ghosts summoned from the obelisks, each word distinct from the others. 5 words, 5 symbols. Surely, this couldn't be a mere coincidence. He had already tried to lead the first ghost he summoned to the portal, killing it there, but nothing happened to the symbols etched into the arch. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was a connection between the words uttered by the ghosts and the symbols on the portal. With all 5 obelisks now located, he decided to summon a ghost from each once more and escort them all to the portal. Although leading a single ghost to the portal hadn't yielded any results, perhaps bringing all 5 spirits together would alter the outcome. It was worth a shot, so Jake decided to put his plan into action and see what would happen. The 5 ghosts summoned from the obelisks trailed behind him wherever he went, each glowing in a different color: blue, white, orange, purple, and green. Upon reaching an intersection, he paused momentarily to regain his bearings and give the ghosts a chance to catch up, as they couldn't keep pace with him. When he stopped, the ghosts closed the distance to him somewhat, but they never got too close, always stopping at a certain distance from him. Finally, he arrived at the chamber that contained the portal. He paused for a moment, allowing the ghosts to catch up. Moments later, they floated into the room and came to a halt nearby, hovering silently above the floor. Jake shifted his gaze from the ghosts to the portal and was pleasantly surprised to see that the 5 symbols engraved on its surface were now glowing with a soft silver light. It seemed his assumption had been accurate. For the portal to activate, all 5 ghosts needed to be near it. Now, he simply had to defeat the ghosts. The words they would scream in defeat should energize the symbols, and once all 5 were activated, the portal would materialize. At least, he thought so, but he was quite confident that his theory would prove correct. Gripping his battle axe in one hand, Jake attacked the ghosts, starting with the orange one because it was the closest. At that moment, a thought occurred to him that their different colors might mean something, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was yet. As soon as he struck one of the ghosts, all of them retaliated, launching waves of energy at him. The amulet he wore absorbed the damage they inflicted, but he quickly realized that under such a violent onslaught, his amulet would deplete its energy very quickly. He needed to dispatch them as swiftly as possible because once the amulet ran out of power, it would no longer shield him, leaving him vulnerable to their attacks. He continued to fight the ghosts, killing them off one by one with his battle axe. The ointment he had applied to the blade boosted the damage he dealt to the ghosts by 10%, which somewhat accelerated the process of killing them. However, the relentless attacks eventually drained his amulet's energy. Thankfully, the opal he had inserted into the amulet some time ago increased his resistance to ethereal damage by 25%, which greatly aided him in the battle. The ghosts continued to attack him, inflicting internal damage to his body, but his enhanced regeneration was working at full capacity, patching him up even in the middle of combat. Still, he acknowledged the necessity of eliminating the ghosts as quickly as possible. Even with the protective amulet and enhanced regeneration, he knew that he could still be killed if he sustained enough damage from the ghosts. Therefore, he focused entirely on attacking them, not bothering to dodge their strikes. Not that trying to dodge them would have mattered. After all, the ghost's energy waves always hit him with remarkable accuracy, making it utterly impossible to evade them. Finally, the fight was over. However, contrary to his expectations, nothing happened. One by one, the 5 ghosts vanished in a flash of light, each uttering a different arcane word. But to his surprise, these words had no effect on the symbols whatsoever. Now that the ghosts were gone, the 5 symbols inscribed on the arch of the portal also lost their subtle silver glow. Jake couldn't believe it. He had been sure that his theory was right. Was he wrong then? Or was he missing something? There was clearly a link between the arcane words spoken by the ghosts as they perished and the symbols. The way the symbols had illuminated with a faint glow when all the ghosts entered the chamber indicated that his theory had merit. So what was it that he was missing? Maybe he needed to kill the ghosts in a specific order? With no better ideas at the moment, he decided to test this theory. After all, there had to be a reason each ghost was a different color. To determine the first symbol in the sequence, he needed to summon the ghosts and kill them near the portal, starting with a ghost of a different color each time. Within 4 attempts, he would discover which of the 5 symbols was first in the order provided his theory about the order of defeat was correct. With each symbol discovered, the process would become easier and faster. So Jake then made his way to each of the obelisks to summon the ghosts one by one again. By now, he had explored most of the 2nd floor of the dungeon, having killed most of the enemies, so the tunnels and chambers were mostly deserted. This allowed him to dash at top speed through the corridors and chambers without any interruptions. It wasn't long before he conjured the ghosts again. Having gathered them all up, he led them back to the portal. Since the ghost he had defeated the last time first was orange, he needed this time to start with a ghost of a different hue, opting for the blue ghost. Just a few minutes later, the battle came to an end. Just like the first time, none of the symbols had been activated during the battle. Therefore, the words uttered by neither the orange ghost nor the blue one corresponded to the first symbol in the sequence. He still had 3 more attempts to identify it, though. He spent some time summoning the ghosts and bringing them back to the portal once again. Last time, he had attacked right away without waiting for his amulet to recharge fully, which left him taking heavy damage and dangerously close to death. For that reason, he decided that this time, it would be wiser to wait for the amulet to charge completely before initiating the fight. Since the amulet activated only after a full charge and the charging rate was quite slow, he found himself waiting for a considerable time, which was frustrating. However, he recognized it was necessary. There was no alternative if he wanted to avoid the risk of being killed. He simply had to suck it up and accept the wait. As soon as the amulet was fully charged, he attacked the ghosts, starting with one of a different color than in the previous 2 instances. Again, nothing happened when the fight concluded. 3 misses out of 5 attempts. He began to wonder whether his theory that the ghosts needed to be killed in a specific order was flawed. Still, with 2 attempts left, he knew it was too early to discard that idea and think of something else. Once again, Jake summoned the ghosts from the 5 obelisks and brought them back to the portal. In the first fight, he had killed the orange ghost first, in the second, the blue one, and in the third, the white one. This time, he opted to take down the purple ghost first. Since he still wasn't sure if there was a rationale behind the varying colors of the ghosts, he had to make a selection at random. Since Jake was beginning to doubt his theory about the necessity of a specific order for the killings, he half expected this attempt to yield no results, just like the previous ones. Thus, he was greatly surprised when one of the symbols suddenly glowed purple after he finally dealt the fatal blow to the ghost of the same color. This suggested that his theory was actually valid. The symbol was positioned at the left base of the portal's arch. If the symbols were activated in a clockwise order, then the next symbol to be activated was located in the left rounded corner at the top of the arch. Jake was so excited to finally activate the first symbol and that his theory had turned out to be correct that he momentarily let himself get distracted from the ghosts attacking him, staring at the portal instead. The remaining ghosts seized this exact moment to attack him simultaneously, completely depleting his amulet's energy. Since he was now vulnerable to the ghosts' attacks, Jake decided to dart around the portal to make it harder for them to target him while his amulet recharged. He briefly considered leaving the chamber entirely but ultimately dismissed the idea. He was pretty confident that if the ghosts exited the chamber, the portal would lose its connection to them, and he would have to start from scratch. Clearly, For the symbols to activate, the ghosts had to be close to the portal. When they were killed, the remaining symbols radiated a soft silver glow, affirming that they were reacting to the ghost's presence. If he killed the ghosts far from the portal, the words they spoke in their final moments wouldn't trigger the activation of the symbols. He continued to run around the chamber for a while. His quick movements made it challenging for the ghosts to target him effectively. However, an unexpected surprise awaited him. At one point, the first symbol he had activated suddenly ceased to glow. This indicated that the ghosts had to be defeated not only in a specific order but also pretty quickly, less than within a minute of one another. He realized that he wouldn't have the luxury of waiting for his amulet to recharge during active battles with the ghosts. Sure enough, since the first symbol no longer glowed purple, nothing happened to any of the other symbols after he defeated the remaining ghosts. Sure, it was possible that the next ghost he had defeated did not correspond to the second symbol. But even if that were the case, it was now clear that for the portal to appear, each symbol also had to be activated while the others still shone with the matching colors of their corresponding ghosts. Once the battle ended, he took a moment to gather his thoughts. He learned that to activate the first symbol in the sequence, he had to defeat the purple ghost first. It was clear that he would be able to identify the next symbol within 4 attempts. Discovering the third symbol would require 3 attempts or fewer. Obviously, finding successive symbols would become progressively easier. Navigating the empty corridors and leading the ghosts to the portal didn't take much time, but he really needed to allow his protective amulet to recharge after each fight with the ghosts. Unfortunately, the recharging process was quite long, as the amulet only became effective again after it was fully charged. It made Jake think maybe there were some clues about the order in which the ghosts needed to be killed. Sure, he had explored most of the second floor by that point, but there were still a few unexplored areas. There might be clues hidden within those sections. The ointment applied to the blade of his battle-axe allowed him to kill ghost-like creatures. After it wore off, he would lose that ability. He checked the remaining time and learned he still had a little over 2 hours left, which was more than enough to finish exploring the rest of the second floor. If he found no clues about the order, he would resort to determining it manually, as he had done previously. With this plan in mind, he set off. At some point, Jake discovered a new type of enemy. Ratman, Spirit Caller, level 90. Obviously, it was a magic user. The Spirit Caller was armed with a long staff and nothing else. It occupied the center of a vast but empty room, and there were no more enemies present. Jake came to dislike mage enemies, as you could never know what to expect from them. Judging by the Ratman's name alone, it was clear it had the ability to summon entities, which might explain why there were no more enemies around. He stepped into the chamber, immediately attracting the Spirit Caller's attention. The enemy wasted no time launching an attack. Feral instincts alerted him to a danger just as the Spirit Caller pointed its staff at him, the crystal at its top sparkling with power. A bolt of lightning shot toward him, but he immediately darted to the side, successfully avoiding being hit. The combination of feral instincts and his incredible reflexes worked wonders in avoiding sudden and extremely fast enemy attacks. Jake was on the verge of rushing toward the Spirit Caller when it performed a circular motion with its free hand, invoking a summoning spell. Immediately, several ghost-like creatures materialized all around the spellcaster. They resembled rats, but were as large as a German shepherd. Each one was blue, semi-transparent, and equipped with a set of large, sharp teeth. Jake hoisted his battle-axe while they all rushed at him, closing in from every direction. With a mental command, he assessed one of the creatures. Spirit Animal, level 85. Jake always carried the battle-axe and sometimes utilized it during combat, although not frequently, as his abilities did not improve with its use. When he chose not to use his battle-axe, he simply dropped it and picked it back up after the fight. He really liked using his natural weapons way more, but he knew he needed to use his battle-axe in order to kill the ghosts, spirits, and other non-corporeal entities. For that reason, he hadn't discarded the battle-axe just yet. However, as soon as there was no longer a need to use the battle-axe, he was going to get rid of it. The first spirit rat reached him and lunged, widening its jaws. Jake easily sidestepped and brought his battle-axe down. the blade slicing all the way through the ghost-like neck. It didn't sever its head, but the creature did sustain some damage, causing its body to be even more transparent than it had been previously. Before the spirit rat could attempt to attack him once more, he struck again, causing the ghost to disappear in a quick burst of light. He didn't receive any XP for killing the animal ghost. Jake immediately shifted his attention to another spectral rat, which had just reached him and clamped its sharp teeth around his ankle. Rather than causing physical harm, the spirits could inflict only ethereal damage, so the amulet Jake wore absorbed all the damage, leaving him completely unscathed. He swung his battle-axe at the rat that was gnawing on his leg with all his might, killing the spectral creature in one blow. He instantly turned his attention to another spirit animal. At one point, while he was still taking on the ghostly rats, feral instincts gave him a heads-up about some danger. He ducked down right away, and in the next moment, a lightning bolt zipped over his shoulder with a crackling sound. Jake launched an acid glob at the ratman, hitting it in the face with remarkable accuracy. The acid sizzled as it ate through the creature's flesh. The spirit caller emitted a mournful howl, desperately clawing at its own face in a vain effort to make the suffering go away. When its fingers made contact with the acid, it stuck to them too, stripping the flesh off in mere seconds, leaving behind nothing more than bare bones. Enemy killed. Plus 2500 XP. Even though the spirit caller had just died, the spectral rats it had conjured continued to exist. It didn't take Jake long to deal with them, though. After the battle concluded, he took a look around. A chest was tucked away in a corner. Since it was a common container, it wasn't trapped. Inside he found a few lesser mana items and a small vial. He first siphoned the energy from the consumables, replenishing some of his mana. After that, he took the last item from the chest, the small vial. As it turned out, it contained another ointment that allowed him to attack non-corporeal entities. He applied the ointment to the blade of his battle-axe, extending the remaining time of its effects by 6 more hours. He now had plenty of time to thoroughly explore the rest of the second floor and then return to the portal to complete the task of finding the activation combination. Before exiting the room, Jake took a final look around, meticulously searching for hidden secrets. His eyes caught a brick in one of the walls that jutted out slightly. This couldn't be just an accidental occurrence. Jake approached the wall and pressed the protruding brick. It yielded to his touch like a button, sinking flush with the wall. A small section of the wall then extended forward by an inch and swung open like a door. Jake reached into the hidden compartment and felt a rectangular object. Pulling it out, he saw that it was another puzzle piece. This piece had a knob sticking out from its upper edge and a round indentation on its right side, which meant it would fit perfectly into the indentation on the bottom edge of one of the 2 puzzle pieces he had recently connected. The straight left and bottom edges indicated that only one more piece was yet to be found. He placed the newly found puzzle piece in his mouth. After that, Jake resumed his exploration of the dungeon. For a while, he roamed through the tunnels and chambers without encountering any enemies. Eventually, he stumbled upon a small room. There was nothing inside except for a single door on the opposite side. He approached the door and inspected it. It was heavy and made of metal, with unfamiliar symbols inscribed on its surface. All of them appeared dull and faded. The door had no handles or locks. To its right, however, was a square indentation a few inches wide. Jake immediately realized it was designed for the key formed from the pieces he had been collecting. He took some time to return to the portal, retrieved the 2 connected pieces, and then made his way back to the door. He took the 3rd puzzle piece from his mouth and connected it to the other 2. He then inserted the connected pieces into the indentation and took a quick look at it. Sure enough, the key fit perfectly, but he still needed to find the last fragment. Once he located it, he intended to return to the door and attach it to the bottom right corner of the other 3 connected pieces. When completed, it should power up the door and let it open. Whatever lay behind the door, Jake didn't know, but it was clear it had nothing to do with the portal. He had found everything needed to activate the portal, so what was behind the door must be unrelated. Jake was fairly certain this door led to some kind of secret. After all, the medallions required to activate the spirit obelisks were always in plain sight, placed in various chests, while the puzzle pieces were hidden, requiring keen attention to discover them. The access to whatever was behind the door wasn't supposed to be easily granted, indicating it likely led to a secret area. Jake took one last look at the door and then left the room. Once he found the final fragment for the door, he would return to uncover what was hidden behind it. As Jake traversed another corridor, he suddenly stumbled upon a ghost. At first, he thought it was an enemy and prepared to fight, instinctively lifting his battle axe. However, when he summoned its description, a single line surfaced in his mind. Wandering ghost. No level was displayed to him. When Jake attempted to summon the ghost's stats, nothing came up either. This was odd, or maybe it wasn't an enemy after all. For a moment, he simply watched the ghost as it floated down the corridor toward him. It seemed to notice him, yet it didn't quicken its pace and showed no signs of aggression. Jake kept his guard up, watching the ghost draw closer while tightly gripping his battle axe. The ghost floated toward him at a slow, leisurely pace, hovering about 3 feet above the ground. The ghost was missing its lower half. It was pale and barely visible, draped in tattered, flowing clothes. As Jake studied the ghost closely, he noticed a beaded bracelet on one of its wrists. Made of large marbles, the bracelet caught his eye, as it was the only distinctive feature of the spectral figure. Other than that, nothing else about the creature stood out. Suddenly, the ghost halted its approach, stopping a few yards away. For several seconds, it appeared to stare directly at him. Then, it turned around and drifted off in the opposite direction, floating at the same leisurely pace. It seemed to move around the area without any clear purpose. As Jake pressed forward, he passed the ghost, which barely acknowledged his presence. It spun around once more, flying back in the opposite direction. Since the ghost didn't appear to be hostile, Jake chose to let it be. He continued to explore the dungeon for a while, systematically taking down each group of ratmen he encountered. It wasn't long before he achieved level 84, allocating all 5 of his skill points to magic. Body, 75. Mind, 75. Magic, 85/90. He pressed on, exploring the dungeon for a bit longer. Eventually, he stepped into a vast room filled with an assortment of medieval-style torture devices. It wasn't the first time he had encountered such a chamber. The first floor resembled a maze of crypts, filled with sepulchres and inhabited by the undead. The second floor, on the other hand, was unmistakably themed around torture, brimming with various cruel devices from the medieval era. Jake meandered through the room, on the lookout for anything useful or any hidden secrets. The chamber was devoid of enemies and chests, but there might still be something concealed within. He kept scanning his surroundings, his gaze shifting from one torture device to the next. The place was filled with an array of cruel contraptions: wooden horses, electric chairs, Spanish boots, iron maidens, head crushers, breaking wheels, and a myriad of others. His gaze eventually landed on a rack positioned against one of the walls. This particular torture device caught his attention because a human body was strapped to the wooden frame with leather cords. It was the very first time Jake had seen a torture device in actual use. All the previous ones he encountered in the dungeon had been empty. Intrigued, he stepped closer to the rack. The male figure strapped to the rack was dead, but the body looked as if the death had occurred only moments ago. The corpse was dressed in old, ragged clothes, and the restraints were put around its ankles and wrists. The only detail that stood out on the corpse was a beaded bracelet with large marbles worn on its wrist. Jake immediately recalled that the wandering ghost he had encountered not long ago wore the same bracelet. It couldn't have been a mere coincidence. Jake pondered what it might mean. Then an idea struck him. He carefully slid the beaded bracelet off the deceased person's hand and exited the torture chamber. After consulting his mental map, he moved in the direction of where he had last seen the wandering ghost. He raced through the deserted tunnels and channels for a little while, encountering no enemies. At last, he arrived at the corridor where he had met the wandering ghost. To his satisfaction, the ghost was still there, drifting up and down the corridor aimlessly. Jake made his way to the center of the corridor and paused. When the ghost reached the other end, it didn't leave. Instead, it turned and flew back in Jake's direction. He raised his left hand, in which he held the beaded bracelet, and waited. The wandering ghost continued to drift toward Jake at a leisurely pace, seemingly oblivious to the bracelet he held. But as it drew nearer, it suddenly took notice of the trinket. Seemingly excited, the ghost accelerated, approaching Jake at an increased speed now. He quickly turned and sprinted the rest of the way out of the corridor. A glance over his shoulder revealed that the ghost was following him out as well. Jake gathered his bearings and made his way back to the torture chamber, with the ghost trailing him closely. Finally, he made it back to the chamber. He approached the body strapped to the rack and carefully placed the bracelet back around its wrist. Then he turned and watched as the ghost glided across the chamber toward him. As soon as it reached the rack, the ghost entered the body, and in the next instant, the person came to life. He turned his head to look up at Jake. Surprisingly, he showed no fear or shock at the sight of the horrifying pitch-black mutant looming over him. With defiance burning in his eyes, the man looked at Jake and declared, "I'll tell you nothing." "We'll see about that," Jake thought. There was definitely something the man could tell him, and he was determined to find out what it was. He stepped up to the winch mechanism and grasped the handle, feeling the rough texture of the wood beneath his palm. He twisted the handle, and the rollers creaked softly in response as they began to grip the thick ropes. He continued to turn, gradually tugging on the ropes and stretching the victim's body further. The frame continued to emit a soft creak, and he leaned in closer, watching the straps tighten with each rotation. The man squirmed and groaned on the rack, but the leather straps remained unyielding, effectively restraining the prisoner within their tight grip. He kept turning the winch mechanism, which stretched the person's body to its extreme limits, aware that it would eventually result in dislocated limbs or severe internal injuries. At last, the man reached his breaking point. No longer able to endure the excruciating pain inflicted upon him, he cried out, "Stop it! Stop it! I'll tell! I'll tell!" Jake ceased turning the winch. "White is last," the man wheezed, staring at the ceiling above him with wide eyes. "White is last." Suddenly, a wave of tremors rolled through the man's body. He took one last breath, his eyes glazing over, and then he stopped wriggling altogether. He had just died. Again. For a moment, Jake stared at the lifeless body. What the man had just said made perfect sense. It was a clue. He thought back to the portal. He knew that to activate the first symbol in the sequence, he needed to kill the purple ghost first. Based on what he had just heard, he needed to take down the white ghost last to activate the final symbol in the sequence. So Jake realized he had been right in thinking there might be clues about the order in which the ghosts summoned from the obelisks needed to be killed to activate the portal's symbols. He was now aware of how to find those clues. He glanced around one more time. All the other torture devices in the chamber lay vacant, but numerous torture rooms likely awaited him in the unexplored areas of the dungeon's second floor. He just needed to keep searching. With that thought in mind, Jake left the chamber and pressed on. It took him some time, but eventually, Jake collected all the clues he needed. One by one, he encountered 3 more wandering ghosts. They all looked alike, each missing the lower half of their bodies and dressed in tattered clothes. However, each ghost had a distinctive and easily noticeable feature. One had an amulet hanging around its neck, another wore a ring with a large gemstone on one of its fingers, and the third one sported a diadem on its head. In 3 different chambers, Jake also located 3 human bodies wearing the same items, one with a round amulet, another with a ring, and the third with a diadem. Each of the 3 bodies was strapped to a different torture device. Just like the last time, Jake led each of the ghosts to its respective body, luring them with the corresponding pieces of jewelry. After reanimating the corpses, he then made use of the torture devices to which they were strapped. As with the previous encounter, after enduring a certain amount of pain, each prisoner provided him with a clue before succumbing to their injuries and passing away once more. The second clue he learned was, green is between orange and blue. This was undoubtedly a valuable piece of information. So he now knew he needed to eliminate the purple ghost first, the white one last, and the green one third. However, he still didn't know the precise order for orange and blue. One of them was clearly second, while the other was fourth. Given that he already knew the positions of the others, he had a 50% chance of guessing the order correctly on his first attempt. Despite having gathered enough clues, He pressed on for more, and one additional clue he received was, blue is before white. With this information, Jake was able to ascertain the exact order in which the ghosts had to be eliminated to activate the portal's symbols. Ultimately, he received the final clue stating, purple is first. Since he had already figured out that the first color was purple, he didn't actually need that last hint. But it came to him all the same. At the very least, he would now be able to achieve 100% completion and earn an extra reward, which was always a nice bonus. After finding all the clues, Jake summoned the ghosts from the obelisks and led them to the portal. Knowing the exact order for eliminating the ghosts, he solely focused on the fight. He began by killing the purple ghost, causing the first symbol on the portal's arch to light up with a purple glow. Next, he turned his attention to the orange ghost, swinging his ointment-smeared bat leaks at it. Once he dealt the fatal blow and the ghost vanished in a flash of light, another symbol on the arch illuminated with an orange glow. This symbol was located at the left rounded corner of the arch's top, indicating that the symbols were activated in a clockwise order. Jake continued to fight the rest of the ghosts, taking them down one by one. They unleashed energy waves in his direction, but all the damage they dealt was absorbed by his protective amulet. Eventually, however, the amulet ran out of energy, and Jake began taking damage himself. Fortunately, since he had inserted an opal into the amulet some time ago, all the ethereal damage he took was effectively reduced by 25%. Jake continued battling the ghosts. He was aware that he needed to take them down in quick succession within less than a minute of each other. The activation of the symbols was a time-sensitive task. If he took too long to eliminate a ghost, the activated symbols would shut down, forcing him to summon the ghosts once again and start the entire activation process from scratch. With this urgency weighing on him, he acted as quickly as possible, channeling all his focus into the battle. The next symbol to flare to life was the top one, shining with a vibrant green glow. After eliminating the next ghost, the symbol in the right rounded corner of the arch ignited with a blue glow. At last, upon defeating the last ghost, the final symbol situated at the right base of the arch burst into a white light. Now, all 5 symbols were active, each pulsing with its own unique color. Jake felt the hum emitted by the portal intensify, and then, in a sudden burst of brilliant light, a shimmering surface of the portal filled the inside of the arch. The gateway to the 3rd floor stood open before Jake. Yet before stepping through, he wanted to complete his exploration of the 2nd floor, as there were still a couple of locations he needed to check. In one of those places, he expected to find the final fragment of the key, which would unlock the secret door he had discovered earlier. Jake exited the chamber and moved toward the unexplored areas of the 2nd floor, dispatching any remaining enemies along the way. Ultimately, in one of the last rooms, he uncovered the final fragment of the key, tucked away in a concealed section of the wall. With this find, he had completely explored the 2nd floor. The only area left to investigate was behind the secret door. As he headed in that direction, he encountered no enemies, having dealt with every single one by that point. At last, he arrived at the chamber with the secret door. He inserted the final fragment into its indentation, joining it with the other 3 pieces to form the complete key. Each interlocking knob and hole aligned flawlessly with the surrounding components. The key was now whole. A humming sound resonated in the air, accompanied by an electric charge. The various engravings on the door glowed with an eerie light. Within moments, the heavy door swung open, revealing a long corridor. Like all the previous halls, it was illuminated only by the 2 wall-mounted torches nearest to him, leaving the rest of the corridor cloaked in total darkness. Jake started to move down the corridor, curious about where it might lead. With no enemies lurking in the shadows, he moved down the corridor without any obstacles in his way. Finally, he reached the end of the tunnel, which opened up into a vast but mostly empty chamber. He took a step forward, exiting the corridor, and paused to survey his surroundings. The room was brightly lit, and his eyes quickly fell upon a lone enemy standing directly in the center of the chamber. Ratman, a Shadowcaster Ray level 110, Elite. Special abilities: ring of shadow bolts as the caster launches numerous shadow bolts in every direction. Phantom form as the caster phases into an ethereal form, making them immune to most attacks while still being able to deal both physical and chaos damage. While in this form, the caster gains significant boosts in both power and speed. Shadow Wave as the caster emits a black mist that greatly reduces visibility for everyone affected, except for the caster themselves. This Ratman was definitely much more powerful than any he had faced on the second floor before. Clad in a long robe with its hood raised, it wielded a staff crowned with the skull of a horned creature. Jake spotted a metal key hanging from the Ratman's belt. Behind the foe, against the wall, he also noticed a chest waiting to be opened. Majestic chest. It was visibly larger and finer compared to both the primitive and quality chests he had come across so far. Whatever treasures were locked inside should be pretty amazing. However, before opening it, he needed to take down the Shadowcaster. There were no more enemies anywhere to be seen, so the fight would be one-on-one. This was going to be the final fight on this floor, and Jake had a feeling it would be the toughest one. He took another step forward. As soon as he did, a humming sound from behind made him look back. He saw a shimmering blue wall of magic materializing at the entrance he had just passed through. It seemed he wouldn't be able to leave the chamber until he defeated the final enemy. The Shadowcaster suddenly pointed its staff at him, prompting Jake to shift his attention back to the Ratman. In the next heartbeat, the enemy launched an attack. A ball of dark energy hurtled from the top of the caster's staff. Whatever it was, it zipped through the air at an incredible speed. Jake darted to the side as the mysterious projectile whizzed past him, trailing what looked like black smoke that slowly faded away. The caster, unfazed by its missed shot, relentlessly tracked Jake's movements with its staff, launching one projectile after another. Each one detonated upon impact with the floor and walls, unleashing a cloud of black mist that sprouted strange tendrils, reaching out in all directions. The caster kept firing at him, launching 2 or 3 shadow bolts or whatever they were called within a second. For now, Jake was focused entirely on dodging those projectiles, sprinting around the Ratman and biding his time until the caster ran out of energy. Once the caster was depleted of mana, he would make a beeline for it. The shadow bolts seemed dangerous, and it felt far too risky to attack while the caster was still full of energy. Jake had no intention of finding out how much damage those bolts could do to him. For now, his priority was defense. He launched several acidic globs at the caster, but each one veered off target. It was incredibly difficult to hit a target while frantically darting around and dodging incoming projectiles. The Shadowcaster suddenly raised its staff high into the air. In the next instant, dozens of shadow bolts erupted from the skull-chopped staff, shooting off in all directions at once. The elite Ratman had clearly unleashed one of its special abilities. With that many projectiles zipping through the air like arrows, dodging them posed a tough challenge for Jake. Fortunately, the combination of his feral instincts and his enhanced reflexes allowed him to avoid direct hits. However, one of the projectiles struck the floor not far from him. It exploded on impact, releasing a cloud of black mist from the point of detonation. The mist spread in every direction, and long, smoky tendrils shot out from within. One tendril managed to wrap around Jake's ankle, throwing him off balance and sending him crashing face first to the floor. He glanced back at the black tendril as it tightened its grip around his leg. The tendril appeared to be made of smoke, but its hold felt solid and surprisingly strong. The tendril didn't cause any damage to him. Instead, it simply restricted his movement. The mist from which the tendril extended and the tendril itself were slowly dissipating. Until then, it would continue to hold him in place, unless he could sever it. Jake extended a blade from his wrist and slashed at the tendril. To his surprise, the blade passed right through as if the tendril were nothing but smoke, failing to sever it or inflict any damage whatsoever. While it appeared to be made of strange smoke, it gripped his ankle with surprising strength. Jake managed to get to his feet, but the tendril's grip kept him anchored to the spot. He tried to wrench his leg free, but it was no use. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the caster pointing its staff directly at him, prompting him to return his attention to the Ratman. In an instant, the caster unleashed 3 additional shadow bolts, one right after the other. Jake twisted his body, evading the first bolt. He narrowly dodged the second, but the third slammed him smack dab in the middle of his chest with the force of a freight train. At that moment, the tendril dissipated completely, releasing his leg, and Jake felt himself propelled backward through the air. You have been wounded for 7% by chaos damage. Jake crashed into the wall, collapsing onto the floor. Gradually, he pushed himself to his knees and glanced at his chest, where he found a hole the size of a baseball in his flesh. Those shadow bolts were much more powerful than he'd expected. At least the injury wasn't deep enough to cause mana leakage, otherwise, mana would be spilling from him like a fountain. He knew he had to do everything possible to avoid getting hit by those projectiles again. He also realized that his ethereal protective amulet was gone ere the shadow bolt had slammed right into it, completely obliterating it. But in retrospect, that didn't matter. The Ratman caster dealt only chaos damage, meaning his amulet wouldn't have provided any protection anyway. Jake jumped to his feet just as the caster pointed its staff at him again. He dashed to the side to dodge a trio of shadow bolts zipping in his direction. He fully expected the shadow caster to launch another barrage of projectiles, but suddenly, the enemy ceased firing. Thinking it might have finally run out of mana, Jake burst into a sprint toward the caster. He closed the distance in under 2 seconds and swung his bat'lexes at the Ratman. However, just before the blade made contact, the caster suddenly became semi-transparent, causing Jake's bat'lexes to pass through it as if the caster were nothing more than air now. The Ratman caster had just taken on a phantom form, which was its second special ability. This form not only rendered it immune to most types of damage but also made it significantly stronger and faster. The elite enemy immediately countered by swinging its staff at Jake like a mace. He managed to dodge, but not completely, and instead of striking his head, the staff slammed into his shoulder. Immediately, a burst of chaos energy erupted at the point of impact, blowing a baseball-sized hole in Jake's shoulder. You have been wounded for 14% by chaos damage. In contrast to shadow bolts, the hit from a staff didn't send Jake flying back, but it inflicted twice the damage instead. Just great, Jake thought with frustration. While in its phantom form, the caster couldn't be harmed, yet it itself could deliver blows to him, and surprisingly powerful at that. Since there was no point in battling it under those conditions, Jake quickly darted away. He intended to keep his distance while the caster remained in its phantom form. For several minutes, the Ratman pursued him, and Jake did his best to evade its attacks. Luckily, he managed to avoid taking any more hits. Although the caster was quick in its phantom state, Jake's speed and agility allowed him to stay one step ahead. Finally, the spell faded, causing the caster to revert to its physical form. Jake wasted no time dashing toward the enemy. Unfortunately, before he could reach the Ratman, it raised its staff high into the air. Jake braced himself, expecting another volley of shadow bolts and prepared to dodge. Instead, the caster unleashed its third special ability, called Shadow Wave. Dark mist surged from the tip of the staff, quickly rolling outwards in every direction. Before Jake had a chance to react, the mist engulfed him. His movements immediately felt sluggish, as if he were moving through water. Disorientation set in, too, as the supernatural fog obscured everything beyond a few feet in front of him. Just as Jake wondered where his opponent was, the Ratman suddenly appeared on his right, emerging from the darkness of the mist. Unable to move quickly, he took another hit as the caster struck his shoulder with the staff. Just as he prepared to retaliate, the caster spun around and vanished into the black mist once more. Jake attempted to chase after it, but he quickly lost all sense of direction. He whirled around, desperately searching for his enemy, yet all he could see was the black mist. He continued to scan the area, wondering where his foe would show up next. As it turned out, the Ratman struck from behind this time. Jake heard the movement, but the mist impeded his speed, preventing him from turning around and dodging the attack in time. He suffered more chaos damage, but before he could retaliate, the caster vanished into the black mist once again. Unlike Jake, the Ratman seemed unaffected by the supernatural fog. This was becoming increasingly frustrating. Jake resolved to do whatever it took to end the fight once and for all. He scanned his surroundings, waiting for the caster's next appearance. When the elite Ratman emerged from the shadows on his left, Jake was ready. As the Ratman charged at him, Jake hurled his Bat'lexes toward the approaching enemy. Just as he predicted, the Bat'lexes was affected by the black mist, slowly flipping end over end and giving the Ratman caster plenty of time to react. The Ratman struck the Bat'lexes with its staff, triggering an explosion of chaos energy that shattered the axe into thousands of jagged fragments. The caster was already moving toward Jake. However, this momentary distraction provided him with the opportunity to employ gravity jump. By the time the caster reached the spot where Jake had just been, he was already airborne, well out of reach of the caster's staff. Just before activating gravity jump, Jake had sprouted 3 long-bladed tentacles from his back and lashed out at the unsuspecting Ratman. While the caster managed to deftly dodge 2 of the tentacles, the third one found its mark, opening up its throat and causing a torrent of blood to pour from the gash. Jake continued to ascend, and as soon as he escaped the clutches of the black mist, his speed increased dramatically. He soared close to the high ceiling, reaching the apex of his jump. Instantly, he slowed his ascent, hovering in place for a brief moment, defying gravity itself. As he began to drop, the black mist below him finally started to quickly dissipate. By the time Jake touched down, it had all vanished. He saw the caster sprawled on the floor, a pool of blood spreading beneath the creature. The dying Ratman clutched its bleeding throat with both hands, glaring up at Jake with its evil red eyes. A moment later, the caster drew its last breath. The fight was finally over. Immediately, a bunch of notifications filled his mind. Enemy killed. Plus 25,000 XP. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level went up from 84 to 85. You have gained 5 SP. A new feature has been unlocked. Inventory. You have received a new perk, Mana Absorption. So for defeating the secret enemy, he received a couple of interesting rewards. He first examined Mana Absorption. This perk allowed him to absorb mana from mana clouds. It was classified as uncommon and came with 2 available upgrades. Jake decided to spend 2 of his newly acquired skill points to upgrade the perk from rank I to rank 3, and then he reviewed it again. Mana Absorption, rank 3, max, uncommon. Description: allows you to absorb mana from mana clouds. You can also absorb mana from living beings upon touch. Additionally, you can absorb mana from living beings at a distance, although at a slower rate. So he no longer needed to rely solely on mana consumables to restore his mana. It was great. He then allocated the remaining 3 skill points to one of his attributes. Body, 75. Mind, 75. Magic, 90/93. After that, Jake tried to access the inventory feature. As soon as he issued a mental command, a piece of information emerged in his mind. Slot 1, empty. Slot 2, empty. Slot 3, empty. Slot 4, empty. Slot 5, empty. Unlock 5 more slots, 10,000 MP, Y/N. 10,000 mana points wasn't an excessive amount, so he unlocked 5 more slots. When he did so, he was informed that he could unlock 5 additional slots, but the price had increased to 25,000 MP. For the time being, he decided not to unlock any more slots. He then tore the key from the dead Shadowcaster's belt and approached the majestic chest. Confirming it was not trapped, he inserted the key into the keyhole and unlocked it. When he lifted the lid and looked inside, he discovered a collection of various items. First, he extracted mana from several greater mana consumables, nearly filling his mana reserves to capacity. Inside the chest, he also found a helmet and a sword, both of epic rarity and equipped with slots for gemstones. However, there was nothing special about the sword, so Jake chose not to take it. Sure, it had been carrying the Bat'lexes for a while, but mainly because he needed it to kill ghosts. As for the helmet, he couldn't even wear it, as its design did not fit the non-human contours of his head. Out of curiosity, he attempted to store the sword in his inventory. The moment he issued the mental command, the sword vanished. When he commanded his inventory to fetch the sword, it immediately reappeared in his hand. It was that easy. However, since he preferred using his natural weapons, He decided against carrying the sword, especially since it took up not just 1 or 2, but 3 precious slots. After setting the sword aside, he looked back into the chest. A handful of gemstones rested at the bottom, including several rubies, a few emeralds, and a variety of others. He meticulously checked them all, one by one. Name, ruby. Rarity, common. Description: inserting this gem into a slot on your weapon gives it the ability to set aflame any enemies vulnerable to fire. When placed in your armor's slot, it increases your fire resistance. Primary effects: 10% chance to ignite the target when inserted into a weapon. Increases fire resistance by 10% when placed in armor. Status: 100%. Name, emerald. Rarity, common. Description: inserting this gem into a slot on your weapon gives it the ability to deal corrosive damage to your enemies. When placed in your armor's slot, it increases your corrosive resistance. Primary effects: 10% chance to deal corrosive damage when inserted into a weapon. Increases corrosive resistance by 10% when placed in armor. Status: 100%. Name, topaz. Rarity, common. Description: inserting this gem into a slot on your weapon gives it the ability to deal frost damage to your enemies. When placed in your armor's slot, it increases your frost resistance. Primary effects: 10% chance to deal frost damage when inserted into a weapon. Increases frost resistance by 10% when placed in armor. Status: 100%. Name, amber. Rarity, epic. Description: inserting this gem into a slot on your weapon grants it the ability to deal explosive damage, creating a small explosion upon hitting an enemy. When placed in your armor's slot, it increases your explosive resistance. Primary effects: 25% chance to deal explosive damage when inserted into a weapon. Increases explosive resistance by 25% when placed in armor. Status: 100%. Since Jake wasn't planning to take the sword with him, there was no point in inserting the gemstones into the weapon's slots. However, he also didn't want to leave them behind. Perhaps there was another way to utilize the gemstones besides embedding them in weapons and armor. He decided to collect the gemstones, placing each of them into his inventory. He was pleased to find that gemstones of the same type occupied a single slot. After that, he shifted his attention to the remaining items in the chest. Name, demon blood. Type, charm, shard. Description: this is a shard of a charm, which was formed from the coagulated blood of an ancient demon. When absorbed or used for enchanting, it grants permanent boosts to your skills. Primary effects: plus 5% in claws, plus 5% in smash fists, and plus 5% in bladed tentacles. Jake found 2 shards of the demon blood charm in the chest. As he put them together, he noticed that only one more piece was needed to complete the charm. He tried to absorb the shards with a mere thought, but nothing happened. It appeared that the process of absorbing shards was more complicated than that. Name, tortured soul. Type, charm, shard. Description: this is a shard of a charm, which contains the agonized soul of an ancient creature of darkness. When absorbed or used for enchanting, it grants permanent boosts to your skills. Primary effects: plus 5% in enhanced senses, plus 5% in enhanced intelligence, and plus 5% in mind reader. Just like the previous charm, there were 2 jagged pieces of the tortured soul charm in the chest. When assembled with all the pieces, each of the 2 charms would take on a round form, approximately the size of his palm. Name, frost essence. Type, relic. Description: this relic contains the solidified essence of frost. When absorbed or used for enchanting, it grants permanent boosts to your skills. Primary effects: plus 5% frost resistance. The frost essence relic appeared as a round stone adorned with intricate designs carved into its surface. Just like with the charm shards, when he tried to absorb the relic with just a thought, nothing happened. Name, spectral matter. Type, relic. Description: this relic contains the wispy, glowing substance ghost-like creatures are made of. When absorbed or used for enchanting, it grants permanent boosts to your skills. Primary effects: plus 5 SP to mind. This relic also resembled a small rock, but the ornate designs etched into its surface were different. Although Jake couldn't do anything with these finds at the moment, he was pretty sure he would find a use for them later, so he decided to place them all in his inventory. As soon as he gave the mental command, all the items vanished. Jake found himself loving this new feature more and more. He no longer had to carry useful items in his mouth. Instead, with just a thought, he could store them in his inventory, and they would always be with him and readily accessible at a moment's notice. It was amazing. Only one item remained in the chest that he had yet to explore. Name: Basic Elemental Shielding. Type: Lesser Artifact. Description: This ancient scroll contains an arcane formula for creating an artifact by merging the necessary materials through a magical ritual. Required materials: Tongue of Flame, Frost Essence, Venom Heart. Effects: plus 25% fire resistance, plus 25% frost resistance, plus 25% poison resistance. Jake had no idea what an artifact was, how it functioned, or how to create one. Nevertheless, he was sure he would discover the answers when the time was right, so he stored the scroll in his inventory as well. He then rose from his crouch, as there was nothing more in the chest. Before exiting the room, he took a moment to check his inventory. Slot 1, Ruby, X3. Slot 2, Emerald, X2. Slot 3, Topaz, X3. Slot 4, Amber, X1. Slot 5, Demon Blood, X2. Slot 6, Tortured Soul, X2. Slot 7, Frost Essence, X1. Slot 8, Spectral Matter, X1. Slot 9, Basic Elemental Shielding, X1. Slot 10, Empty. Unlock 5 more slots, 25,000 MP, Y/N. He then made his way to the portal. With no more enemies left, he reached it in just a couple of minutes, running quickly and undistracted. After a quick glance at the portal, he stepped inside. Instantly, darkness surrounded him, and he felt himself lose all sensation. Since he was already familiar with this experience, he wasn't spooked this time. A review of his accomplishments materialized in front of him. Completion status: time taken, 8 hours, 37 minutes. Enemies killed, 100%. Mini-bosses defeated, 3 out of 3. Clues found, 4 out of 4. Secrets discovered, 1 out of 1. Floor completion rate, 100%. Reward for completing the second floor: Drill Gauntlets, an epic ability. Choose your reward for 100% completion: 200,000 XP, 75,000 MP, 100,000 DP. So he gained another epic ability. However, he was aware that he wouldn't be able to acquire it yet because he hadn't evolved into the next form. Just like the ability he received for completing the first floor, a chainsaw arms, a drill gauntlets also sounded promising. He couldn't wait to put both to use. Jake finished reviewing the information. He noted that he had achieved 100% completion once again and was offered an additional reward. As he had before, he opted for EP, and moments later, he was teleported to the next floor of the dungeon. She was about to start her bike when a sudden commotion at the gates made her look up. She could see that the guards posted on the walls were agitated as they watched something on the other side of the perimeter walls. Dismounting her bike, she started to walk to the gates. "What's going on?" she called out to the guards. One of them turned his head to shout back, "Someone's coming back." "It doesn't look good, though." Catalina wanted to ask a clarifying question but decided to wait and see for herself. The gate was already swinging open. Shortly afterward, a battered SUV entered the base. Its windows were mostly shattered, and the body was covered in scratches and dents. Despite its damaged state, she instantly recognized it. It was one of the 2 SUVs sent out earlier that morning to hunt down the Morphus. "Where's the other car?" she wondered. A possible answer immediately popped into her mind. It likely had been destroyed, and all its occupants had been killed by the Morphus. The fact that this vehicle had survived and returned to the base felt odd, because all previous teams sent after the Morphus had been slain, and there had never been any survivors. The battered SUV rolled to a stop. The driver's door swung open, and a man with a haunted look in his eyes jumped out. He spotted her and made his way over. "What happened?" she asked, even though the answer was pretty obvious. Rather than give a direct answer, The man said, "I need to talk to our boss." "Why?" In lieu of answering her, he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out his PDA. After unlocking the device, he showed her the screen. She frowned as she looked at it. The display showed the map of the city with 3 pins, each labeled with a brief text. The first read, "Let me be or you die." After reading it, she shot a questioning look at the man, but he remained silent. She turned her attention back to the screen. The second message said, "SHW it to our boss." The final pin bore a single word, "Understand." "What is this?" she asked. "It's something our boss needs to see," he said, urgency creeping into his voice as he glanced toward HQ behind her. "It's important." "All right," Catalina responded. "Let's go." She led the way to HQ. As one of Ryder's closest subordinates, Catalina was among the few people with access to the main building of the base. As they walked across the compound, she stole another glance at the man. He still wore that haunted look in his eyes. His clothes were torn and bloodied in several places, but he seemed uninjured, likely having used a few stims to heal himself on his journey to the base. An unpleasant odor wafted from him. Had he peed himself? Once they arrived at HQ, she entered the code into the touchpad and swung the door open. As they entered, 2 guards quickly approached them. Catalina explained they needed to see the boss, and the guards allowed them to pass. They climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor and walked down a corridor to the security room, which was watched over by another armed guard. Just as they reached the door, it suddenly slid open into the wall, and Ryder himself stepped out. He blinked in surprise at the unexpected visitors, but then a smile spread across his face as he recognized Catalina. However, as soon as his gaze shifted to the man beside her, his smile vanished, and his expression turned serious. He looked back at Catalina. "What's going on?" he asked. "This guy," she began and immediately went silent, casting a quick frown at her companion. Suddenly, realization struck her. "Jeremy, isn't it?" He nodded in affirmation. "Jeremy wants to show you something," she explained, then nodded at Jeremy. "Go ahead and show him what you showed me." Jeremy nodded and held out the display of his PDA, which he still clutched in one hand, to Ryder. The leader's expression darkened as he scanned the text. "What's this about?" Ryder asked. "It's from the Morphus," Jeremy explained. "It wrote this message and instructed me to show it to you." Ryder raised an eyebrow. "To me?" "Well, to whoever my boss was meant to be, I suppose," Jeremy replied, shifting awkwardly as nerves began to take over. "So you didn't manage to kill the freak, did you?" Ryder said after a tense moment. Jeremy held his tongue, likely interpreting the question as rhetorical. "Where are the others?" Ryder's voice turned low and menacing. "You can't be telling me the Morphus killed them all." Jeremy stayed quiet. He was the only survivor, which meant he would have to bear the brunt of his boss's wrath. "For Christ's sake," Ryder snapped, his frustration boiling over. "I sent 2 full teams to hunt down the freak this time." 2 full teams? You're telling me it managed to kill them all? Just how powerful is it? Catalina and Jeremy exchanged glances but said nothing. "Why didn't it kill you too?" Ryder pressed. "I suppose it needed someone to deliver a message to you," Jeremy answered softly. "Right," Ryder muttered, his tone laced with disdain. Ryder looked like he was about to pose another question but reconsidered. Instead, he commanded, "You two, follow me inside. We need to show this to Skullface." Jeremy's complexion shifted to a ghostly white. Skullface, the gang leader, was infamous for his brutality. The mere mention of his name sent shivers down the spines of even the toughest members. Catalina, on the other hand, felt her heart pound relentlessly. She hated that man with every fiber of her being. They stepped into the security room, and the door slid closed behind them. Ryder guided Catalina and Jeremy to a wall where a bank of monitors was mounted. He made a call, and moments later, Skullface's ink-laden visage appeared on one of the screens. The sight of the man she hated fueled a storm of emotions in Catalina. She had to summon every ounce of willpower to prevent her face from revealing the hatred and anger churning inside her. Skullface glanced between the 3 of them for a moment, his gaze pausing briefly on Jeremy, scrutinizing his torn, bloodied clothes. Jeremy felt a shiver run down his spine as Skullface's piercing eyes examined him. Then the gang leader shifted his attention to Ryder and growled, "What the hell is going on? Judging by your faces, I assume the Morphus is still breathing." "Unfortunately, it is," Ryder murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. The leader of this base inspired fear in his subordinates, but he himself was terrified of Skullface. Despite his efforts to maintain an air of control, a tremor seeping into his voice betrayed the anxiety that gripped him. "So, you called me just to say you failed again in taking down that freak?" Skullface growled, his fury escalating quickly. Worried that his boss might explode at any moment, Ryder grabbed the PDA from Jeremy and held the screen up to the webcam. "The freak instructed Jeremy to show you this message," Ryder said, his tone steadier than he felt. "I thought you'd want to see it." Ryder resembled a schoolboy anticipating his teacher's approval for providing a correct answer. After reading the text displayed on the PDA's screen, Skullface locked his piercing eyes on Jeremy and in a low and menacing growl, demanded that he recount everything that had happened. In a quiet and trembling voice, Jeremy recounted that he was on one of the teams Ryder sent after the Morphus that morning. They tracked it to the forest area that used to be the city park. There, they encountered an enormous woodgolem, which commanded numerous plant monsters. The Morphus was also there. Since they couldn't defeat them all at once, they decided to retreat. Unfortunately, the monsters chased them and killed some of his companions. Jeremy and a few others managed to get out of the forest and make it to their vehicles. Jeremy and another person jumped in one car, while the rest of the surviving men piled into another. With Jeremy behind the wheel, they sped away, but several plant monsters managed to latch onto their vehicle. The others weren't so lucky. The woodgolem stamped on their car, crushing it before they could get away. Jeremy and his companion didn't drive far because the plant monsters clinging to their vehicle suddenly died. In the rearview mirror, he saw that the Morphus had killed the woodgolem. He quickly brought the car around and sped back to confront the Morphus. However, even after the battle with their woodgolem, it was still brimming with power. It killed his companion, who manned the machine gun mounted on the roof and then dragged Jeremy out of the vehicle. However, instead of killing him, the Morphus took his PDA, used Jeremy's fingerprint to unlock the device, and then typed a message. After that, instead of ending his life, it let him go so he could deliver the message to his superiors. Once Jeremy finished recounting his ordeal, Skullface nodded thoughtfully but didn't say anything for a while. Finally, he broke the silence, his voice steady and authoritative. "Get out of here," he instructed Jeremy. Jeremy was more than eager to comply. But then it struck him that his immediate supervisor was Ryder. He turned his head, searching for Ryder's approval. Once Ryder nodded his consent, Jeremy bolted to the exit, relieved to escape the situation unpunished. Just as the door slid aside and he was about to step out, Ryder called out to him. "Change your clothes, will ya?" Ryder remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. "You fucking stink." "Did you piss yourself?" Jeremy's face flushed with embarrassment as he looked down at the dark stain on his crotch. Mumbling something incomprehensible in reply, he exited the room, and the door slid shut behind him. "Do you want to pass the mission to somebody else, boss?" Ryder asked cautiously, shifting his attention back to the monitor. "Not now," Skullface replied, his tone firm. "I need some time to think." Seeing that his boss was in a surprisingly calm mood, Jeremy mustered the courage to say, "Maybe we just should leave the freak alone, boss." Skullface shot him a glare that could freeze fire, causing Ryder to visibly pale. "Let it be, huh?" The gang leader sneered. "I mean, it seems to fight back only when attacked," Ryder added hurriedly. "Maybe if we just let it be, it'll mind its own business and won't cause us any more trouble. Plus, the deadline for the legendary reward for taking out the freak has long worn off. We won't even earn a decent reward for killing the Morphus now, will we?" "It's not about the reward anymore," Skullface replied, his tone dripping with menace. "That motherfucker has caused us too much trouble to just let it go. Killing the freak is a matter of principle now, got it? Dumbass. You wouldn't be in this mess if you'd just left it alone in the first place." Catalina mused silently, but she knew better than to voice her thoughts. Ryder simply nodded, afraid to say anything else that might provoke his boss further. "I need to think this over," Skullface declared. "I'll get in touch later." When the call ended, Catalina cast a quick look at Ryder. He usually tried to hit on her, but the tension from his exchange with Skullface had him too rattled for that now. He waved her off without meeting her gaze. It was obvious he needed some time to himself. Catalina left. As she made her way out of HQ, her mind drifted back to the last encounter with the Morphus, when it was chased by a pickup truck and an SUV. The truck pursued the Morphus into a building, but once inside, the creature turned on its occupants, mercilessly killing them. It then seized control of the machine gun mounted in the truck's bed, using it to kill those in the SUV. Then the Morphus emerged from the building and finished off the wounded. As she watched the horrifying scene unfold from a distance, Catalina found it hard to believe that such a bloodthirsty creature could be intelligent. However, the Morphus writing a message and having Jeremy pass it to his superiors confirmed that it was indeed intelligent. Despite its terrifying appearance and the brutality with which it killed its enemies, the Morphus appeared to be sapient. Although it struggled with writing, its ability to understand and communicate was unmistakable. This lent credence to the rumors that it had once been human and had mutated into its current form at some point. Catalina promised herself that the next time she encountered the Morphus, she wouldn't let her fear and doubts get the better of her. She would try to communicate with the Morphus, and if she succeeded in gaining its trust, it might very well spell the end for Los Demonios. For the next several hours, Jake explored the third floor of the dungeon. Unlike the first two, this one sprawled out like a labyrinthine network of caverns linked by long tunnels. There were no wall-mounted torches illuminating the path, but thankfully, the oppressive supernatural darkness of the previous floors was absent. What surrounded him was normal darkness, through which his enhanced sight allowed him to see exceptionally well. All around, luminescent mushrooms flourished on the ground, walls, and ceiling. They ranged in size from tiny inch-wide caps to colossal specimens measuring several feet across. Each semi-transparent fungus emitted a soft glow, casting shades of blue, green, yellow, and other vibrant hues. As for the enemies, the third floor was teeming with large spiders. So far, he had encountered 3 types of them. The first type was the weakest and least dangerous, roughly the size of a cat. They hardly posed a threat to Jake, as their fangs were not powerful enough to pierce his tough exterior. Apart from their fangs, they had no other weapons or abilities at their disposal. Although they attacked in large groups, even their numbers presented little danger. Jake easily crushed them with his fists or beneath his feet. More often than not, instead of facing him by themselves, these smaller spiders scuttled alongside the larger, more menacing types of arachnids. The second common type of these nasty 8-legged creatures was called great spiders. These spiders were the size of a large dog, and their fangs were significantly more powerful than those of the cat-sized spiders. Jake had learned through bitter experience that a great spider's fangs could penetrate his sturdy armor with surprising ease, piercing his flesh deeply enough to cause mana to leak out. They were not only large but also fast, and when multiple great spiders attacked, they posed a considerable danger to him. However, it was not just their speed and powerful fangs that made them so threatening. Their most dangerous feature was their ability to shoot globs of sticky substance from their spinnerets. This substance was incredibly adhesive and could effectively glue him in place within seconds as it dried. The third, and so far the final type of arachnid Jake had encountered, was the acid giant spider. Unlike the regular giant spiders, these had a particularly dangerous ability as they could launch globs of acid from their mouths. There was one unfortunate incident when Jake found himself on the receiving end of such an acid glob, and he quickly discovered that it could eat through his carapace with alarming speed. Since that harrowing experience, he made it a top priority to dodge those acid projectiles whenever he faced these deadly spiders. Fortunately, he eventually found an epic amulet in one of the quality chests that increased his resistance to acid by a substantial 25%. During his meticulous exploration of the third floor, Jake leveled up several times, progressing from 85 to 92. Since none of his skills and abilities had hit the 100% mark, he couldn't upgrade them to the next rank yet, so he allocated all his earned skill points to his attributes. He increased his body from 75 to 90, his mind from 75 to 85, and his magic from 93 to 103. While exploring the third floor, he occasionally encountered chests, but they were only primitive and quality ones. He hadn't yet stumbled upon a single majestic chest on this floor, which made sense because those seemed to only appear beside extremely powerful enemies, like the Shadowcaster he had fought on the second floor. All the enemies he had faced so far were regular ones, and he hadn't yet encountered an elite enemy on this floor. In the chests he discovered, Jake found various pieces of armor and melee weapons, both of which he ignored since he didn't need them. His natural protection and weapons were far better. He also came across mana consumables, which he promptly extracted mana from. As for secrets, Jake had meticulously explored several areas of the third floor by that point, but he hadn't uncovered any hidden treasures or secrets yet. Jake was currently moving along another cave tunnel. Like many other caves and tunnels he had traversed, everything was covered in thick layers of cobwebs. The fine strands glimmered slightly in the dim light of the luminescent mushrooms clinging to the walls, stretching across the walls and ceiling like a ghostly tapestry. He constantly looked around, anticipating an ambush from a swarm of spiders. To his surprise, he hadn't been attacked in this tunnel yet. He couldn't help but wonder why it was the case and where it might lead. Each step crunched softly underfoot. As he ventured further, the webs grew thicker and more tangled, sticking to his skin and brushing against his body. It became harder to see ahead, and he soon came to a point where the tunnel was completely obscured by a dense mass of webs. He couldn't even see the walls anymore. He morphed his hands into claws and, with swift, deliberate strokes, began to cut his way through the thick webbing, the talons slicing cleanly through the sticky strands. With every slash, he cleared a path, and the sound of his claws slicing through the webs and snapping the taut silky strands was oddly satisfying. Finally, he reached the end of the tunnel. He stopped at the entrance to a vast cavern, scanning the area before him. Luminescent mushrooms grew all over the walls, illuminating the whole space. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, glimmering faintly in the dim light of the mushrooms. In the center of the cavern stood the wreckage of what was once a grand arch. Only two sturdy bases remained, jutting up from the floor, their surfaces broken and rough. Jake slowly walked around the debris. It was obviously the portal that was supposed to bring him to the next floor of the dungeon. However, it was devastated, split into several huge chunks that lay scattered around the area. Even though the portal was destroyed, the air felt heavy with the remnants of arcane energy, magic still lingering in the space. Jake paused to gather his thoughts. To unlock the portals and progress to the next floor, he had to solve different kinds of puzzles on both the first and second floors. Perhaps the puzzle on this floor involved finding a way to fix the portal by assembling it back together. Determined, he stepped forward to inspect one of the smaller pieces. It was dusty but still showed arcane symbols etched into the surface. Bending down, he gripped the edge and tried to lift it. The cold stone felt unyielding against his palms. Despite his best efforts and his supernatural strength, the piece only rose a few inches before thudding back onto the ground, the sound echoing in the silence. Jake straightened up, frustration bubbling inside him. There was no way he could piece the portal back together. The shattered pieces of the arch were impossibly heavy, almost as if the portal were resisting his attempts to restore its power. He looked back at the two bases of the broken arch protruding from the floor. If the portal was beyond repair, how was he supposed to get to the next floor? Was he now stranded in this part of the dungeon?